変だ。
買ってきましたブロッコリー。ないわ。
後半厚み
なんでもありか。
牛乳の
なんでんな。ぐるぐるぐる。何勝手に改造してるんですか。ブルーの牛。よっしゃ。お前が犯人じゃ。ニッチもサッチもいかないよ。これがハートな曲だって。
しおちゃん頭を冷やし
ぼやって命ずっと
ウルトラ伝説のノブノブ。
焼きそばだよ。
変だ。
買ってきましたブロッコリー。ないわ。
後半厚み牛乳のしおちゃん頭を冷やし
ぼやって命ずっと
ウルトラ伝説のノブノブ。変だ。
買ってきましたブロッコリー。ないわ。
後半厚み牛乳のしおちゃん頭を冷やし
ぼやって命ずっと
ウルトラ伝説のノブノブ。 変だ。
買ってきましたブロッコリー。ないわ。
後半厚み牛乳しおちゃん頭を冷やし
ぼやって命ずっと
ウルトラ伝説のノブノブ。
焼きそばだよ。 cool new song. But that's enough of that. Yep. Did I close out Son of Skies? I think I did. Oh well. What's a few minutes? Less I closed it out, more it vanished. Otherwise it'd been smooth transition. There we go. Skies in 3, 2, go. Alright, still muted. There we go. If it didn't vanish, this would have been a minute ago. Anywho. Today is retirement. At least it should be. It's been what, week and a half on this captain so far? Just building up wealth. What did we leave off on? Oh, that's right, I remember now. Bombazine for Lustrum, Hours for the White Well, Cage Catches Death's Door, but more importantly, 3 hours are going to the House of Mules, if I remember right. Cool. And how many to the White Well? 5? And Cage Catches, 5 more too? Cool. I'm not too stressed about Dowers being just 16. The ubiquitous are everywhere. Food might need a bit more of. Maybe not 7 though, just 6. Because fuel's also I need. Din maneuver. Very sloppy din maneuver. Din, if you're counting, that's 2 more incidences. Got a bit worried last night. Because while most frozen processed foods are ready to heat, they're already pre-cooked, just gotta warm it up really. It seemed like the frozen calamari we had isn't. Which I thought I found out like halfway through the box. Because halfway through, the calamari was thawed out enough that the meat didn't look like octopus should look, not when it's cooked. So I got a mild concern, but it turned out, cannot come in. Oh, that's right, it's Oaks. Oaks. Court of the Oaks. Rental dispute. Hurry a ruling on an overlong contract. Spend a barrel of hours to get a hearing sooner. A barrel of hours? But you need 3. Discrepancy. The attendant asks about the ambassador, Albion, your opinion of devils, and your reason for siding with them against your own kind, my kind. No. Apologies to present company, but Albion and the capitalists are the true devils. She inks your tongue and takes its imprint. She tests your spittle with drops that turn to vigorous puce to check for spite. Oh, well. Then she writes out her own notes in handwriting like trace of a vine. She adduces 5 precedents which have bearing on this case. On the lease itself, she places a symbol which means the tree that dies upright in the forest, but does not fall until the snow comes. Visit Pansecritus in the House of Days for a final ruling. We get to see the Pansecritus. One may see the Pansecritus at any time. He appears as a sigil of flame at the heart of the House of Days. The same sigil is reflected in the polished stone, It is written at the head of the page, in every appointment book in the house. It is spoken as greeting and parting by the servants of the house. To be noticed by the Pansecritus, however, requires effort and final arrangement and prior arrangement. Listen to the rumors of the Pansecritus. Each time you hear the name, it conveys new meaning to you. The Pansecritus is a logos, a word that was spoken by the westernmost king, and has echoed ever since. Depending on your translator, the Pansecritus' meaning could be rendered in any of these phrases: eternal dominion, everything in its place, no drop-in meetings permitted, or the sigil is painted in nectar on the ceiling in the court of hummingbirds for the better understanding of the winged spirits. In the court of whales, it is expressed in bass song. In the court of bloodhounds, it is translated almost accurately as a scent of vivid tear and sandalwood. Walk boldly into the presence. This is dangerous. It avoids certain liturgies and rituals. Following protocol will be safer. But I need 2 testaments of feather to walk in properly. I still have my liver, which is a plus. To go before the Pansecritus, following the established protocols, your liver be required as a deposit. You'll get it back later. Or have your litigator argue your right to enter. Your litigator can help you gain access to the Pansecritus at a reduced cost and with your liver. Well, failing here will strip you of your status in the Blue Kingdom. Maybe I won't take the coin flip then. Okay, in that case I'll come back. Din maneuver. The din maneuver, not the dinner maneuver. See, because din, not dinner, is... I'm gonna get hooked to that button. Gotta diversify it. Can't just be the same crickets all the time, every time. Anywho, I got plenty of vision heaven now, and it's just one. To get a nameless spirit to litigate for me. Cool. There we go, that's a bit smoother. Oh, just really curated this shallow inn. Well, that's cool. Well, for starters, I like the respawn rate. You can never be too safe now. Alright, treasures? I gotta get a treasure. There's always a chance at a captivating treasure after all. Examine his... Aww. The cords of the net are stained a dark rust brown. They part reluctantly under your knife, creaking as you saw them. There is a stone, the size of your fist and the shape of a tear. An end-filled revolver, engraved with faded initials. A tube as long as your arm and thick as your thigh, hollow, and smelling of sulfur. A flower with pollen acidic, enough to blister steel, a rope. But still, that's a fun start to bully oh man though. So that means it is possible for curators to spawn this early in the Blue Kingdom. You know what that means? If you're a fresh captain, without the best engines, without the best weapons, and you're poking your head into the Blue Kingdom, the first thing you see is a curator. Or, you've done your tour of the Blue Kingdom and you're coming back bruised, and just want to get into port. And between you and her is a curator. Well, it could be worse. It could be 2 devourers, or the eaters of the dead, I suppose. The nameless spirit presents her testament to the feather. Then it takes a jar containing its voice, and connects this by a rubber tube to the earhole of the mask of the jackal who attends the store. The voice of the nameless spirit speaks through the tube to the jackal for several minutes together, and you don't hear a word of its argument. But when it is done, you are admitted. Make a study of the Pansecritus. You can only do this once. You can only do one thing here before being cast out. Be sure of your choice. Alright, rental dispute then. Enforce the eviction of the Embassy of Albion. It is time. Your skin burns. Your hair prickles. You are frisked by a hurricane. There are no questions. You might have thought that there would be some final consultation, that you'd have to defend your case to this final arbiter. But the Pansecritus has no interest in your words. It marks your paperwork with its own name, which is to say, itself. Then, it is finished noticing you. You are left holding something that looks like a leased document, but that weighs on your hand like a sword. You must deliver it to the ambassador, and it will evict the embassy at once. You forgot to ask what will happen to you. I shall be fine. Could I go back to the Pansecritus? I could, if I had a testament to the feather. Who's got feather testaments? Is that mules or apes? I think it's apes. 41% chance. Let's fix that. Who else? Your mirrors, your irons, your hearts. So first officers are no veils at all. It's no veil. Mirrors, your veils. That much I know. Hearts and 4 veils, 10 veils. Hearts, irons, mirrors, and 3 veils. As good as it will get. It's 55. New total 4. Success. Alright, Pansecritus. Get me in here. Now that you've done it before, you've been once, it is easier to claim a second visit. Well, I want to keep my liver though, not my lizard. Approve of the presence of the Pansecritus. Either way, it's 1 testament to the feather versus 1 testament to the feather and my liver. So, testament to the feather, please. Because I don't study this dude. Failed. You stand at the outskirts of the court in an attitude of supplication, with your knees slightly bent and your palms outwards. As long as you hold this appearance of worship, no one troubles you. You may watch others come and go, but the longer you wait, the less you understand. Is the Pansecritus making rulings, or does it merely affirm those that have gone before? Is it a person of sorts, or something rather less or more? It dispenses with the population of an entire city, and does not grant their petition to be remembered, after a plague has taken them all. Alright, back to waves. I'll take 2 then. Or as many as I can muster. Cool. And now I have no more cryptic benefactors. Alright, full on mirrors then. 1 mirrors is the best I can do. Hearts, mirrors. Okay then, how many mirrors is this? 111 mirrors. Okay. Now I definitely should be able to analyze a Pansecritus. 83%. Seek to understand it. You stand at the outskirts of the court, in an attitude of supplication, with your knees bent slightly, and your palms outwards. Same deal. As long as you hold this appearance of worship, no one troubles you, and you are free to observe. The Pansecritus grants an obliteration against a city, founded on land that did not belong to the founders, and authorizes a ritualist cessation against the language that should no longer be spoken. This is a Pansecritus, not fire, ice, hurricane, or trumpet blast, but a power, for which there is no difference between intention and achievement. But that did give a free Searing Enigma, so why not grab 2 then? Nice. Alright then, crew. Let's check on you. 68 hearts. That's gotta change. Who's my hearts person? Conductor, right? With 6 hearts. Then Skyworn Urchin. Should bump it up to 75. Perfect. Now to balance mirrors and irons. Let's bump it to you. $75, $38, $53, $90. You know what? That's good enough for me. And I still get to keep the best. What about best officer and other best officer? It means I'll be short hearts though. That's a shame. Short only 6 hearts. Oh well. To the white well then. I'll take the rimward route. Just avoid the possibilities of Eaters of the Dead at all. But cool. Now we get to see what it's like if we evict the Embassy of Albion. And who knows, maybe they do get to come back with a different captain, off a different lease. Yay, we win. Whoa, watch it, we're buddies, I helped you out. There you go. Just get it out of your system. Loot the hole. Either way, get souls. Just good souls, or boring, normal souls. Non-gamer souls. Next exit. That's the southbound exit. Takes you down to San Francisco. The next exit is northbound one. And right, forgot. We got the booty engine. And thus, after above 12 crew, got a bit of speed on it. So this will go by much quicker. Nice! Direct hit. Hence Peripheral does want to play. Suits me just fine. Whoa. Ah, yellow logo eye. At least her attacks are garbage. You know what? If he wants to be mean to me, then I'll be mean to him. Well, technically there is. And technically, if I want to engender something, is it really proper to default to the male? To the masculine? With that assumption that what is right and proper and default is what is masculine. Okay, where's that resurrectionist? More like Rexurrectionists. Full heal. Oh, didn't get him. It's alright though, just a scratch. Only took 2 hull off of me. 2 boring souls. But 60% chance twice is 120% chance. I know that's not how it works. Invigorate your engines, gain fuel. 77? Nah. Terror is already 39, so celebrate your victory. Triumph over a Prince of Heaven. Oh, it just drops by 10? That's fine though. 10 is 10. Just means I gotta kill more locali. If it's 10 each time, then say 3 or 4, accounting for terror gain en route, should do it. First off, you guys want hours. Take them off my hands. Only 850. But I got souls for it. Good souls even. Not lame souls. Real souls. This will be the solstice of souls. Next stop was Death's Door, right? Ritual oils, cage catches for Death's Door, fats and oils from certain sky beasts are needed to perform the test of substance, which shades must pass to approach Death's Door. Sequestral requires 5 cage catches to be delivered to her there. Okay. And what's in this thing? In this vault? Cause an artifact to open. Souls for an artifact. Good trade. I'm kind of on opening vaults most times because the reward isn't too great. But an artifact in exchange for immaculate souls, that is good. Oh no, I forgot to resupply. That's okay though. I resupplied at the store. Also, a correction to yesterday. It's not a judgment whose skull the Neath sits in. But was it salts? More souls. And 2 spiriferers. Oh no, it's dead end. This is dead end. It's alright, just means get to explore. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Not good. Backwards, backwards. Thank you. Whoa. Holy choppy leg back, man. Where'd that come from? Dude, that missile curved all around the vault to hit me. Tracking weapons are OP. Kind of glad now that I never turned on homing weapons in the difficulty selection. I want my mistakes to be proper mistakes. Hold my hand sometimes, sure. But if I miss, I'm missing. Oh, should scrap the engine. It's alright though. Plenty of money to make for the next captain at least. And back up to awful nightmares. That's alright though, we got Magdalene's on the way out. Rumors speak of vaults of souls here, fiercely guarded and ferociously sought. You don't say, might have seen a couple. Had a minor panic moment. Forgot if I actually did turn on the actual live screen. But yeah, the button's on, I'm live. Shadow of the Sun, still can't do anything with the Sapphire King's daughter. Up until I get yoked. And there's a couple of primary ways to become yoked. One of which is at the Lyceum. Cage catches, here you go. 10,000 now, so I could retire. If I had one more, what is it? Unlicensed chart, and the captivating treasure. This is quest traitor sends a servant to arrange the exchange. It is one of the yoked dead. The shade of a lumbering creature resembling something between a lobster and a whale. It strings each cage onto its back, oblivious to the bites and scratches of the occupants. Aww. Ghostly Sam Porter bridges. With a complicated bow, it drops something at your feet. A thank you. And more undistinguished souls. But first, before I go anywhere else, fuel. Food? I got enough of the trip back. Food, fuel is what I do need. And let's see. I don't know if this is a route out this way. It looks like it is. But what I want is a way from Dun and Scales down to the Nethermore. I'm gonna try, see if it's quicker. I'm pretty sure that the Blue Kingdom is small enough that it's gonna be the same map each and every time. But since it's been a year or so, well, more like half a year, maybe a quarter, since I last thoroughly explored the Blue Kingdom, I forget the details. And sorry, buddy, but you are in a precarious spot. And I need terror drops. It's alright. Just some hull damage. Down to 28. There. Much worse. Much worth, I mean. It's much better. And I hear something awful. Oh, Curator! Yay, friendship. What's gonna work? Teamwork. The Logos. Logos is ringing. Cool, now I know where his front side is. Not dead yet. After taking a couple curator shots too. Okay, good. That's both of them. Give me more terror drop. Down to 23 still. Is there a tier of difficulty for each one, and thus how much terror they reveal or drop? What's in you then? Oh, just more artifacts? Not artifacts. Kinetic experiments. Oh well. At least I got XP. Oh. spiriferer, and just an undistinguished soul. It's okay. Important thing is it appears to be a root. And that solves the root of my issues. Cool, it is. Goes right to the middle. And it appears that it is a way right to the Lyceum. Not a vault. This one is the dead congregating. An enclave of the dead who want to eat with me. So nah, I'll leave them be. Would it be easier to go down by a Lyceum, advocacy a sloth, and around? I think it might be. There might be spiriferers. There will be logoi. But the odds of the eaters of the dead will be lower. I think I'll do it. Got fuel plenty for the trip, and if need be, the Lyceum is right there. And food's not too much of a concern. And that's pretty much it. Almost the entirety of the Blue Kingdom discovered. Except for... no? A slight smidge of wall around Death's Door. This hallway. That, and that's it. So functionally, effectively, all discovered. Give me that food. No food on this one. The first one might have been food. Oh no. Food is flashing. Alright, Blue Local Eye, who have you got? Spirifer? Spirifer? One of these days I'll figure out how to pronounce that properly. Just a cantankerous, really, all this fireworks. For a space isopod. Excuse me, puppy. Oh. Not even a good cantankerous, just a bull one. They're okay, but you can't eat them. And if you can't eat them, is it even worth trying? And guess we'll find out what the devils are like at Sky Barnet. Now that London's been kicked out of the tower. That's okay though. They got a new way to the Reach, not to the Reach, to Twilotheria, so it cancels out. There's a constant stream of dead spirits, and a constant stream of dead spirits enters the Blue Kingdom through the base of the tower. Once there's a manned toll gate, but the fees have become more complicated, and the toll window is closed now. First, I want to see what repairs are like. Does it still cost gratitude? Trade appointed gratitude of the Embassy of Albion. But I kicked out the embassy, didn't I? Or Have I got to deliver the final notice first? The final eviction. Visit the ambassador. Deliver the notice of eviction. It is stamped, sealed, signed, and readied. The ambassador reads the findings of each court. At the end, beneath the sigil of the Pansecritus, there's a place for her own signature to acknowledge her eviction. She struggles, but her scarred left arm stretches out, and her left hand signs a page. Oh, she's a lefty! I betrayed a fellow lefty! Then, an avalanche of time sweeps away the embassy of Albion. There is no ambassador, no secretary, no attaché. Your gut slackens with hunger, your throat dries. The larvae of moths sprout from your clothing, eat and fly away. A blink later, you stand in the court of porphyry and brass. The devils crowd you with gifts. Porphyry, that word has come up a lot. What's porphyry? Fear, not gear, fury. A hard, igneous rock containing crystals, usually a feldspar, and fine-grained, typically reddish ground mass. Cool. I don't know my shinies. No! What was arrest? What I get? Involved in a rental dispute, there is no more to do. You have evicted the embassy of Albion for the Toll Tower. 5 porphyry court gratitudes. 3 immaculate souls. Embassy of Albion's forced out, got the Testament of Roses, and 2 captivating treasures. All that was once the Embassy of Albion has been stripped away, save the pink floral carpet. The false paneling is gone, revealing a vaulted open space suited for the House of Days. The ribs of the ceiling are porphyry, embellished with brass devil heads. Where the portrait of the Empress used to hang, there is now a lavish oil painting of Caroline, showing each soul being tormented in its own way according to its need. So I could exchange gratitude for condemned experiments, that's common. Invest in an unlicensed chart. The unusual licensing bodies are not in power here. Or what happened to the embassy of I could trade for Crimson Promise too. A promise of destruction, to be released when you require it. What happened to Albion? It was here, and now it is very much not. The Deviless explains. In the Blue Kingdom, it takes a long time to receive a decision. But once the case has been judged, the execution is instant. In this case, it was proven that the embassy should have moved out years earlier, and so the sentence applied retroactively. I hope you aren't feeling ill, she adds solicitously. You should not have been harmed, but the execution of the command may have produced some side effects for those in the vicinity. Well, need 3 gratitude, and I have 5. I'll hold on to it then. There's other ways to get charts. Hours, the time for the white whale? Nah. Immaculate souls? Think what I'll do, since I'm here anyway. Testament of Roses. What do I need you for? Do I need a rose testament to become yoked and speak to Crabboy? Hello. Just missed it, Crabboy. We evicted London. Oh well. Either way, there should be plenty. Wait, gotta see. Gotta see and find out. London's embassy in the Toll Tower is gone. Wait, is it now Toll Tower? No, it is Toll Tower of Sky Barnet. And now the tower once again belongs to the devils. It still costs gratitude. Bah. Oh well. And nothing different. How cool would that be if you got different stuff, if you sided with the devils? Wait. One more time. Gotta bank stuff. Because I do have 8 immaculate souls. Wouldn't have to touch my bank of 45. Well, I didn't evict the place. Like I said, it was an embassy. They had a presence here. The embassy had a lease on the building, and the lease expired. But they argued that they should have stayed here. And so I was the final mediator on should they stay or should they go. Okay, souls for the white whale. Let's go then. After. One final thing with final time. Didn't steal the building. I issued paperwork that agreed that the devils should have their building back. That's right, here for repairs. Repairs, then out. I mean, kinda. Because the wording of the contract was ambiguous. Didn't maneuver. It was like that London has a building for 3 viewings of the sun, which the devils took to mean 3 years, but London took to mean, well, the Sapphire King never came out, so we never saw him, and so we still get to keep it. See that? Made him yeet. Yeet and a ricochet. Yeet, so I can get my eat. You can't buy food in Blue Kingdom. A smart person fills up the bank with nothing but supplies. As did I. But Cantankeree are good food too. You see, both Cantankeree, a little bit more durable than a base Cantankeree. What are my options? Otherworldly artifacts or sovereigns? So it's more effort for less reward. I suppose it might be different if there weren't so many ways to get to the worldly artifacts. I wouldn't even count those as semi-rare, they're all common. What's in this vault then? More immaculate souls, dude. Gonna Scrooge McDuck here. Gonna get myself a swimming pool full of sovereigns. Senior Scrivener. Gotta wait for heat to go down. Even if I do get one direct hit in, and even if that's all the hit it needs, got to play defensively, because what if you miss? What if it's just an indirect hit? 3 more bronzewood. Oh no. There are hungers, it says. Tolerated, because they eat the excess. That tells me... Okay. They're never in Nethermore or the White Wall area proper. Scratch that. Found him. Eat that. Ha! But they come in 2s, minimum. Extract meat. Extract the meat. With careful application of the cannery, you prize off the most succulent slabs of meat. Your crew shuffle them back to your engine. Now that the beast's bones are exposed, you can see that they are scored with correspondence. The sigils are fractured, many of it still pulsing. The internal organs are twisted and deliquescent. This doesn't look like the damage to your weapons. Was it made to be thus? Only engaged it because I had the drop on it. There was a wide open space, we had distance. So I could afford to lob a couple of correspondence rocks at it. If it was a narrow corridor, then no. The only solution is to run, even if I had a mangonel on me. And while I'm here, I'm gonna go ahead and rescue the industrialist lost love. Give you souls and you give me money. Money and more fuel. Oh no, something hostile. It's gonna be a yellow logo eye, isn't it? Two hostile things, Peripher and yellow logo eye. And a contemporary up ahead. I'm thankful for the contemporary. And its delicious meats. Oh, we got the front side of the logo eye. That's alright though. It's not gonna follow me forever. And if it does, we'll be alone then. Just it and I. No, I'm not gonna follow. Shame. Because they only take 3 hits of the Wrath of Heavens. Just 3 small hits, then it's done. And I can claim myself some terror drop. Swordplay. They did used to, yeah. When I was playing last year, oh my goodness. Every single tour of the Blue Kingdom would end with like 2 or 3 logo eye falling after me. Fireworks escorting me back to the Sky Barnet. It seems like they balance a lot of creatures that way. Like I know the changelogs, they mentioned the curator specifically. I don't know, it kind of takes something away from it. Not to mention, when something chases you off to a new zone, and then suddenly, it vanishes, just blinks out of existence. Death's door, nothing for me, just souls, and more fuel. Alright then, I'll find his lost love. Search for the industrialist's lost love. Perhaps he'd be lucky, and she hasn't already entered the catafalque. You trudge up and down the furrows, calling the lost love's name and asking shades if they've seen her. They respond with a shrug. You're forced to pause when you lose a boot in the mire. She's already entered the catafalque, you know, says a voice from below. Rescuing your boot from the mud, you turn to discover a yoked spirit looking up at you from a nearby trench. I've heard you calling her name, he says apologetically. I met her a few weeks ago. She found her door, and she's at the catafalque now. If you want to follow her, you'll have to dig. I've done this a couple of times. But there are still options and avenues I haven't yet discovered. Everyone has a door to their death, buried somewhere in the mud. The trick is to find it. To find it, one must dig. But first one must have a shovel. Many of the shades are digging with their hands, bolstered by the grim patience of the dead. You don't have that kind of time. You drop to one of the trenches that crisscross the churned landscapes and walk until you find a yoked spirit, with a bundle of shovels slung across her back. Oh, crab boy. These hands are already stained in blood. The yoked spirit clutches her shovels jealously. She lacks a voice jar, so instead she crouches and scrawls in the mud. These guide the dead to their doors, she writes. They are reserved for those who need them most. The frailest spirits, the struggling. Could my litigator argue in my case? The reported guardian steps smoothly forward and takes over. Or persuade her that you're an extremely waifus wraith. Only 64% chance. Tithe the souls. 3 jumble of souls, they do something cheap here. Nah, argue for me. In no time at all, the nameless spirit has persuaded the recalcitrant shade. that you are the frailest and most meager of spirits. Gee, thanks, buddy. You are handed a shovel, and she even writes good luck in the mud. Your litigator informs you, however, that they will wait for you back at the engine. Oh no, that's right. If I didn't take this option, he wouldn't say this. And I'd be able to take him further in with me. They have no desire to get any closer to death's door than they already are. Oh well. Dig for my door, then. Occasional flashes of thunderous lightning illuminate the blighted land. Shades burrow in the mud like eager worms. You should join them. The mud is a miserable ocean, vast, uninterrupted. You hold your shovel like it's a dowsing rod, and somehow you know exactly where to go. Protest of the Sun. I might have. Like way back when I was playing the Martyr King's Cup. If you fail the Martyr King's Cup, you have a couple of options. You could take some lesser, meager ambition you already took, or you could take a quick death and clear out some death achievements. And protesting at death's door might have been one of my fine, whatever, just die, get it over with, restart endings. Your blade bites the earth, again, again, again. Your hands bleed, your arms ache. Eventually, you resemble some kind of splattered mud wraith. Finally, your shovel slams against something solid. The blade breaks. On your knees, you scramble and uncover a stone door with your name inscribed upon it. Your very own door to death. Ancient and brutal, and familiar. It has been here, waiting for you, since the beginning of all things. You heave it open, and drop into darkness. Oh no, my shovel broke. It is a pretty good protest. And the writing to go with it really helps it out. Below the mud, you find yourself in the catafalque, a candle-decked labyrinth filled with endless lines of shuffling silent dead. Death's door waits at the other end of the tunnels. Most of the candles are burnt to stubs, leaving the floor caked with runnels of wax. Wait, I've read this already. Help a lightless spirit to inherit its lightless soul flaw? Sure, I'll be kind to it. The Logoi are administering the test of soul quality, and the lightless cannot pass. One miserable spirit clings to the wall, beating its fist against stone. Must be helpful. The lightless spirit quails before the implacable flames of the Logoi. It scratches on the wall with broken fingernails. Sent back, it writes, again and again. You reach out to stop it scrawling, and offer to take on the burdens of its soul flaw if the Logos permits. The Logos lashes both you and the shade with tongues of flame, locking you back and blistering your skin. Something drains from you. The spirit flares, brighter and brighter, incandescent with joy. It rushes deeper into the tunnels, forgetting to even thank you. You suspect it would be singing if the dead could sing. Describe my soul as distressingly bland, inoffensive, and liable to dissatisfaction. Oh no. Scour the scrawled messages, recruit from among the dead. Deeper in, search for the industrialist's lost love. She must be somewhere down here. Surely she can't have moved too far. You call her name and interrogate passing spirits, to no avail. She must be even deeper in the catafalque. Well, it's been weeks, man, so of course she has. What's written? She held my head beneath the waves, my murderer, my love. God, I am sorry for my sins with all my heart. If you read this, I am sorry. Where are you? Where are you? Eaten by, not fair, I was hungry too. Is this all there is? No, there's also savage secrets. Okay, deeper in then. Here, the tunnel opens up into a great hall. The gangling sequestrator sits on a raised throne, surrounded by hanging lanterns and censors. As the spirits pass beneath her in a steady shuffle, she extends one telescopic arm and settles a veiny hand across a porcelain mask. With a moment's wrenching effort, she yanks it away, leaving the spirit faceless. It turns and heads deeper into the catafalque. Endure the removal of my face? Bargain for special treatment? You do not have without a face. And I do have a testament of roses. Lose your face, with it 5 hearts, but might be able to get back later. So either way, lose my face, huh? Just without the irons check. Alright. Either get my face back easily, or I'm retiring anyway. Special treatment, please. To be a bit gentler in removing my face. Oh, Crab Boy, you lose a lot more than your face. Your face, your name, you could lose your liver. The sequestrator teases your face away delicately, like she's peeling a scab. Wait a minute. Hold up. This is kind of like what happened to the presumptuous heiress, isn't it? So that's who you are, Doctress. Her hand retreats like something ragged, clutched between his fingers. It doesn't hurt at all. A weight has been lifted. Your new reality becomes apparent, only when you touch your face, and feel nothing but an expanse of brute blank flesh. Your vision dims, as though a grey veil is closed over the world. With some effort, you're able to manifest a lipless slit of your mouth, which screams. You have passed the test of substance, and your face is gone. You may move further with the catafalque. New total, so... Gotta switch my officers around then. Press deeper into the catafalque. You have passed the test of substance, and surrendered your face to the sequestrator. But your face can be reclaimed by the quartermaster. So cool. Cool, even more bots. Crab Boy, could you do the honors? The horde of spirits, now without masks, proceed through the tunnels in a seething dark mass. There's a momentum to them now. They move like a flood. A dozen logoi blaze overhead, their incandescent forms casting stark, brilliant shadows. As the stage pass beneath, they are lashed with tongues of bright flame. They flinch, straighten their backs, and hurry on. No spirit is struck twice. Help a bereaved spirit? Find her lost companion? They stuck together through death, the court, even the mud, but they lost each other in the test of substance. Report, Crab Boy. Or ban. Go ahead and ban them. Use your powers on them. Or both. Ban and report. Search for the lost love first. It will be more difficult to find her now that the spirit's mask has been taken. You call her name and interrogate passing spirits, no avail. She must be at death's door already. Either that, or she's passed on. Okay then. I think now I'll help her out. With her mask removed, the bereaved spirit's face refuses to stick in your memory. When you look away from her, all you're left with is a vague impression of her heartfelt sadness. His face was taken, she scratches on the wall. I lost him in the crowd, please. His name is Bobby. Offer a tithe? With my one immaculate soul. Hey, thanks, Crab Boy. Search for the bereaved spirit's companion. 84% chance. He must see some room on the rushing faceless crowd. Yes! Reunited. You stride up and down the tunnels of the catafalque, calling Bobby's name. Just as your voices begin to fail, you notice a commotion. The spirits are pausing, congregating for a moment before resuming their endless procession. Pushing your way through, you find the spirit of a dog. Aww. Back paws trapped in the hollow of collapsed wax. Bobby, you call. The dog stares at you piteously. Piece by viscous piece, you pull the wax from its legs, giving it enough room to bound free. The dog spirit circles you, tail wagging. You should reunite with its own... You know, I thought they were lost lovers. I've never had a success here. Reunite the bereaved spirit and her companion. Or what if you don't reunite them, and you go through, come back, and now you have ghost dog companion? that can't ever leave the Blue Kingdom. Bobby's close by your side, tail wagging, his porcelain snout nudging at your knee. I don't know if I'd call this heaven, but that is the conventional wisdom. Without her mask, the bereaved spirit's face is slippery. Her features vanish from your mind as soon as you look away. Was she happy when she saw her lost companion? Did she laugh? Did she weep? You can't remember. He jumps into her arms. They don't speak or laugh. There are no happy barks. As ever, they are perfectly silent. She has nothing she can give you, but she writes her thanks on the wall. She joins a rush of spirits, Bobby prancing at her heels. Offer your services to the gangling sequestrator. Despite the uncanny length and dexterity of her arms, her workload is unbearable. Perhaps she could use an assistant. And will put me on the path to becoming yoked. Woohoo. Well, in various traditions, the will of the dead is tragically bureaucratic. 100% chance gonna do it. Because if I'm yoked, I can speak to the sun's daughter. The sequestrator looks you up and down, her porcelain mask giving nothing away. Then she shrugs, a hugely expressive gesture when your arms are 10 times as long as your body. This I love. They're very inconsistent about this, but here we see a rare treat. Clause, brackets, punctuation. My guess is that this is the end of the paragraph, and that they have confused themselves, but in their confusion they've done the right thing, and put the parentheses inside the full stop as it should be. Her voice issues from a gold vase behind her throne. The Hall of Stoics is waiting for the latest batch, and my most portum is nowhere to be seen. Here. An arm, as long as a rainbow, curves overhead and drops a heavy satchel in front of you. It clinks. Deliver this to the curator, she says. The Hall of Stoics can be found in the endless furrows above. A curator. So maybe I can give him the seal of Mr. Barleycorn. Oh, 53% chance to avoid the tendrils of fire. Gonna try it. It's a coin flip after all. 53%, that's like flipping tails. I got heads. The logo eye rotates to face you. You cannot look at it for too long. You must blink away the bright sigils traced in flames across your eyes. A flash of light, a brief pain at the back of your skull, scraps of memory twist and burn. All the stories never finished, all the plans you never completed, all the promises you never had the chance to keep. You cling to them for a moment. Then they flare up and are gone, leaving only the ache of absence. But it's a comforting ache. You feel somehow calmer, more certain. Lost terror? Oh, that's it. Just lose one sky story and one tale of terror. Psh, it's nothing. Deeper than still, into the catafalque. You will need to pass a final test. After that, death's door awaits. After asking your name, a yoked spirit allows you to pass. No, right? All they took was one each of Tales of Terror and Sky Stories? By all means, take 20. Oh, what if that's it? What if they did that instead? If you don't have enough Sky Stories or Tales of Terror, then you can't pass, having failed the test and not giving enough. Basically, I just want more punishments. Once again, the tunnel opens up and becomes a staircase, descending into a cauldron huge as a lake. It brims with whirling black fluids. Dozens of the yokes stand stirring at the edges. An endless procession of shades march in without hesitation, and are whipped away by the current. On the balcony of the cauldron, a vast frog-like spirit carefully oversees the entire affair. What are you waiting for? It croaks when you pause. Amphibian alchemist, what awaits you in the cauldron? Spirits pot up behind you. The alchemist groans in frustration. You will enter the cauldron and mix with the other spirits, croaks the alchemist. You will taste each other's memories, know each other's innermost selves. If you are strong enough, you will emerge on the other side, stripped of irrelevancies. Your name, for instance. And if you're not strong enough, you will remain in the cauldron, and other spirits will absorb what they need from you. You will still reach death's door. They will take you with them, piece by piece. Favorite map in this game has to be Eleutheria. It's a beautiful post-storm aesthetic. It's got a good amount of like ambient music. And it's not as narrow and janky as Albion is, with its giant angular islands jutting out each way. Try to keep yourself intact, focusing on powerful thought. Lose your name in 5 mirrors. Lose your name, 5 mirrors. Nameless spirit could assist here. See, if I didn't have him, I'll set a percent anyway. Loudly refuse, and become invisible, or slip away without attracting local attention. Keep yourself intact. You will rely on nothing but sheer force of will. The nameless spirit's jar rattles, but he's not with me. Mirrors 90, needs 6. Here goes. Success. As you step beneath the surface, foreign memories flood you, fleeing through long grass. The crunch of bones between your jaws, swirling unfamiliar skies. You are coming apart. Spirits roll around you, silent shapes with arms outstretched. You're buffeted by memories, sword fights in a forest, sunken libraries, a city aflame. You cling to your name, but there are a dozen other names you can call to mind. You no longer know which is yours. You fight in the swirling currents and emerge on the side, mostly intact. Your name is gone. The other gaps in the memories are not too severe, you think. The Reach, absolutely earthy, very organic, love it. Albion, I find more industrial than earthy, and really could do without. The whistling winds rip to the catafalque as you approach the end of all things. The walls fall away. The high wilderness opens before you. A narrow bridge extends to the void. At the end of the bridge, a seething mass of spirits cluster at the foot of a door as tall as the sky. Death's Door. Its every inch burns with symbols indistinguishable from the hundreds of logoi hovering wrathfully above. Witness the opening now, not this time. Search for the industrious lost love. She must be here. She must. You dash between spirits or are pushing towards the door, calling her name, but of course that doesn't work. These shades has been processed with the catafalque. They are faceless, nameless, the memories of their old lives in tatters. So you don't call her name. You call the name of the industrialist instead. Do any of them remember him? One spirit turns to meet your gaze. She clutches your coat and shoulders, and her shoulders shake silently. I'd say industrial is more alien than earthy, but that could be my own biases. Though true, there is the aspect of familiarity. The lost love resists your attempts to lead her away from death's door. Which is funny though, because I grew up right with like lots of rainstorms, lots of typhoons. So that's part of the appeal of Eleutheria. It's very familiar for me. You hand her a stick of chalk and she scrawls on the wall of the catafalque. I love him still, she writes, but I am ready to move on. She pulls a small clay jar from her robes and thrusts it into your hands. It holds my voice, she writes. Give it to him. A memento. Accept the jar and let her go. It's probably for the best. I don't think I've done this one. Death's door tilts, opens, and blinding light floods over you. A mass of spirits skid helplessly into the light. The lost love is among them. She turns to face you as she descends. Perhaps to change her mind. Perhaps to see another living thing one last time. Either way, she is too late. The light engulfs her. You are left with the jar. While it's in your hands, and with the faintest exertion of your will, you can think a sentence, and the jar will speak in a female monotone. This is all lover that remains. You can only hope that will be enough. Turn back. You have gone too far. You turn and retreat into the catafalque. As the door opens behind you, blazing light cascades into the tunnels. but you do not look back. You have come so far, you turn back from death's door itself. Perhaps there are some things that should not be seen. Claim your face, reclaim your name. Which one first, or the Stoics? And change my status to yoked. Okay, first things first. The hall is a tower of ochre stone. You show the satchel to the yoked spirit at the door, who waves you through. Inside, you find a spiraling corridor, walls lined with impassive masks. After hours of walking, you finally come across a curator studying one of the masks on the wall. Ah, you're the new Mort Postum? The conscientious curator takes the bag from you, his own porcelain mask as impassive as the ones racked behind him. Thank you. He lays the mask on the floor, one by one. I try to commit all their faces to memory. Someone should, don't you think? And you are now one of the yoked. Cool. Face or name first? Face. You tramp through the mud till you find a bureaucratic outpost. Half cairn. Half bunker. We don't usually get oh. Testament to the feather. Or an indulgence. Well, I'm gonna retire though. I'm gonna throw a party. And what's the point of a party if they're not gonna remember my face, unless, for the rest of my life, masquerade balls it is. The jaded quartermaster is a shade with almost spherical body, a mask whose lips are pursed in frozen contempt. His voice mutters to the clay urn at his desk. You have to stoop to hear him. The Blue Kingdom doesn't really do returns as a rule. See, the thing is, to get a testament to the feather, I need a cryptic benefactor. And I already spent all of my cryptic benefactors getting testaments to the feather to study the Pansecritus. And so I have no more benefactors. Do I have any? No, I think I'm all out. Alright, leave the jaded quartermaster in peace. He mutters something as at you retreating back. You escape into the world of mud. Well, I might very well be the faceless captain at least. We'll see how names go. Name, can't do. Need testament. Face, can't do. Same exact one each time. So I guess I am the faceless, nameless captain. Oh well. Well, only legally a yoked? Really? I'm not dead. Oh no, and because I'm yoked. Oh no. Yoked, and without any wrath of heavens. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Let me get my crew shipped around first. Without any weapons, really. If I had manga now, that'd be enough. No watches in Azure. Alright, how low am I? 70, 70, 50, 85. Okay. Just one more heartsy dude then. Your hearts? Mirrors, hearts and irons. Should be plenty. Not plenty enough. Ouch. Aiken. Okay, rats, you're plus 10 hearts. How's that look? 78, 51, 85. Cool, perfect. Watchers, come back up. Weapon, come back up, and good. What is what, Crab Boy? The giant ball of flame? That is the word of the Sapphire King given life. Literally, burning language. cool with me now? Apparently just wanted my hearts back up. Just trying to remind me to get it back up there. It does attack, depending on your status. Report. Cool. But they're easy. They just chase after you. Their fireworks only attack where you were, not where you're going. They don't leave their targets at all. So unless you're sitting right in front of it, chances are it's not going to hit you. Seek an audience with the sun's daughter. She's the arbiter of endings, the daughter of the Sapphire King. The shadow of the sun was built for her and around her. Outside the palace doors, the carefree attendant bows deeply. He's wearing a robe of red feathers and a pair of startling green boots. His voice echoes from a pot in his arms. The Arbiter of Fates has expressed an interest in meeting you also, says the carefree attendant. I trust I need not tell you the magnitude of this honor, but if you saw her in her current form, you would unravel. Follow me. A little bit. But like if you keep moving, they can't really touch you at all, so it's more... In my experience at least, the biggest danger is in dodging them. You might end up crashing into some other enemies or going off someplace like 1,000 Eaters of the Dead. He leads you to a structure at the edge of the ornamental lake. It's halfway between a tree and a lighthouse. It's a branching tower, with a blazing globe nestled in its upper reaches. You are taken upstairs to a windowless room, with off-putting implements hanging from the walls. Your eyes must be replaced by gemstones, says the attendant, measuring your face with calipers. That is the simplest part of the procedure. He lifts a small bell and rings it, carefully watching your response. Your thoughts must become song, or they will turn against you. We will have to replace your skin with the language of light, and your tongue with flame. All perishable flesh must remain here for safekeeping. Allow the nameless spirit to assist in readying your form. Allow him to ready if I had Navartine gemstones. Gemstones, inspiration, visions of heaven, and do not have a form resilient to resplendence. Alright, your eyes must become gemstones. Your thoughts must become song. Your tongue fire, your skin correspondence. The spirit has anticipated the stone at the skin. Making your tongue fire is on you. It's fine though. Got plenty of inspiration. The attendant lays you on the stone floor, bare stone floor, at the center of a circle of engraved correspondence symbols. He takes from the wall a scalpel as long as a sword. This will hurt for a moment, he says. Then you will lose your comprehension of pain. Symbols flare like stars. The scalpel slides into you just above the collarbone and traces your outline with delicacy and precision. There's only little blood. Your skin comes away in rinds, like shucked fruit. The blaze of correspondence devours you. The world falls away. Wait, hold on. I've only got 2 inspiration. Thought I had more than that. Didn't I? Hold on. Oh, that's right. Because yesterday was Caduceus, and that took a lot of inspiration. The palace is a vortex of blossoming, unblossoming, kaleidoscope architecture. She, at the center, a nucleus of violent light, the daughter of a star. She is a pillar of blazing time and rushing song, a winged and skeletal sun, a 7-limbed, 7-headed colossus of sapphire and silk, whose words dance like fireflies on the burning wind. Welcome, she says, her voice, a howl and an orchestra, and a shivering crystalline song. Listen to a request, plead for an indulgence. Request a testament. I could get a feather, or an indulgence. It's either or. And to get the next one, I have to wait for a bit. But what all do I need indulgences for? If I were to bring the industrialist lost love with me, then I would need her indulgence to ensure she doesn't salt upon leaving. But wait. Didn't something earlier on in one of the houses also require an indulgence? I can't remember. Oh well. Plead for an indulgence. A single word for the sun's daughter can cut through the Blue Kingdom's bureaucracy like a superheated knife. The nameless spirit indicates that it has come before the sun's daughter before. Its arguments can lend weight to your words. Only 85. Any luck? Yes. 15% chance of failure is a lot bigger than 85% chance of success. Granted. When you try to speak to the sun's daughter, you find that you are not using words. Concepts are communicated, yes. Shapes manifest the air. A tapestry of 100 meanings is whittled down until only one remains. Your arguments are sound as the sun's daughter. You suspect she's not using words either. A measure of translation is taking place. I will offer you a word of support in certain matters. Cool. For the clay conductor. I got confused, because Forge does X. Instantly made me think about Cultist Simulator. But I'm kind of neglecting my conductor for the time being. I could also request a feather, really? So I could do both. Most officials can't give these away without careful consideration of the cost. She, of course, is the exception. In exchange, she only desires a story. You tell your story. As you tell your story, you speak not in words, but in storms. Ink-black clouds coagulate above. A rain of words soaks you both in memories, leaving you shivering with nostalgia. When you reach a crescendo, lightning crawls across the horizon. The sun's daughter listens in pure rapture, in silent rapture. When your story is over, clouds boil to nothing, but pools of meaning linger. Sunshine burns them away. You have earned your dispensation, she states. She's easy. Just one simple sky story is enough to impress her. Typical sun's daughter, isn't it? Locked up for so long that any outside news is impressive. Okay then, guess I will take a request then. There is a reason I've agreed to meet with you, traveler, despite our disparity in stature, says the Arbiter. I have a request. I can perform miracles, traveler, says the sun's daughter, her eyes blossoming like flowers. There are only two things you can do that I cannot. The first is die. The second is exit the Blue Kingdom. Fortunately for you, I require the latter. The sky shatters. Her mouth sings something similar to laughter. I have decided to establish a Blue Kingdom embassy in the Reach. Our isolation must end. I have chosen you for this task. Agree to help the Blue Kingdom embassy, why not? And I can't remember this persists across captains, or you have to redo it each time. The embassy will not just facilitate relations, but also spread the Blue Kingdom's philosophy and influence. Sure. The sun's daughter accepts her agreement, with unhesitating gratitude of someone very accustomed to the world reshaping itself in her favor. You will not be alone in this task, she says. Waiting at the station, you will find my other chosen representative, a yoke spirit who, in life, was famous for his charisma and genius. He has received special dispensations that allow him to venture outside the Blue Kingdom without being unmade. Mesmeric orator. Okay, time then to detach yourself from the radiance of the Arbiter of Fates. You will need to discard your new form. It will certainly be painful. The palace falls away. Your new shape twists, folds, retreats. The flaming symbols that have replaced your flesh extinguish one by one. The stones in your eye sockets shatter to teardrops and crumble down your cheeks. It is excruciating in a dozen different ways. The ache of a still healing wound. The agony of scoured flesh. The pain of a bitter and dreaded departure. When it is finally over, you find yourself once more confined to the twitching, decaying, flesh wreck that is your body. You haven't outwardly changed, but every movement now feels lumped and ponderous. The carefree attendant helps you to your feet with a smile. Oh, gotta be in this sack again. I could see her again, but now that would cost inspiration, and I'm short of it. So face first her name. Thing is, I could go being faceless. And that'd be kinda cool. Sea crab boy, no risk at all. Apart from me forgetting how to fly without eyes. Hit. Accidental good shot. Gonna chalk that up to luck. Oh, not dead yet. Thought it was 3 direct hits. Or maybe different logo eye, different stats. How about you then? 33 terrors. What do you reduce by? Just by 10? So face I can do without, but we are social creatures. And even if I don't have a name, then somebody's going to apply one to me anyway. Might as well keep it. Death's door, stop. Alright, the order's here. A stocky spirit is waiting, buckling under the weight of a golden urn as tall as he is. This is a daughter's chosen ambassador. Yeah, but if my name's taken, can I remember it even? Some of the yoke spirits speak through the voice of the departed, which they carry in jars or the containers. You've never seen an urn quite so large, though. Greetings, Professor, a voice echoes from the urn. A voice that is honey poured over thunder. You could huddle around it for warmth. I understand we are to be partners of the Blue Kingdom's first diplomatic enterprise. Well, what are we waiting for? Asked the mesmeric orator, chuckling the warmest, kindest chuckle that has ever issued from a pot. He marches aboard your engine. We are to establish an embassy at a place called Hybris. See. And now I will prove what I suspected. Furrows first. Shovel. Name. Reclaim your face. No, reclaim your name. Oh, name is what requires the indulgence. Name for indulgence, and face for feather. Sadly, I'm pretty sure you could. Mostly it's for the, how they address you. Professor Hummermurmur. Alright, name first though. Name's not as simple as a face as a quartermaster. It can only be returned if you have permission from the Sun's daughter herself. A name cannot be returned, but it can be exchanged, or taken, by order of the highest representative of the Sapphire King himself. You have been granted the name of the Jaded Quartermaster. The nameless thing protests. I have many names to trade, the nameless one before you whines. All the names of the dead, famous names, forbidden names, secret and hideous were found. No, says the Jaded Quartermaster. Only one name will do. At exchange then, mutters the nameless thing. It scribbles a contract on a tablet of wax, and you sign. Your name is returned, and it is the Jaded Quartermaster's once more. See, here's the thing, though. Thing is, you always keep your name. Always have been Guinea II. So whether you lose your name or trade your name, that does not change. So I imagine it's probably something deeper, primordial. Like some protonymic or something. The true name, that if known, works magic. So perhaps if I were to go to Langley Hall and sign my name all nameless, I could write down Professor Guinea II. But in matters of more spiritual or theological natures wouldn't actually have a proper name? I don't know. Just a guess. Observe the antedeceased. Witness how the antedeceased become ephemera when the horologian dictates. A flock of antedeceased crosses the dial. Some are living, still in skyfarers' garbs. Others are spirits, caught between life and death. One quakes beneath the porcelain mask. Orient ministers assist the antedeceased in the transition. Masks of smoldering flame are placed over their head. Their garments and forms are rent, burning them to the sun's light. A scent-like mirror and incense emerges. As the light begins to fade, the new ephemera are shepherded to the direction of death's doors as junior ministers appear to begin to clean them up. Is that what does it? Because when I went from antedeceased to ephemera, we just signed a paper at the House of Mayflies. Maybe I missed my bus. Logos of perfection, doesn't care about yoked, cool. Yellow logos, though, were purely anti-ephemera. So maybe, now that I'm yoked, they won't care. Or will they? Testing ephemeras and below. Oh no. Just thought up a horrible joke concerning losing your name at the land of the dead as part of the process of being dead. Yellow logos, what do you think? Cool with the oak or no? I don't think he cares. They do. No. Hostile 1. The logos doesn't care about the oat. Neat. Alright, think I'll do the embassy stuff and then retirement. Because I haven't yet finished the embassy stuff. Furthest I've ever gone is one of the statue in Titania. Think what? First step is evangelizing. But it's quick, and we got the quick engine now. So it won't take any time at all. Oh, 2 of them? Sure then. If they want to dance, we could dance for a bit. Okay, too much dancing. What I should do is do all this, but with less getting hurt. Oh, the light went out. Oh, it did go out. Perfect. Sweet. And shouldn't be any Eaters of the Dead between here and the Sky Barnet. Burrower, get out of here. Hold on. Blue missile scattering. No Eat of the Dead, but a senior scrivener. Aren't I the lucky one? 30 hull? 31 hull. That's alright. And they're easy, just 3 direct hits. They're dead. Direct hit. Oh, of course, he's gonna hide under the bridge. Come out here, you coward. Cool. Risky. Don't do that again, me. Three more bronze wood at least. 3 bronze wood and, more importantly, a clear route out. No homing missiles. No correspondence, area of effect. I see hostile red. Who's hostile red now? Oh. Logos. Red Logos is wanting me out here. And right by the transit relay, too. Isn't that friendly of him? Alright, just in case. What's the next stuff at the bazaar? Hours of the White Well, cage catches, garbage stuff. So how good are the repairs here? Better I hope than a pan? 4 pairs, cool. 2 smiling devils emerge of the court to repair locomotive. They're complimentary about it, but use words like quaint and charming. They know their way around the gasket, though. Cool, cool. And they get the port report from Death's Door. No, I didn't. Oh, I did. Turn in port reports of Blue Kingdom. The devil's at the front, deviless at the front. Receives the reports and reads them in front of you, cackling in plain delight. How elegant, she exclaims, over one page that details the licensing process for cormorant cenotaphs. What a neat solution. 100 sovereigns and 1 gratitude. Sure, then give me a chart. The annotations of the chart are not to the language you know. You read them anyway. Just don't speak the names out loud, recommends the deviless. Safer that way. Cool. And that's everything here for me. Unless the last autumnal slope has anything else that I might want. No, it's not the same stuff. Except I do have a couple of spare slots. A spare bridge slot, a spare auxiliary slot. Plating, iron 75, veil 75. Golganunza is kind of interesting if you keep it for the Martyr King's Cup. Later on in it, 75 still. Infirmary, plus 10 quarters, but who wants plus 10 quarters? Though 15 armor in your auxiliary slot, freeing up your... Wait, what are you on? You're shield, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Gleaming galley? Nah. Alright, nothing I need. Back to home then. More logos around here. Does Blue care? Blue doesn't care. And 'cause we ate nothing, jackals don't care either. Do they? No, they do not. And terror drops too. How is terror, like 30 now? 37? Insignificant. So pretty sure that a whole night's waiting should be long enough for New Winchester to give me the standard minus 25 terror. The cool thing is, do have enough right now to retire if I wanted to. Got my 10,000 sovereigns. Yeah. Got my 10,000 sovereigns, my 2 captivating treasures. now my 2 unlicensed charts. So if I wanted to, all I'd have to do is take this captain over to Eleutheria, and boom, she's done. But I still suspect something about Hybris. Not Hybris, about Titania. The wiki says I am wrong, and that all you get are those couple of upgrades and the bees, then done forever. But you know what though? Maybe what I'll do is just save it for the next captain. Retire this one out, then do it next time. Things have changed in New Winchester. The Windward Company has made recent gains against Attackides. Oh, they're back to neutral. Excuse me. Guess that means I gotta kill more dudes. Flowers Titania, Literature for Trader's Woods, Bombazine for Lustrum. But I got plenty of cash already. What's at the bank anyway? Cool stuff? Cool. Alright then. Just enough fuel and supplies to get the way over. And house possessions. All these things I can't take with me. Who sells Crimson Promises? Or buys them? I'm sure somebody does. That one dock circling Pan, maybe. Because it's not really you keeping stuff if your affiliations are high enough. It's more like, if you have affiliations, you get stuff. So no harm in selling everything, if and where I can. Excuse me, gentlemen. Hold up. You and I are still on shoot-on-sight measures, aren't we? Worth it for the one hit. Hold for cargo. Yeah, give me the cargo. Inspiration, cool. Ooh, speaking of inspiration. If I want to maximize my money, what I should do is go out to Albion first. Go to that salon of the One Princess and sell all of my permits, all the gossip. I think I should then. It's not gonna take too long. And you can't keep in that stuff anyway. It all goes away. All the possessions. And who's up here? Just Attackity Scout? Attackity Scout and one Marauder. Let us help them out. Crap boy. I see that tea. Better have spare tea for me too. Oh wait, wrong way round. The devil quirks in eyebrows, your locomotive rockets across the sky. Are you trying to impress me, Captain? Oh, he's being flirty with me. To be honest, it doesn't feel fast, but it is. But I guess it's a testament to how slow the actual speed is. If you don't have the engine, and are just cruising normally. Whoops, not yet. Skirt. Oh no, it's gonna hit, it's gonna hit. It's alright. At least I cut off some time. Need the out zoom, not the in zoom game. Cry havoc. You hear disturbance, and oh dear, it must be the dog again. The baritone percussion of his barking echoes throughout the locomotive. There's a pressing question to consider. Where's the noise coming from? Aunt again. Last time was a ball of dough. Help your aunt catch him this time. Aunt caught. The galley is smothered in flour. Every wall, every surface, every object is covered with a fine layer of it, including your aunt. Especially your aunt. White motes float lazily through the air, while your aunt struggles to get a hold of the inadvisably big dog, who appears to be under the impression that they're playing a game. He is your responsibility, she hisses. Deal with him. Okay, there's 2 of us and 1 of him. Who knew that a dog so big could be so slippery? Over and over again, you and your aunt throw yourself at the dog, only to have him wiggle free from your grip. Excuse me. Eventually, bored, he trots out the galley, leaving you 2 panting for breath. Never again, your aunt mutters to himself. Well, they all better are good riders, and good riders know their homework. As the dog is very much true to life. Tea. Why are you stuck at the table? Good mix today. No sticks. Fish them all out and no strays either. Alright, fine. I'll drop them off to Hybris. More to hear. That's right, crab boy, monstrous Hybris. Establish a Blue Kingdom embassy. The village sprawls, silent and abandoned and overrun with rapacious fungi. The interior of every house is choked by spores and rot. Here we are then, the mesmeric orator masterfully avoiding showing even a trace of disappointment. Very good, very good. From the humblest of seeds a mighty oak may grow after all. Occupied abandoned building. Your crew can help clean it up. The orator takes it upon himself to deliver a speech. Your crew, suitably inspired, band together and tackle the village head on, clearing away clutter, sweeping up spores, even hacking away most of the fungi. By the end of the day, the Hybris is habitable once again. This seems the most suitable accommodation for the embassy, declares the orator, standing outside the modest town hall. For now, we should set up our operations here, and one can only hope that in the future we grow. You have lost one mesmeric orator. Hybris is a silent, spore-swept ruin. The Blue Kingdom's embassy has taken over the town hall, but it stands almost completely empty. It is occupied only by the mesmeric orator, who stands at the balcony and practices speeches to an audience of mushrooms. When the orator has finished his speeches for the day, he meets you in his office. The golden urn sits on his desk, somehow managing to project an air of pomposity, while its carrier suddenly gets on with some paperwork. What is the embassy's goal? The orator clears his throat dramatically. He loves a chance to pontificate. An embassy helps different cultures understand each other. Am I correct? The orator pauses for precisely optimum effect. As a reach comes to understand us, they will adopt our inherently superior philosophies. Soon, the reach will soar afield to the Blue Kingdom, perhaps Albion too, and we will have opened strategically valuable new fronts against the Eleutherian menace. Thus, it is imperative that we educate the denizens of the Reach and the philosophy of culmination, and hasten this process as much as we can. We propose an ending to beginnings. It is more complex than that, of course. I explain more in my daily seminar. Ho ho, so the Blue Kingdom is paradigmatically opposed to Eleutheria. Currently have no assignments. There's plenty of work to be done, as usual, he says in a voice of butter and honey. Our work principally concerns spreading the philosophy of the Blue Kingdom, says the orator, with the air of a man from whom monologues come naturally. This is the purpose of the embassy. We are not here to concern ourselves with diplomacy and mortal squabbles, so please understand that while this assignment may be diplomatically disastrous, it is the key to our philosophy. Travel to London, and publicly denounce the Empress who thinks herself eternal. Specifically, discredit her efforts to prolong the false life of her consort. Dude, speak out against London and their queen? Of course we'll do that. You'll do your part to help spread the philosophy of culmination throughout Albion and the Reach. The orator's voice is sunshine breaking through the clouds. Wonderful. I have every confidence in you, Professor. But next, Captain. I doubt the embassy is going to persist. I'm pretty sure I'll do embassy stuff. That if I want to do embassy stuff, I'll have to go back to the Blue Kingdom, become yoked, speak to the Arbiter of Fates, accept our commission, then reestablish it. But still, this is the end of the lifetime of Guinea II, and I'm kind of fitting it too. She's at max level, there's no more improvement. And she's only the second captain. Which means she does not have the benefit of later facets you get from inheriting certain heirlooms. Which isn't a big difference really, but it's there. Might as well try new ones. And permit chat again to reshape them. What I should do are like straw polls or something. To have chat dictate, officially, on paper, democratically. Present to customs, nothing for me to do. Travel to Eleutheria. And you can still attack. Which doesn't at all upset the Singe Jenkins relay. Sending out Scout will cost supplies. Had a dog named Scout. But while I'm here, in the Picaroon terminal, that means Grievers, and Grievers means possibilities and Nevertine gemstones. Don't you, gentlemen? Grievers, wakey wakey, eggs and bakey. I hear him. There's one. And there's two. Griever, hello. And three. Perfection. Sure. Cool. One gemstone at least. Achilles is closer than Pan. It's alright. 4 fuel's gonna get me there. Eventually. Carrying on silently, slowly. Well, not too slowly, though. This is the, what is it? Trebiscore? Tisiphone? Tisiphone. So even not using full steam ahead still gives me pretty good speed. Squelch, squelch, subscribe spinsters that think they're all that, but they're not. Okay, what I'll do is stop by the gentleman first. Gentlemen are hard catchers. I have visited both. Gentlemen, to see if I cannot sell off my criminal stuff. I'm pretty sure it's there. Plenty certain. Because I do want to do a tour of selling off possessions to maximize how much my successor will get. So a small trip here, small trip to London, then back around. But I'm not going to do the embassy stuff, not just yet. Small tour to sell stuff? Sure. Constant back and forth all the way to Hybris? Nah. If it wasn't Hybris, then a big maybe. But because it is, all the way up, then circle about a few narrow passages, tends to take a while. Ouch. Ease in there, come on, a little bit further. That's not it, that's not it. There you go, good engine. In my defense, I don't have a face, so... Midnight confessional, maybe? In the gloom, behind the lights of Pan, the gentlemen ply their midnight trade. Cool, I could sell all my stuff here. 650 sovereigns for each crimson promise. Unburden yourself. Let this promise pass to another... Wait, hold on. I need those, don't I? I'm pretty sure I do. Before I do this, gotta refresh myself on what exactly we need here. Well, first heart catchers, then to Pan. Look, it's my palace. Out. Come on. There you go. Just because my face has been sluiced off doesn't mean I cannot drive. It is the hour of arguments, when the factions of Pan gather in the forum to debate and quarrel. The piping of the adamant idol has become a military march. It is the hour of argument, when Pan's inhabitants gather at the forum to resolve matters that cannot be settled through payment, duel, or murder. The artists of the neo-nocturnal school maintain the forum. Their sculptures of long-limbed aesthetics litter the stage. Listen, observe. The current Cyprus king presides over the debates, making rulings if an agreement cannot be reached. Representatives of Pan's many factions crowd the stone seats. The revolutionaries of which resides, each wearing a flash of red. The placid gardeners of the heart catchers, a crowd of flamboyant neo-nocturnals, and a dozen other minor cults and coteries, colorful in Eleutheria's velvet darkness. Even a representative of the Brazen Brigade is here, a look of profound distaste on his elegant face. The brigade dislikes anything that smacks of republicanism, in the same way that someone who once experienced bad prawns has no desire to do so again. Oh, crap, well, you missed it. There were Doritos. And loads of them for Super Bowl. Visions of Heaven for more unlicensed charts. Dude, that's a good trade. Do it. Give me all the unlicensed charts. You sit among the roots of a gnarled old heart catcher as its vines cold in thought. It's just the two of you. The laws of Eleutheria only permit a tale to be told to one other person. The hanging heads debate your question. One provides a hypothesis, another an antithesis. The remainder negotiate a synthesis. You record their findings. As you listen, you learn fragments of Eleutheria's history, of a costly victory in a war against a Sodonician conjunction, of the grieving of the halved, of the visit to the second storyteller. The heartcatcher falls silent. It has said too much. More like a thesis. Well, I'm going to spend all of my visions of heaven to get all the charts. Dude, heart catches are amazing. All these charts on the cheap. Oh, and they cost mysteries too. Hold on. Because I want to talk to the first heart catcher too. And eavesdrop at the slumbers for more inspiration. Either of these I can sell for a lot. And the thing is, right, I haven't even been getting many port reports and giving them back. All these Eleutherian mysteries I picked up in other ways. You just hang out in Eleutheria and you get a buttload of Eleutherian mysteries. Nightmares plaguing you? Be a heart catcher, and now you have a near infinite supply of inspiration. Need a butt ton of unlicensed charts? Well, we have them right here. For just 2 Eleutherian mysteries. And each of the factions at Pan are similar in that they all provide various benefits. But so far, this one's the best. Well, at least for me right now. Like, alright, sure, you could sacrifice some stuff to get some other stuff, but what for? Like, I think Witcher's Reside actually gives you hull repairs that are better than Pan's, but yeah, so does the Eagle's Empyrean. And sure, they are a source of captivating treasures, but so is fighting curators and guests. It is a bit random, because there are different loot tables, right? And for the curators, you have to roll like above 94 for the loot tables out of 100. So that's a bit of an issue. Alright, an evening infernal splendor requires 2 cryptic benefactors, so I cannot retire yet anyway. You require. So an evening infernal splendor. Alright, also costs. Also, I could retire right now. All I need is 5 villainy affiliations. Got 10,000 sovereigns. 2 crimson promises, 2 treasures, and 2 charts. Got it. 5 villainy and 2, 2, 2. That's all I gotta do. Make sure I keep 2. Seeds to Ackley, souls to Caduceus, and undistinguished souls. I say. Alright, time to start the tour then. The tour of selling all of my stuff. Name's pretty cool. Brazen Brigade. Has some really cool ways to join too. They still worship their old saints or whatever. And the mission they send you on to join the Brazen Brigade has some good writing, good stories. One that hurts the most is Winter's Reside to join the Calendar Council people thingy things. Okay, have 4. Need 2. So sell 2. You whisper the terms to the grill. The woman on the other side draws a blade. There's a hiss of pain, then a bloody palm pressed against the grill. You draw your own knife. Blood meets blood for a crimson moment. And that's it. That's 2 out of 2. For 1,300 more sovereigns. 9 unlicensed charts. I could sell 7. Passing the chart through the grill is an awkward business. At last, it is apparent you're going to need to remove the grill temporarily. The man on the other side slides a mask to you. So that's your identity may go uncompromised. Well, lucky for him, I lost my face. So I have no visible identity, and I'm probably already wearing a mask. He pores over your map, the dim light revealing the horned contours of his mask. At last, he is satisfied, and passes your payment across. Okay, 6 more times. New total 6. New total 5. And loads of money. New total 3, so 1 last time. Cool, 2 charts, all I need to retire. A savage secret. I have 22 in all. Forget it. Instead, I'll give away all of my tales of terror. 5 at a time. Perhaps you feel better after sharing your burden. The silent figure on the other side of the grill does not. You hear them sobbing softly. Eventually, slowly, the panel at the bottom is open and your payment is pushed through. Seeing too much? Take them all away. New total 52. So 10 more times of this. 5 at a time for 50. More tea time at least. Oh, speaking of, I checked the wiki last night, because I was a bit about the boon I'm getting for Titania, and it turns out that all the boons at Titania are mediocre, which is okay. So it doesn't really matter what you pick, as long as you pick what you want. Just follow your heart. Whatever you think is the coolest, or the most fitting. Why does it keep zooming? Engage. Ooh. I can't interact with things, but if I pass through here, what I still get? You still get the Eleutherian mystery, or the Tale of Terror. So cool, and, because you're at full speed, if an undeparted does spawn, almost had it. If an undeparted does spawn, it'll be too far away for it to even do anything to you. It's gonna be tight. Just gotta make sure I turn ahead of time. Like driving at 90 miles an hour at an actual heavy storm on the highway at midnight. Something tells me that the way younger me used to drive might have been a little bit reckless. Oh, I can't take the flotsam. Quick, somebody put on a net. Didn't work. It's alright, almost here anyway. Something sees me. This area tends to have scribe spinsters, but it could be an undeparted. best thing about the transit relays, no contraband on board, is you get infinite bells on it. Travel to Albion for free. You are the reason this relay exists. You made the long, ruinous journey here on the uncharted sky road. To the staff, you are a cross between a Messiah and a curse. Attention! The burr below has not increased. The quality cannot increase past 20 because he already hates me, or she does. Wink, dink, dink. Choo. Locomotive will need appropriate equipment, huh? Primarily a saying. Let's fly then. All I got from that is that my dog enjoys breakneck speed. But because white text on white mists, that's all I got out of it. Broken habitation, long blank. Sorry, Wolbury, but you don't have it. We can't sell things to you. Of course, Crab Boy, do what you gotta do. Whoop, no, not this way, not this way, not this way. Oof. Alright, fine. The conductor claps his hands with glee, then pretends it never happened. 5 fuel down already, going from Pan to the relay and from the relay to here. Not a bad expensive fuel, this might be quicker. I mean, duh, quicker, but I mean fuel-wise. That was the thing with Sunless Seas, wasn't it? You could take the best engine and end up drinking down all the fuel in the world, but you've turned a half-hour journey, or even an hour's journey, into like 3 or 5 minutes. So despite burning more fuel, you're using less of it. And in spending less fuel too, going left and right super quickly. Less food consumed. Less nightmarish things engaged with. So fast is fast. Fast is cheaper. Sorry, Dreadnought, can't catch us. Just gotta count for my turn and radius. Alright, this time I'm gonna drift in. Gonna be perfect. It's got a good line on it. Oh, just scraped the side. Was gonna turn in like this. Perfect angle. Perfect slope. Slight correction, slight correction, slight correction, and pull out. To pull in. Oh well, next time. Silken Salon knows what I'm here for. No dispensations, none of that. All my gossip then. Your ears ring with all the gossip you've heard lately. The princess sends for wine. It is a long evening in which much is shared. When you stumble out into the fog, she pats your hand. Don't worry, she tells you. I shall take all this in hand. Inordinate amount of gossip. Significant amount of gossip. You sit for an hour in the princess's salon, recounting all you've learned. She does not interrupt, but once gasps. My goodness, she says when he's finished, a playful, lazy smile on her lips. I shall have to do something about that. New total 0. And permits, 37 permits. Sometimes, the princess tells you, the ministry refuses me what I want. If only I had some means of circumventing them. The princess's eyes are bright with delight. Oh, my professor, she says, her lips curling in a wicked smile. Wonderful. Aw, she likes them, and she likes me. Okay, give all the permits. How many's left? 30. I gotta click this 30 times. Can I get a macro for that? This keyboard has macro buttons. Could I program it to click here, go down, click, come up, click, come down, click, come up, click, come down, click, come up, click, come down. I was reading some old Reddit posts, because of course, you know, Sunless Sky's got great lore, as Failbitter does. You look over for stuff. And there's one critique that this part here, where you click continue, and then it takes a second, is an unskippable cutscene. No, it's a load, that's what it is. Sure, sometimes cutscenes can hide loads, but sometimes a load is a load. It's like doors in Resident Evil. The newer ones, or the remakes of the old ones, they keep the doors for the aesthetic. But in the old days, that was just loading things up. $11, almost done. I'll keep 5 on me, just in case. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year's. Spread the Blue King's influence by publicly denouncing the Empress. Her attempts to extend her consort's life are an abomination. She sits on a throne of blasphemy and deceit. Success? It is not long until the first stone is thrown, but you persist, wiping the blood from your face. Oh my goodness, that's gross, because they have no face, it's all just sinew and muscle. You continue your tirade until the constables arrive. They drag you away, still ranting about the Empress's misdeeds. Most of the crowd are baying for your blood, but you're sure you saw some thoughtful faces on the Sea of Rage. Your voice was, to some degree, heard. The constables let you go with nothing more serious than a night in the cells and a light beating. Reputation, Woodward Company, still 0. Okay, Bronzewood for Parliament, no. Gemstones for the Mausoleum. Would be cool, but it's too late for that now. Escape Fields. Let's go back to the Reach. Because I got business in Titania. Terror drop. Unusual cargo and set back the fortunes. Nah, I just dropped my terror. Down to 0. Wah, 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 wah. Pachoom. Dilly is terrified by her sudden speed. She makes a noise like a balloon being hugged and scurries away. Oh, that broke my heart. Whoever wrote Dilly, all those who contributed to her, brilliant. Promote them. Give them raises. Toss them a Pulitzer. I don't care if Pulitzers don't cover speculative and weird fiction. They've earned it. Okay, now zoom in. Bit to the right, then left. Okay, that's a bridge. Scared me. It's like, wait, that wall isn't on the map. Sorry, Monita. We got places to be. Idle ships are the Empress's plaything after all. Don't hit, don't hit. Okay, good, they missed. This is fun. Why would you ever not fly in full speed if the space allows? Okay, present to customs. That's why I carried all the stuff. You know what? I think I'll go to Hybris after all, because Port Prosper's not too far away from it. Stop by Hybris, let them know what's up. And hopefully, maybe... No, not yet. Because I haven't yet finished Titania. I think I'll need cage catches, won't I? Just speed through a loading unloading zone. Alright then, guess I'll stop by New Winchester. Pick up a butt ton of cage catches just in case. I think it's cage catches. To set up their anti-bee defenses. He's gonna hit me, isn't he? Oh yeah, that got me. Your dog enjoys your breakneck speed. He leaves from a window, tongue flapping. See? Perfect tongue, not perfect tongue riding, perfect dog riding. New Winchester built watchtowers here, in a fruitless attempt to deter marauders. Well, see, that would have worked, except that environmental stuff don't actually have any meaning. What use is the watchtower if the turrets on it can't actually engage with the world? Scoop around this way? Nah. Next exit after. I think I like to settle down one day, says the eccentric, gazing wistfully at the ramshackle homestead. Really? It's like they took the previous GF and turned her into the eccentric. Completely. What did they write her? I thought it was post-2018 that it couldn't be. Or pre-2018, I mean. But if post? No, couldn't be. It's all coincidence. Like a house of many doors. I'm just projecting onto female engineers, is all I'm doing. That's a hit. Nope, that's not a hit. Oh. That's alright, I'm here anyway. Taste of smog, the sound of iron on iron. We are home. It's an okay home, New Winchester. A bit too smoggy for me. But the palace is another area. Propaganda Caroline, don't really care about. Repairs, I'm good. Parsimony's chairman, House of Cavi. Would do it. Except, not really here to make money, am I? Titania sells some more possessions, then out. And if it turns out that the mesmeric orator wants to the statue now, well, too bad for him then. We'll just have to wait for the next captain. Cool. Loop around this way, then a straight shot down. Unless we're hives to block me. Was it catches or nectar? It could be nectar. I'm sure it's cage catches. It's been ages. But I have that recollection. Built the House of Cavi. Built the theater. So all that's left are defenses. Since seems to be I can do is build 2 things before defenses, and that's it, you're done. Whoops, too shallow. Nope, got it, we're good. Now it's a straight shot. And if it turns out that I do need nectar, the hive will be there. The hive and all the bees. Sad thing is, though, that of course you have to defend Titania. We have the irons, why not? But the strangest thing, if you fail, you don't lose crew. If you do succeed, you gain 1 nectar but lose 1 or 3 crew, which is 3 each time. So you're punished for success. To borrow the tired old capitalist term. As so. Is Titania under attack? It is. Rally to Titania's defense. Success means losing 1 crew. Anywho, first repairs. Pay for all the repairs, all 10% of it. Fund the next stage, all 1,000. Seeing as I have almost 20,000 sovereigns, might as well. Advise on Titania's next upgrade. There's much to be done, if the founders can only agree on what. Current funding process 100%, port damage 0. Listen into the arguments. 3 squabble like artists, relentlessly. All 3 agree that Titania represents a phenomenal new opportunity for art. Where they differ is on whose definition to use. But they're making no arguments for me. Fine then. B defenses. So it is catches. Need 3. Alright. In retrospect, perhaps you should have started with these, says the rhapsodic mayor. The other councillors nod their slightly embarrassed agreement. Okay, if it's all I can build, then take it. The soporific poison from your cage catches prove as effective as the rhapsodic mayor had hoped. Mix with Titania's pollen, they lure the hive for the public areas, and soon, the chorister hive scouts, finds himself slipping into restful sleep. The mayor clicks her fingers. Get some rope, she orders. I have an idea. You have finished building Titania. Well, if it says such, then I guess it is done. A new lineage may make different choices and unlock alternative options. For now, each new captain can enjoy the boons you have made available, as well as take advantage of bargains and prospects from your buildings. Bargains and prospects too. See, the boons are garbage for everyone. But if it's a choice of which boons and bargains and prospects, that could be important. Oh well. At least we have the House of Cavi. If you have the House of Cavi, then really, you haven't done any wrong. Could donate captivating treasures, but I only have the 2. Ah well, take the inspiration. The melancholy poet will also arrange for well-paying artists to enjoy the presence of a muse. You give an afternoon to one of the port's prized artists, not the port-sized artists, strolling over the nectar-dripping petals of Titania, lost in conversation. Her eyes barely leave you. By evening, they are alight with ideas. Okay, take the rest then. I don't need inspiration to retire in the manner that I wish. 10 left. Seven more, almost there. What I could do instead, rather than scrolling, is just give away all my sky stories, the visions of heaven, and then just work my way down like that. But no, already in here, sunk cost fallacies and all. Just 3 more left anyway. And broke. 20,000 sovereigns. Last one. Cool. Donate 5 sky stories out of a possible 63. Your travels have brought you to the farthest wilds of the heavens. You've seen things others couldn't imagine. The melancholy poet was a whole journal, and sends out a fresh bottle of ink. When you are finished, the poet needs a moment to think. This will go to someone of singular talent. Your payment is brought in. Okay, take all of it. At least the distance to click here isn't very much. Just down, continue, rise up as it loads, continue, load, continue. And already up to 20s, mid-20s, 23 now. So breezing through in no time at all. Eight. 3 then. A brace of stories to convey the wonders of the sky. The poet presses you for more details. But Captain, were you terrified, ecstatic? My artist will want to know. Your answer is written down and heavily underlined. Then visions of heaven. Something precious, briefly glimpsed, forever remembered. 3 in all. Cool. The melancholy poet sighs longingly. Such courage, Professor. Oh, to walk the paths of heaven and glut your eyes with wonders. The reward is handsome. The poet's look is admiring. 2 and last one. Now retirement. Which I guess I'll stop by Hybris anyway. Let the orator know that his deed is done. Oh, I didn't get them. I was hoping for more direct hits. Oh well. Like that. Bees, don't think on it. The stalwart navigator smiles and leans back in his seat as the engine roars. Also, it does change the name for it. Pretty sure it said Rat Brigade for the rats, though, implying that perhaps that tag isn't updated. But I might have just misread it. Winds, please, don't push me. Of course I gotta play dumb and go up the narrow way. If I wait for the next exit, it's much broader. Less turns, a bit less rocks. But if I was a smart captain, I wouldn't be on Captain 2, would I? Well, by now, sure, after trying the first one. Excuse me, Takadi, thank you. Bit more left. Just barely made it. Just barely made this one too. Oh no, this is fun. Imagine though, if this was the default speed and you had to actually care about crashing into things. And thus, if full speed was even faster. What if full speed was in Burrower, get out of here. She's just giving away Sky stories at this point. See, that's why you give yourself high mirrors. Not to be a smart captain, not for the benefit of various pieces of equipment, but just to spay the bird below. She's looking to hate you. Even if you sacrifice hours and placate her for a while, boom, hated again the very moment you take the transit relay. Bit more rocks here. Add in. Sudden homesteads popping up en route, not marked on the map. Bit precarious up in these reaches. One more rock, then east around to find Agatha's way. Oh no, only 10 fuel. Have I thought this out? And you see that. Monitor and Marauder just facing off at each other. Almost confirmed what I said yesterday about those agents just spawning as out of the map, stuck in place so as to not spend too many resources calculating everyone on the map at once. Otherwise, that Marauder would be moving, hooking around, flanking, Monitor keeping pace. As a consequence, you tend to come across everyone just stuck in place, not moving. Hit. That rock straight up picked up its skirt for me. All solid, that should have been a hit. And as per the previous trip, it takes 2 fuel maybe to get from the transit relay to Pan. So I think I'm good. Meant to hit C, but fat-fingered, hit Z instead. By which point it was far too late to miss. Or to dodge, I mean. Which is fine, no biggie. It's about to Hybris to the embassy. Tell the Orator that you completed your assignment. Another agent of the philosophy is working to popularize the Blue Kingdom ideals. Your actions are helping Hybris grow, says the Orator. The more we expand, the more there'll be to do. Ah, the curse of success. Another curse all too well, the Orator slips into storytelling mode. His magnificent voice is particularly well suited to the rhythm of a well-worn tale. When I was alive, I was a politician, one of the greatest speechmakers of my day. My success made me a target. Fine words cannot stand up to a soldier and a sword. As he speaks, blazing light filters the fungus that coats the windows. Is it your imagination? Or is it tinted blue? What's next then? Plenty of work to be done. The stars are much maligned in the Reach, says the Orator sorrowfully. Perhaps because of the clockwork abomination. The citizenry must be taught that entities such as the Sapphire King are not threatening in the slightest. Why, they protect us from falling into the darkness of Eleutheria. They keep us whole and safe and together under the single immutable law. There is no greater comfort, my friend, than knowing that the sun will rise tomorrow as expected. As such, I require you to travel to New Winchester and spread the argument that the stars are above us for good reason. Sure, we'll accept, but some other captain. I do want to see where his philosophy of the culmination culminates in. Because I doubt that he's going to be like the, what is he? the phlegmatic researcher, and just give Radiant quest for the rest of his life. It has to end somewhere. Oh, what I should have done is check bazaars and get more cool stuff. That's fine though. Worst case scenario, the next captain inherits 5,000 sovereigns instead of 1,000 converted, or 10,000 I mean. Converted to loads of commodities. Because either way, taking the time to settle the possessions, well, all the possessions, most of them. Oh right, who'd have taken the specimens? I think it's Melisune, Murgatroyd, that converts those to Savage Secrets. But who buys them straight out? Royal Society, maybe? Oh well, I'll find out some other time. 2 Eleutheria then. See, just going around, that's twice that the Burrow says that they want to hate me, but they really can't because they already hate me. What you could do, and is a smart play, is to buy out as much fuel and supplies as you can before retiring. Because that you can keep. If run out of fuel, you could burn something else. Good advice. But I don't think they can crew. Which I argue that crew aren't just food. They're food and fuel. In one ambulatory package. Just visions. None of them have Namertine gemstones. How about you? What do you have? I'll accept hold 2. Cool, you do have gemstones. 1 more 1,000 sovereigns for my successor. Which way to go? Down? Yeah, go down. Down's clearer. Dang, just noticed that the very act of doing full speed takes like a chunk off of your fuel. The actual consumption during full speed is not too bad. Like 1 every half second. Tailwind, nice. Tailwind plus full speed. Will that account for will double it. And more importantly, Rochester Club allows you to race from point A to point B and back to the Royal Society. And for the most part it's easy. If you could scoot and avoid combat, then you pretty much won each and every race. But had they rebalanced it to account for full speed, to make it such a required to have it, and to be in it. More gemstones, nice. One for you, one for you. Puppy dog these things are. Oh, I missed. I might have missed him, but the feeling is mutual, I assure you. Gemstones? Jammy Stonies? Thank you very much. And it doesn't matter if I spend any fuel here, because the thing is right. The smart trick is when you retire, put all of your fuel in the bank, and you'll get an automatic like 3 or 5 when you start the next game. Ooh, gotta pop in here. Get something. Nah, I couldn't get him. Just gotta crash on that. That's fine though. Better to have tried and lost, or something like that. Pan's a callin', says the crewman, so it is. Pan, where my retirement palace is. It's a shame, isn't it, the system they have here. Having to work your entire life, not for the pleasure of it, but to build towards some future retirement. And then that is it. Then life is over. Must be awful, isn't it? Could you imagine? All of you go back in. Oh no, 0 food. Now buy directly to the bank. How much do I want? Better yet, we got numbers here. We can manipulate. No, not that. Could I not do backspace? Fine then, just 50. Not to my hold to the bank. 1,000 only for 50. In that case. Yeah, that's good. A bank of 50 and 110. Then I'll retire, which will cost 1,000 sovereigns. And my successor will take half of 9,849. That's acceptable. To open my estate then, hold a magnificent coming out ball to cement your status among your peers. Alright, first I need villainy. Who's got villainy for me? Academy, Bohemia, Establishment, Villainy +2. Academy, Villainy +2. Now we're good? Host a raucous shindig, an evening, for all of those on the underside of the establishment's boot. An incorrigible affair. You lavish funds on both security and entertainment. You must fend off spies and ministry officials and preserve both your property and your personage at the event of too successful a celebration. Your coming out ball runs for 3 days and 3 nights, to give everyone time to arrive and leave quietly. Throughout, your estate is overrun with tacketies and criminals, smugglers, spies, and poets. They drink your wine cellars dry. They swing from your chandeliers. There are 7 murders. It is a resounding success. Everyone leaves having had a marvelous time, your name upon their lips, and your house a fixed point in the firmaments. Just not in-game, though. This captain's career is complete. You have an heirloom, a token of vast wealth. Lost 10,000, 2 crimson promises, captivating treasures, unlicensed charts, but it doesn't matter anyway. Even if we had them, then my successor isn't going to get it. You donate your Carisbrook to your chosen successor. Academics ensure the next captain gets 4 Sir Enigmas. Bohemian friends give me their inspiration. Establishment, 3 permits, 6 secrets from villainy. After subtracting their fee, Hadaj's bank arranged successor's inheritance. You dictate now a slightly shaded chart. And with their assistance, your successor will start out stronger and wiser than you did. At level 16, dang! Difficulty? Nah, keep it. And continue on to a bathroom break, because that's almost 3 hours in. 3 hours, no bathroom break? I'll be right back, then we'll make the next captain. Alright, back. Went ahead and got some water too. Freshened up, topped off resources. And this screen is nice. Actually loops the song. So who is going to inherit from Guinea II? Could it be Guinea III? It will be, of course, but who is Guinea III? Today, London lies beneath the stars. A new empire unfolds across the heavens, but 10 years ago, the flavor text not counting for the advancement of time. Because the game started in 1906. Cool. But it's like 1909 now, maybe 1910. It's almost 1910, it's November last I saw. Before the Northern Gate was opened, before the renewed Empress led her people to the skies, it lay in a vast cavern far beneath the earth, deep, dark, marvelous. Who were you then? Well, the last couple were a poet of the nocturnal school, then an academic of literature. Who's going to carry after? And what are we going to do? We could do the Martyr King's Cup now that we have found where the Dismal Chamberlain should have been. But that's an endgame thing. That's going to be like the last thing we do. We could do the truth. Truth ambition is also cool, but it's kind of involved. But the truth has three endings. Well, three primary endings, and the good end has a few other branches. We tried a good end branch and escaping via Piranesi, but I have not tried escaping via sneaking back through the Avid Horizon. That's new stuff for me, so I might do that then. But then who would choose to go back to the seas? A sailor maybe? A priest perhaps? A soldier? A street urchin? Perhaps we're both in a gang. Together, the old friend and I. Ah, that's right, your background doesn't just affect how you got to the skies, but who your friend is. Fellow revolutionaries? Choices and choices. Sailor gives high irons. Priest, hearts. Sure then, let's be a priest this time. You preached the word, and brought the need of the word before the church in the intercession. But besides God Almighty, to whom did you answer? A bright-eyed sequencer. The new sequence was young. Now, it has spread to the highest office of the church, with Her Majesty's blessings, to increase mirrors, an affiliated establishment. Or the Bishop of Southwark, it was illegal to hunt or harass devils. They were citizens of London just like you. But the bishop did not care. Increased veils and villainy. Or your parishioners. Sisyphus has it easy. He never had to contend with Miss Quig for irons in Bohemia. Alright, parishioners. What does winning mean to us? Wealth. That kind of priest. Fame. The truth. Even the stars have secrets, but they won't keep them from you. A message from an old friend begins. An unwise quest to learn a secret that the stars hide. What drives you? Curiosity? Justice? Insolence? Whatever it is, it will be tested. Be warned, this is a demanding ambition, best played by a lineage that has already completed wealth or fame. Martyr King says this ambition can be failed. I guess that kind of implies a demanding ambition, but the truth isn't so hard. The only real demanding thing is if you go for good end and need like 300 hours. Or going off the map might be a bit scary for some. So a priestly type were we? What looks priestly? But yeah, it turns out when the aunt goes, "Curator's egg, oh haha, I get it." That's a clue that the curator's egg is a joke, And turns out that refers to a little cartoon about the curate's egg. Bishop saying, "Oh, looks like you got a bag egg there." "Oh no, my lord, the egg has it has excellent qualities, I promise." Now that's some hair. That's cute too. Alright, there it is. We'll go with hair too. And instantly covered up by the hat. Maybe I'll have him go uncovered. Previous two ladies, lovely hats. Stovepipe for Guinea I, a crab boy's request. And whatever hat this is. Was it this one? For the other one. Okay, head uncovered for you. Though really, this face doesn't look half bad. A crisp mustache, bit of a nose on him, a heavy brow clutching onto his glasses. What about outfit then? What would suggest his previous occupation? Choker? Nah. Epaulets? Maybe not. Maybe something like this? Yeah, I think that'll do. Term of address: brother, sister, reverend, maybe reverend. Or brother or reverend so far. My lord, my lady. Principal. Reverend then. The Reverend Guinea III. Continue. Do I want outfit 10? It's got a collar, sure. But is it the right collar? I'll give collar 6. Collar 6, outfit 6. 6 or 10, 6 or 10. Thing is, the buttons are a bit weird. At this angle, at least. Yeah, I'll go 6. You were a priest. Preached the word and brought need of the word before the church in intercession. Answering to your parishioners, daily you entangled a new crisis among your flock. You bore the widow Quig's pitiless dissection of her sermons. Like the saints of old, you endured hideous torments in the form of Mr. Gadgery's organ playing. And we seek the truth. A message from an old friend will start us on that path. Starting us off with 17 irons, 25 hearts, and 10 mirrors veils. First step's going to be collect officers. First step's going to be choose who we were. I probably won't fill out too much yet. A house in Gethsemane. You've doubted, you've had good reason, but the bishop called it a crisis of faith. When you found your way from the twilit valley, from its uncertain path and its snaring briars, were you the same person who entered it? Your faith was confirmed, even Christ doubted. O my Father, if this cup may not pass away from me, except I drink it, thy will be done. If it was good enough for him. 5 hearts, 3 irons. Or you lost faith. The scales fell from your eyes. Doubt is not weakness, it is reason. And once you began asking questions, it was impossible to stop. Well, couple of story possibilities here for this captain. Because we're gonna find out, spoilers, that the stars are dying. These stars, who are gods unto themselves, the great chain of being. Either the stress and trauma of entering the high heavens trespassing upon heaven itself. Would it make me lose faith? Or maybe my faith was confirmed, and I will then have to accept and acknowledge the horrible truths against it, or maybe continue to struggle against it, as the truth ambition reveals its secrets to me. For now, I'm going to make him a more pious priest. In his previous crises of faith, he endured. Whether that remains to be seen will remain to be seen. What about our inheritance? A prior captain lineage arranged for you to receive a considerable endowment. What motivated the bequest? Charity? Duty? Guilt? Regardless, the sum involved was generous without being unseemly. What did you do with it? You squandered it, and enjoyed every moment. Life is a prize. Gold and jewels are only fuel. Now, we invested wisely. And those investments has recently borne fruit. Shiny, clinking fruit. Excuse me. And certainly we had an interesting predecessor. An earlier captain lineage is held in high regard. I mean, she had a palace in Ethereum, here we are starting out, and she bequeathed all this to us. Certainly. Some of your predecessors' shines rubbed off on you. It opened doors, expensive doors, with bright brass knockers, and servants to answer them. Where did those doors lead? To the parlors of the privileged, where you drank tea and glasses of port, ate delicate triangular sandwiches, but had to endure their endless questions about your forebear, or to the halls of the academy, where it was determined you should make something of yourself and, who knows, perhaps even follow in the illustrious footsteps of your forebear. Nah. While Guinea II was a professor of literature, I think she opened my doors to privilege. Though, gotta get hearts up. Priest, after all. Focus, I think, is gonna be hearts and mirrors. And then irons and veils are gonna fall where they may. Family footsteps. The apple did not fall far from the tree. The way it turned out came as little surprise to those around you. Cast from a mold, they said. But which of your family's qualities do you embody? Their virtues? Or their vices? Blood will out, they said darkly. It certainly does. With a little help from sharp knife. Now, their virtues. Some inherit wealth. You inherited character. Good breeding, people said. Well, perhaps. But you've always been a keen observer, and learned quickly. Metamorphoses? Well, at some point, like everybody, you can no longer be the person you were told to be. Ooh, which fits in well with our crisis of faith. We didn't change overnight. Our faith was confirmed. We had a gradual growth. Inch by inches, your new self growing from the roots of the old. It was only after, when you looked back, that you saw how far you'd come. Ding! What else is hearts? A mentor? Ah, even a priest gets a lost love. The gradual erosion of that which separates you from someone else. The fitting together of two lives as intricately and intimately as the threads in a tapestry of the cells in your skin. And when one of those lives ends, what remains of the other? You loved. You lost. How badly does it hurt now? Like a gnawing ache, a hole in the heart. You feel, always, that something is missing. In the middle of all the things you look up and around. And then remember that they will never be there. Augusta Avenues? Nah, I gotta focus on hard stuff. Scandal. Maybe we did have a scandal as a priest. You were the gossip of London salons, and the target of blistering editorials of the Gazette. Mad, they said. Bad, they said. Dangerous to know. What was the incident that exposed you to the buffeting winds of public opinion? A torrid affair. Secret letters, warm yearning, furtive assignations where desires among the things could be unlaced. The reports were salacious. Mentor, perhaps? A haunting? Want to see what other nightmares we get first before we do hauntings. But then again, if I get 2 officers, we got the rats that give hearts. Who else gives hearts now? Does a bat? The bat might be hearts, I can't remember. The multiplicitous hoarder that he is now. So if I already have 2 officers, like give +10 to hearts, then I could focus now on other things, like getting mirrors up, because mirrors is garbage right now. Maybe, after our scandal in London, we took to the skies. That was a motivation brought us here. And so we were a settler. For a time, we lived the hand-to-mouth existence of a homesteader, carving a home on the frontier of the Reach. A hard-scrabbled existence, scratched from the sky, a month at a time. The Reach is verdant, but its homesteads cling to tiny, exposed sky rocks. Most fail. In the end, what drove you back to the skies? 1 bad season. That's all it takes. 1 harvest where the crops grow weeping tumors or venomous nodules. 1 bad wind that rips a house from its mooring. August Avenues? Doesn't give any hearts, though. Any mirrors and hearts? They're scarred. For irons and hearts, or irons and veil, or irons and mirrors, I mean. Haunted? Nah. Alright, August Avenues. August Avenues or Steam and Soot. Not or. What's the other one? Smoggy Streets is the opposite. August Avenues or Smoggy Streets. But first, what about the Call of the Sea? Oh, right. The mist sea surrounding Woolbury contains many secrets. One has touched you, or someone near to you has passed it on. There is a slight plasticity to your flesh, enough to make subtle changes to your appearance with the aid of a mirror and some patience. There are dreams, too, of unearthly choirs, and a purple-black sky propped with pillars of lightning. What do you do when the dreams come? Revel in them. In those moments, when the tireless storms sing, you feel you are home. You wake weeping, your tears as silver as mercury where they slide from your eyes, and for the hidden ducks in the palm of your hand, or deny them. You wake with a cry, and seek any means to erase the inhuman improper visions. Work, excess, pain, drink, anything to remind you that you are human. Human! Ooh, what if that is also part of what slowly erodes his poor priest's faith? Bequeathed all this by Guinea II, but then tainted by her. Ding! Alright then, and a mentor. Who hasn't got the blind bruiser as a mentor? Everybody does. Spent much of your youth in the heart of London, where the gas lamps are scarce, the prospects bleak, and the people as flinty as cobbles? Maybe that's the story then. We started off young in the rough ends, had the blind bruise as a mentor to steer us right, and eventually became a priest. Further rungs of the ladder of metamorphoses, a change upon a change upon a change. You spent much of your youth in the heart of London, where the gas lamps are scarce, prospects bleak, and the people of flinty as cobbles. How'd you like it there? You despised it. Your only dreams of something better kept you going. As soon as you saw an opportunity to make a life for yourself, you jumped at it. You haven't looked back. 64. All I need is 1 more mirrors. 1 more heart, I mean. Then it won't matter. All I'll need is 1 singular officer, a +10 heart. Then the rest, wherever they want to be. Scarred then. How about scarred? You came close that day to death. It left its mark. What was it nearly killed you? An engine accident, a breached pipe, a jet of scalding steam. You spent a week on the brink, trapped in boiling dreams. The scars are still livid on your skin. Or black sheep. Well, everyone so far has been following not far from the tree and at the same time a black sheep. What if I do something different then? A spell in prison, perhaps? The judge, stony-faced, condemned you to New Newgate, the stalactite prison of old London. It's dark, was thick as tar. Its cells were small as pantries. How'd you spend your days there? You served your time quietly. You notched each dismal day onto the cell wall. You steered clear of the monsters and the meek they preyed on. You dreamed the day of your release. Is that what I want for this priest? Well, there will be other facets. What if I push instead? Not so hard on, oh, you came from the East End and though you were tossed in prison and got scarred and all that. Not completely criminal. But we were a homesteader. Promise of days, maybe? Her Majesty offered the earliest pioneers under the heavens a grant of 30 years, if they would build houses and necessities for those who would follow. You were one of the first at the doors of the sky, and accepted the offer. How did you spend the Queen's hours? In toil, you helped lay the foundations of London. You dug its sewers, laid its streets. 30 short years. Well, that sounds more labory than priestly. I imagine that as a homesteader. We worked the soil, tilled the land, and tended the crop. I'll hold off then. Get some more stuff in. Dude, 3 people right here. Multiplicitous Hoarder, Defiant Devil, and my aunt. It is rumored among the devils that the multiplicitous Hoarder is nothing but a sack for a multitude of horrors, silken with fur. It is capable of speech, but otherwise a husk for nightmares. Still, it is very good at keeping track of small precious things. Mirrors by 10. Oh. Affiliation established by 2. Okay. Your crew develops a cautious affection for the multiplicitous Hoarder. It causes no fuss, only sings to itself, serenading your stock of equipment as if it were an absent child. The multiplicitous Hoarder brings almost nothing aboard save for 3 golden apples swaddled in silk, silver thread, and a bronze needle, its tip speckled with rust. And the devil, nodding to me coolly. He is ageless, experienced, Vales 10, Academy 2. Which means all these people so far are getting more affiliations, and more affiliations for more facets. Recruit your aunt. A message was waiting for you at the station when you arrived. The handwriting is elegant and curly-cued. The paper smells of rosewater. Read the letter. Have one savage secret, needs one, have 7. It invites you to meet her. Make sure you're not followed. Veils 10, so still no hearts. Your aunt meets you in a moonlit grove. She introduces herself as February and winks ostentatiously. Work requires me to travel for a bit. I'm a commendable quartermaster, and I have facilities with ciphers, arson, and firearms. She smiles wickedly. I am sure we'll get along famously. She has extracted gossip from you before she's even aboard. This woman is skilled. Your aunt has become revolutionary. Okay then. Who wants up? Ooh, and I've also got... Oh, so I don't get the pangolin. I get to keep Dilly, but just Dilly. Mirrors and villainy. Veils. Mirrors and establishment, or veils and villainy. Well, how are things right now? 1 across and 2 academy. And you're my 2 academy. Academy facet then? A secret symposium. In a midnight lecture hall, a cadre of masked experts gathered to present a paper on the subject administrative forbidden. Prohibited theories are shared. Research partnerships born. You continue to correspond in code on matters abated. What was the topic of symposium? Oh, maybe the... Oh, but this reduces nightmares. And I kind of want to hold off on now. And that's the same for all the affiliations, isn't it? Say if I switched from you. Put establishment, put villainy. They're all drop terror, aren't they? Your club drops terror. Thief Oath drops terror. So I gotta hold off on those. No point dropping terror if I don't have terror. You can't put that in the bank. But how are things now? 64, almost. 23, 39, 44. Okay then, who gives what? Veils? Well, I guess I do need veils, don't I, to get that job in London to start smuggling. But even then, 2 offers is only 33. Was it Veils or Villainy? I think it was Veils. Okay, then just mirrors. Pump my mirrors up as high as I can go. 64, 44. Cypress King is cool enough. Give crew away already? Not yet. King Idle Station, recruit crew? Nah. And C. Because I tossed everything into the bank, started me off already with 3 fuel and 3 supplies. Okay, Bazaar, what's the first thing? Seeds for Heracles is garbage. Souls to Caduceus, 5 jumbles. Okay. Alright, then I can't use you because mirror's 75. Can't use you because mirror's 50. Can't use you because heart's 75. Can't use you because heart's 75. Can't use you because mirror's 50. Well, I could at least get mirrors up, can't I? I'm only 6 away from it. An interlude, perhaps? Ren and gold? Now everyone's had that. Blockade, steam and soot. Oh well. I'll make do with what's down now. A regular drill. A regular cannery. And where is my Marauder Mangonel? Cool. Get you on board. Slow for some reason. Bit of a delay here. Cool. And as for scouts, I don't need them. So 5 souls, was it for Caduceus? Yep, 5 it is, and away we go. There we go, much quicker now that I've actually left port. Sometimes it lags up like that, and the only solution is to leave. Hour of leaving. Cool. $11 food, fuel, 6 food. I think then I'll go. Guess I could do Caduceus first. What I want is to go to the Empyrean first, because Empyrean, I think my engine... Oh no, that's right. The gentle eccentric can be found here, or at the Empyrean. But she's the brilliant eccentric now, so I think she's at the Royal Society. But I could still hopefully find the stalwart navigator here. Officer collection is imperative. Another one? What the heck is with all these bots? Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers? Why would you buy Prime when you get it for free with Amazon Prime? Which you could use to drop me a free Prime sub. Blech. No, just ban you. Whoops. No, don't click it. Did that not ban? There we go. Ban user. And because he was nice enough to drop me a whisper too, I could report later. Oh, Dilly is terrified still. If I don't pick up the perfect pangolin, it's cute. I won't miss on it too much. Narrow miss? No, not narrow enough. It's alright though. Already mostly there. Oh. I put my mangan on the secondary weapon chart. Okay. Guess only good thing Chris should fix that. No more AoE. But oh, I was gonna say still on my aim. Then I prove it wrong. Couple of good hits, come on. Get that aim practice in. Ooh, nice. Actually hit him. Wait, hold on. 50% is all it's giving me. Why though? Crew 12, weight 6, 24. It's not that. No requirement. Iron 25 I have. Huh. It's still doing 1, 2, 3, then full. But it only goes halfway. Weird. Could it be because it's a secondary weapon? Nah, can't be that. Maybe it is. Smaller heat gain, but only halfway capacity for the light weapon slot, and full heat gain and full capacity for the heavy weapon slot, because it fits in both. 1, 2, 3. If I'm at max, that is weird. Treating halfway as full. Anywho, who's here? Lane of Lion and Unicorns. Nobody so far. Report, introduce myself. Visit embassy, but nobody's here. Empyrean. Recruit, the stalwart navigator. He's discriminating when it comes to captains. Your locomotive has caught his attention. He is young, but talented. He would make a fine addition to your crew. Irons 10 affiliation establishment, and Boheme by 1. Okay then, welcome aboard. And that gives a your club for establishment, which also drops nightmares. Coterie drops nightmares. So all these cool stuff I should take, but I can't yet. Anywho, repairs. I could afford it. Use a checkpoint to get what's his name on my side. The bespectacled official. Cool. Now we can play both sides again. Assuming we're crockery. Assuming we're here. Jettison the crockery, then off we go. Is it still weird? Still weird. Normally, it goes to halfway if you try to equip something, or if you have equipped something that has a stat requirement, but then you do something off and so you lose it. Oh well, no matter. Next stop then will be Caduceus. Or Pan first, to get more fuel into us. Because Caduceus doesn't sell fuel. Langley Hall does, House of Rods and Chains does, but they're both a bit away. I guess it'll put on the fuel consumption. See how we do by then. Or crash again. Sure then. Pan, drop off the bombazine, pick up some fuel, then Caduceus. Hey, food. Scoop the gloop. So who should this captain side with? Does our Heart Catchers, Brazen Brigade, or Winters reside? Did Heart Catchers last time, so maybe this priest should side with the Brigade of Hell. First off though, Bank, toss you 3 in. Bazaar's got nothing but seeds. Goodbye seeds, you're worthless. Seeds for Ackley's of all places after all. It's a swamp, it's full of seeds. Cool. 12 fuel, 5 supplies. Next stop, Caduceus. Oh wait a minute, how's my soul? Your soul is clear. Soul is fully transparent. No swirls, no clouding, no personality. And curdled. Overly willing to please. Envious. Obsequious. And are those chunks in the soul? That's what I get for being a priest beholden to my parishioners. Cool. Clear setting from here. I say, then crash immediately. Aww. Celestial Ruins, can't say it. See, this is weird, right? When it comes to full speed. Oh. Right in front of the only obstacle between here and Caduceus. It puts the barrier right where it should be, yet outside of full speed, it's down to half. But I think it's a visual bug, not a real one. Because while it's only showing half heat capacity, it's also showing fewer heat gains. So what if I go to Caduceus, title screen, pop back in, maybe then it resets it? Dang, really taking the long way around me. Because what I suspect is that there might be some visual weirdness from having all the hearts needed and all the mirrors needed to use my equipment, drop them automatically. Yeah, still halfway. It's alright though. It auto-saves at every port, so Caduceus, title screen, pop back in. And then see. If it doesn't work, then oh well. Visually it's in heaven, mechanically it's all the same. So it's more weird than important. This is Caduceus, where the devils keep a garden of roses. If I can park, apparently the priest does not know how to park. Get my Princes of Heaven, Palace of Roses. Do not have right of Orthorcius. Do not have lightless. Not having cold. Cool. So I can still qualify for Caduceus. Descent to Caverns. Fall to the Rose Binders. Drink deeply. Without cold, without lightless. Yay, I qualify. Have it admitted. Depending on which origin I chose, I could have gotten either lightless or cold, and often do. Souls for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 250 experience and 2 mysteries. And more bronzewood. Hello. Okay, that's enough fuel. Could make the trip from here to the house in Rods and Chains easily. I'm dumb. Just kept talking about how I was going to return to title screen and then come back in, but totally forgot about it. At the house in Rods and Chain then. Not going to forget this time. Small bump. Not as bad. See, this route was intended anyway to clear out this area of darkness on the map, so either way, small bump means I get to figure out the map. Mission accomplished. Not as intended, but as designed. Or scratch it, reverse it. Yay, that's more map uncovered. Now what's this diamond on the map? Something glimmering. Flotsam maybe? Amber perhaps? Unsettled dreams already. The first of this captain. That night. Your sleep is peppered with uncomfortable dreams. You dream of a storm whose lightning scratches the words across the sky, and whose thunder is a cacophony of voices belonging to people you have known. Its winds pluck pitifully at your clothes. You are wearing black, somber, funeral black. You wake. Commit your dreams to the captain's log. Trap the dreams like a fly in amber. Or conversation. Nah. Give me those nightmares. You record the dreams as vividly and thoroughly as you can. Does your hand tremble as you write? Does the ink spill? And when you read it back, does it make sense? Or does it all sound like the ravings of a crumbling mind? Yep, amber. Oh no. And I see something. Or something sees me. That noise, it does exactly. He's right in front of me. Shoot, skedaddle, go away. I would have much preferred a scorn fluke. Or grievers. Sometimes do see grievers here. So I am somewhat upset that the curator is no longer chase you forever, and it is a shame that the logo I don't either. But, pretty happy that the undeparted no longer chase you as far as they can. If these guys want to ignore me, by all means, go for it. I just realized how cheating this is. Going to port disengages him anyway. But returning to title screen will get rid of him completely. Continue. Now is my heat fixed. No, still weird. Oh well, no matter. I'm not mad, am I? I'm pretty sure supposed to go all the way to the top. Spire of Inches, present tribute. Sure. I've got 3 left anyways. Talk with Mr. Barleycorn. What do you want? You have the seal of Mr. Barleycorn. Cool then. Back down we go. Bazaar? Never nah. 250's cheap. But I got plenty. I can get even more. Now what's Cutter Woo Wooing at? Attempt to open the chitin door. And then get, alright, not just my port report, but also a passenger. Lament of the Old Sun. Mystery, and rubbery passenger for me, who just wants to go to Pan, but instead is stuck with me for months on end. And so far neither Grievers nor Scornfluke, sadly. Wait a minute. Have I inherited the hate of the Berber? Why do I ask? The answer is yes, of course. Yep. Peculiarity. You have the attention of the bird below. He is angry with you. And what's this? Grateful punishment of a Scornfluke. 1. Once, a Scornfluke, swollen and poisoned with grief, gave a blessing, or perhaps an alteration, to one who comforted it. Such a blessings endure beyond the span of a single life. Cool. So it has cursed my entire line. Siblings parting, discovered despite passing through here several times already. Just this guy, man, an explorer. At the very least, the slight speed boost gained for the Trepiscore engine is somewhat appreciated. The collie wobbles, and with it, the Albion Transit Relay. So do I, a successor of the previous captain, have freebie passes through? Indebted to the whole lineage, not just her. Submit to a customs check. No contraband, of course. Your connection to the co-founder of the relay conveys a certain status. Aww. So it is for the lineage. Nope, but it's not free. It gives a certain status we still have to pay. Trade stories that travel to Albion. The Whispering Deputy will accept the digital currency of Eleutheria, mysteries, or spend sovereigns. The cost is painful, but less than longer route through the Reach. 200. Alright, get 3 stories. It costs 3 mysteries. Dang. It's a bit of a shame then. 200 sovereigns of 3 mysteries. Oh well. As I said, mysteries accumulate quickly. Do anything, get mysteries. What's the cost here then? Sovereigns of Eleutheria first class. For you, of course, the price is reduced. 200 is a reduced price. Ouch. Or trade stories for Eleutheria first class. The 5 sky stories, we'll get plenty of them. Remain then. Wait a minute. Royal Society is right over here. Crab White, welcome back. If I could pick up the brilliant eccentric, then that is first priority. But that's an if. It could be that she doesn't pop up, it's random. Even if they only have 1 spawn point, they have to be there at that time with the dice roll right. New Captain Crabboy, this time we are a priest. See, that's the thing though. Random dancing isn't random to me, because I don't dance. Yay, free immaculate souls. Axdog passage. Isn't Axdog the pet sidekick of Axe Cop? Almost. Could make Gutson route. This area does tend to be a bit weird in when it spawns. Sometimes Tacadies, sometimes Dreadnoughts. Guests every once in a while, Marauders. Engine found already, who are you? All I see is exhaust. Okay, that's real Tacady. I see headlamp. If there's headlamp, it's not a guest. That, in contrast, is a guest. Alright, you know what? Just stay back there. Do your thing, and I'll do my thing. Cool? Cool. Glad we've come to an agreement. And that's another reason to wait Albion. In the Reach, you only get the Takati guest, that type. In Albion, you get both types of guests, the Dreadnoughts and the Takati Scouts, depending on your luck. You don't get dressed guest Dreadnoughts in the Reach, despite there being Dreadnoughts. Royal Society? Introduce yourself to the Airy House. The Royal Society welcomes careful captains. The mellifluous president greets you. He directs your attention to the new marble on the floor, to the cheerful portrait of distinguished Royal Society members lining the hallway, and finally, to the very large portrait of himself with his plush library. We do like captains here at the Royal S. We need our space, and frankly, our comfort to think. But it is you brave souls who do the real legwork. Extremely educational. If not, our gardens are extremely fine, and as a conversation in the port. But more importantly, nobody here. Port report. Cool. Need gratitude of the Royal Society. Haven't got those. Alright, so that's exhibition. Allows me to enigmas, specimens, experiments, or artifacts. That's alright. Now I know. Portsmouth House? Have you... Recruit, the brilliant eccentric. She's been lending a hand at the Portsmouth Armory, inventing new equipment for skyfarers. When you first see her, she has a Bunsen burner in one hand, a wrench in the other, and she's applying them both to an intricate assembly of copper pipes and pistons. The other engineers keep a safe distance. She's looking for a change of scene. The skies have been calling lately, she admits. Cool, hop on board. Oh, she's Mirrors 10, that's right. The gentle eccentric is Hearts. She's Mirrors. Well, the thing is, Crabboy, she had cats. But we got rid of all three of them. The portrait just doesn't change to reflect it. She packs several suitcases and rucksacks with an improbable array of tools, components, half-finished experiments, and gaskets of unusual dimensions, which she claims to collect. That's a 4.02, that one. They haven't made those in years. She drags her luggage onto her locomotive, grinning eagerly. When she reaches the engine room, she dumps them all in a corner and turns to examine the engine itself. She pats it companionably on the casing. "Hello, beautiful," she whispers happily. Aw, she's back. She's happily back with the engine. Not just any engine, this is her engine. Okay then, let's slap you on. Chief Engineer, 10 Mirrors, Villainy, Bohemia. Stats now. 64, 23, 49, 54, so close. Though what I could do is stop by the Wolf, and the Wolf will give you plus 10 to hearts. Then, it won't matter so much if I get more hearts. I could have a pestilence, just like the previous one. Since arriving in the heavens of the avid horizon, you have contracted an unlikely illness. You are turning imperceptibly slowly into glass. The progress of the disease is halted for now. But where has it taken root? Beside your heart. Your breast has become translucent, and allows an educational if distressing view of your coursing veins and thumping heart. You take pains to conceal it. Ooh, maybe that is part of what contributes to our crisis of faith. You know what? Gonna go for it. Airy shops. No bargains. Really? That's rude. It's very rude. Okay then, to Wolbury. I want to see if the cult is reset, or if it persists. one of the rare things that do. But crap boy, it's okay. It turns out that the brilliant eccentric wasn't always the female humanoid engineer you see today. Before her stay at Piranesi, she was something magnificent and massive. And it was only after her changes there in prison that she changed shape in herself enough to become human. And her 3 cats were equal parts of her, but parts that she discarded but chose to follow her anyway. So I guess you could count them as herself, but also as her inner demons that haven't yet been put aside. And there's that guest again. When you want to clear the map, but there's a guest in the way. So if anything, getting rid of the cats was a good thing, because they were tormenting the crew, judging them, scratching at people's legs and ankles and faces, I'm sure, suffocating her in her sleep, giving weird dreams about being the dead judged. Alright, every port, or every region, also gives a facet. And there is a transit really to the Reach here. And I could make my way to the Blue Kingdom, because that's all that's left. Started off in Eleutheria, went to Albion. Just leaves Reach and Blue Kingdom. Then boom. New facet gained. Mist of Olbury, what have you got for me? Join the Song of the Mist. I get less terror. What does Wolbury have for me? A mercantile menagerie. Sure, I got room for it. If just barely. Palace Pier. Bypass the queue at the insistence of the authorities. And what will this priest take? A hat, dress shirt, why not both? A finely tailored coat. Well, he does have his glassing in his heart, so a coat might hide it, while appearing fashionable. Port report, sure. Tiny lane protect with shops. More tiny lanes, cool. Nothing but lanes, huh? They really want me to see what's wrong with the lanes. Tea room. It is time to go, it is time to be elsewhere. Leave swiftly. Toodaloo, ta-ta. Hey, it's the 2nd of January 1910. It's a new decade already. Oh, couldn't pull off the din maneuver. Some other time then. And then I crash into Marauder, right? No Marauder crash. Cool. Though stray missile will be enough to knock me out. Oh right, forgot. Marauders here have 3 shots on him. Stay right, stay right. Cool. Bear left, but make it a wide left. And who's that, Dreadnought? No, it's too fast to be a Dreadnought. Could be, though. There's no glass, it's not a deranged Dreadnought. Maybe. It's a Dread wasn't. Don't need those, cool as it could be. Still broken? Still visually stops at halfway. Can't explain it. The heart of London. And nobody minds if you attack other engines, since environment doesn't count. Like I said, they're just pretty walls. Oh, Hippopotamus, hello! No sooner have you pulled into the sidings of a long-faced man in a battered coat approaches your locomotive. An astronomical time. Affiliations villainy. Ah, so it's not Veils. Or is it both? Villainy and or Veils. Hear what he has to say. He fiddled the bent brim of his hat as you approach, his face as solemn as a basset hound. His voice is nasal, his eyes grey. I will not wish you a good day. You are a person of intelligence, and the day is manifestly terrible. I myself am nearly afflicted by the gout, which has made my mornings a parade of wretchedness. No doubt you have your own misfortunes, into which I will not pry. Instead, let us move to the happier side of the business. I have heard amenable things about you from several mutual acquaintances. My employer may have work for you, profitable work, but perilous, and profoundly illegal. Should you be interested, seek me at the Admiral Benbow Inn here in London. With that he takes his leave, touching at the thickness of the fog before he dons his crooked hat and vanishes in the crowd. Cool. Analytical princess and the ratty reunion are here. Lovely. Its duty outlasts the captain's death. It smiles. More mirrors. The princess's sloughed skin still cocoons its suitor. The strained lips beam as they walk silently aboard, happy to serve. The princess does not take the money. Have they forgotten already? And the rats. You have heard a complement of ratty saboteurs who have settled down in London. Creepiest by far, more than the multiplicitous hoarder. Once, they traveled with the former captain in your lineage. Perhaps they'd be willing to do so again. Alert the local barkeep as to your interest. They'll pass on the message soon enough. Hearts by 10, exactly what I need. Old faces, new, straining jackets. A plump rat bearing an impossible number of scars meets her at the station. Her expensive frock coat bulged with weaponry, and her eyes are bright. I heard you're looking for a new crew. As it happens, we're looking for work. She sniffs as she inspects your engine. Looking very posh. Suppose we are too these days. She grins. But not so posh, we don't need to earn our keep. Let me introduce the lads. A number of similarly well-fed rats introduce themselves. They insult each other in a manner that might provoke armed conflict in the Reach, but is taken in stride here. Well, come on then, Captain, Cinder says, interrupting. Show us the new digs. New digs. They're going to get the exact same digs they had before. Attend a meeting with the gloomy middleman. He conducts his business at a smoky corner of the Admiral Benbow Inn, out of the smoggy lower level of the city. The middleman is nursing the same glass of beer he began the evening with. Ah, Reverend, to claim it is a good evening would be duplicitous. But it is at least an evening, and here you are in it. He waits until you sit. My employer can open a profitable door for you. There are goods that Her Majesty's government do not want to see bought or sold. Prohibition begets scarcity. Scarcity begets profit. One example of this contraband is red honey, gathered by the midnight rose of Titania. Unfortunately, the supplies have dried up. Prove your value, find out why, and fix the problem. Okay, I'm headed there anyway. And naught else here, is there? Repair locomotive, investigate rumors of an underground railway. Reach out through criminal contacts. You have friends in low places. Perhaps they know something. Your connections are reluctant to talk. I hear the deniables have been sniffed about. Less known, the better. London's deniable constables, the plain-clothed instruments of Her Majesty's pleasure, are a persistent superstition of the other classes. Eventually, a dubious rag and bone man directs you to another of the engine houses. Talk to the bookkeeper. He'll set you right. Visit the stalwart bookkeeper. He occupies a tiny, smoky office cobbled together from corrugated iron sheets in the back of one of the engine sheds. It is stacked with nicotine-stained account books in boxes full of oily rackets. The bookkeeper looks up as you enter and gestures to a chair. And he's going to get all the port reports. The bookkeeper reads the report swiftly, makes a few notations, then files them deep in its haystack of financial records beyond the attention of even the most persistent ministry auditor. Thanking you silently, he conveys that you're doing important work. Cool. 2 New Street Line gratitude. Gratitude for secrets, unlicensed charts, trusts, and purduance. Some other time, maybe. Munitions for Brabazon. Trouble is brewing. And tea for the sun. They're both kind of garbage. The sun more so. But I guess I will eventually get to Brabazon, won't I? So what route to take? Sun anyway? No one's gonna be at the sun. And the conductor, considering he's not in London, is gonna be at Brabazon. Home Bureau, I think. Home Bureau. See if there's no Scornflugs to hunt down. Not that I need to. See what the priestly entrance is. Mausoleum, What of the Wolf, then Brabazon and out. And maybe Parliament, to see who needs MPship. Fine, just 3 fuel. But first, bank. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. And maybe, if I'm lucky, I'll be able to find some munitions on the way. Maybe sold on the horizon, maybe sold at the Most Serene Mausoleum. Ooh, forgot to actually assign my crew, or my new officers. Luckily, ministers have a parking lot. And if I can get it high enough. Sorry you, but the rats do have hearts. 79 now. 79, 49, 44. Alright, turn around then. At the very least, now we can get the Cavi, I think, or is the Cavi 50 mirrors, I think. But the Watchers in Azure and the Wrath of Heavens are now unlocked. Nice as the mangonel is, might as well bring for bear. Back to the bank then. Watchers Azure, you're in. Wrath of Heavens, you're in. Mirrors 50, not yet. Mirrors 50, sadly not yet. Mirrors 75, can't. And everything else is good. Cool. Okay, repairs, then we can go. Steam and Sapphire, repair me up. Then away we go. Think for this priest. Maybe he's not gonna hunt down all the dreadnoughts he sees. He might be mingling with more literary types, a bit more revolutionary circles, but he's not so into it yet that he'll also hunt down Albion's finest every chance he gets. After all, he's still in the faith. He's had his crisis, but he's not fully there yet. Maybe after a few horrors and a few revelations. And the route's all clear here. An assay thing. First assay of this captain. Here is a tenement of an empty housing that is everyone occupied. Take leave, rest and stay, search for something of value. Dare I risk my crew? 66% chance. Need 5 crew. Now then. Rest. Recover. For a night, the crew can forget that they live in crap dungeons and miss the stars. Instead, they enjoy some small luxuries, the fact that they don't have to stoop to get to the doors, and having enough rooms they don't need to share. They light fires at the grates and pretend, for a while, that they live ordinary lives. Touch the rock. Now who's fighting who here? Oh, we called that a miss. That was almost good. No. Ooh, that was dangerous. This priest clearly cannot fly, cannot shoot. Search for valuables 31%, or just leave. You know what? Gonna risk it. Failure. Your search turns up an array of valuables retrieved from the dead, cufflinks and brooches, rings, wedding, engagement, signet and ear, tie pins and hairpins, gold-rimmed spectacles and silver-plated belt buckles. You also find a cupboard full of skulls, memento mori for the death-haunted aristocracy of Albion. 81 sovereigns, and only 5 terror. Man, that rock must have really upset them. You know what the sad thing is, though? Upon retiring or dying, exactitude. Your ship's name automatically changes something random. I don't see why, though. You pass it on. So why not keep the name? After all, surely it's bad luck to change the name, isn't it? To rename the locomotive without proper ceremony. Okay, map vaguely more cleared out. And what is in you? A free vision of heaven? Lovely. Really had him. A well-aimed shot penetrates your plating. So yep, that means critical damage then. And that means and we're not gonna run out of time too. Come on, come forward. You can do it. Perfect. Lovely. Thank you. What persistent exhaust. That's a real guest. The dreadnought rocks like an empty cradle. It has been colonized by the guests. a wormy, lonely species that craves the warmth of inhabited places. But one guest calls others. Soon, every inch of the engine was filled with slug-like worms, and the crew were crushed. Continued bombardment. Suffer not the guest to live. Or search the wreckage for valuables. Be wary for anything that wriggles. Dang, coin flip. Even with what, 40-some mirrors? Nah, just break it apart. Terror fallen, and on the waste wave watching. Your crew cheer, your guns blaze. The guests burst into sprays of mints. As they die, they emit gloomy whistling noise. It is rhythmic, devotional. Are they praying? Oh, the exhaust went out. That's too bad. January 9th, 1910, almost my birthday. Come on, one more day. Ten, 1910. Was like a negative century by then. Marketed truth. Cults from the depths of the quiet sea beneath the Home Office have established a stall by the docks. Here they sell their philosophies and the curious catches of the glassy waters. It is hard to tell which more offends the ministry's sensibilities. Listen to the preacher. Hardships, sorrow, truth. A displeased cultist shouts. Embrace betrayal, slip into the comfort of obscurity. The detainees of the Home Office have no time for their prattle. The preacher shuffles off in a hail of cheery insults and the occasional thrown rock. Aww. No terror, by virtue of seeing somebody else get beaten up. The very edge of the high wilderness. The border between now and then, here and there. The skies and earth. The few-only buildings of the port face a great gate in the avid horizon, bordered by two vast winged statues. The gate towers over the shrouded sea that divides the port and the gate. The other side of the gate opens far beneath the earth, on the bleak shore of a subterranean sea. London rested there for a while Her Majesty was indisposed with grief. A handful of years ago, though, she led an exodus of Londoners to the avid horizon, and to the sky. You were among them. Do you remember he came to this place? A memory, a vocation. The bishop took pity. The Bishop of St. Fiacre ordered you to join Her Renewed Majesty's great enterprise in the stars. He did so, after he came to listen to one of your sermons, and regrettably found himself sitting beside Miss Quiggs. Perhaps your appointment to the stars was intended as mercy. You were given passage on a steamer heading north, to act as chaplain for its crew. Through the northern ice and the dark beneath the world, you reached the gate. Its statues loomed like giants. The door was open, and the space within was filled with suns and stars and light. Cool. Port to port then. Drop out the devil? No, not gonna do that. Present yourself? Okay. And take on the task of pardoning somebody, right? Request from the acting senior probateur. Would help to speak to those three. Exact same as before, so the correct answer, objectively, is a courtier, but I chose that last time. What about Man of the Cloth? And very obviously a woman of the cloth? Surely, she shouldn't be here. She lights on the cigarette as you watch her. She looks on a cigarette at you at sighs. If I could have gone home by now, I would have. Nothing worth this much bloody waiting, pardon my imperial. Was gonna stay the convent at the mausoleum, but that's been That's been bastard now? That's been bloodied now? That's been bumbled? Bamboozled. Well, that's been bamboozled now. Decide. In the nun's favor. It makes no difference. Or nobody. Nah, try the nun. She has somewhere to be. And besides, she's a lady of the cloth, who the mausoleum denies inviting over. And even if they did, would not admit to it. Christ in hell, she gets to her feet shakily. Never thought I'd be on the move again. Was part of my own funeral. Picked out the burial plot right under this window. She glares, balefully, at the acting senior probator. The former courtier rolls her eyes in disbelief. She's not even a proper nun. The aristocrat gives you a look of languorous contempt. The acting senior probator thanks you profusely for ridding him of her, before handing the nun her imperial pardon. Cool. Then goodbye. That's it for me. Shops, bazaar, just hours. Good on hours. Didn't maneuver. And custom good on hearts as well. I haven't got to stop by the Will of the Wolf. Since the rite is now superfluous. But I suppose while I'm here, what does Avid Horizon have for me? What will we find of this bleak waste? Fresh confessions, that's it. Just secrets, maybe terror. 10 terror for 1 secret. Okay. And an injury already. Grim news. Your last battle resulted in a number of injuries among your crew. Your medical bay is crowded. The prognoses aren't good. Where's my captain then? Not my captain, my doctors. Well, I guess there are doctors, but here I am treating wounded myself instead. If I could, if I have the mirrors for it. Hope for the best. All in the hand of the gods now. Is only 30% success. Supplies for medicine. 75% chance to treat the wounded myself. Plenty of supplies for medicine then, whatever the patients need. The doctor. See, they do exist. Plunders your supplies. Swaddled bandages, carefully disinfected, and coaxed with medicinal brandy. The crew begin to recover. Death has passed you by today. Whoop, not that, please. Her Majesty considers time itself one of her subjects. Sometimes, time rebels. And what do we have here? Uncanny specimens or souls? Good enough. New captains, you gotta grind for the old stuff. And I've already got plenty of immaculate souls on me. Weak souls. I hear. Is that the whore of a fluke? It is a whore of a fluke. Missed him. But that's okay, I'm sure he misses me too. Always be commingling. The gelatinous flesh spasms, the broken spines rattle, its piping grows doleful, the fluke is dying. If but I had 2 nightmares, got plenty of enigmas. Investigate the scorn fluke with a coin flip. Drag the remnants of the victim off the spines. Collect their shattered treasures. Nice. Its inhuman music rages and sobs. The polyphonic scream brings your crew to shuddering tears. Discipline keeps them working. They're careful to maintain distance from the oozing grey exudate. In abrupt silence, the remains liquefying dissipate. Any artifacts remaining are too tainted to gather. 1 terror, 2 otherworldly artifacts, or my key into the Blue Kingdom. Wait, how's my mirrors? It's only the 40s, aren't they? 44 mirrors? If I had the hours, I could pop over by the occultists and just drop in some hours for him. Placate the Burrower, but there's no point. Burrower's so fickle, she's always gonna hate me. Which is fine, gotta get some nightmares eventually. Impact? Now it's too wide. Dang, teamwork. Good spot for Kantankery. 31 chance for valuables. Fail. Turns up array of valuables, rings, skulls, same as last time. Oh, did it eat him? Sovereigns, experience in Sky Stories, food. I am short on Sky Stories. See, he's fine. If he was hostile, he'd have a red glow around him. But that is more of a sorbet color than it is red. Bodhisaker per priest, pay respects. Me, need more nightmares. Also me, dropping terror each and every time. So far not finding any guns, but that's alright. Gotta stop by at the parliament anyway. And see who's having what elections. Because as it stands, this captain seeks the truth, but they don't know yet that their friend has sent off a letter. Books. Sure, I got the space for it. Say hello, introduce myself. Have the dog bark loudly. Interront? Nah, not yet. Contemplate the dead sun. 88% success. Success? Smoke still rises at the sun's smoldering core. The wound, that fluid, is clearly visible. A great rent torn on one side. Star stuff, long since cooled to the color of coal, spills into the sky. When Her Majesty entered Albion, she slew the sun with an experimental weapon, an unclear bomb. Then she claimed the sun's throne and dominion. Leaving the remains here is clear message. Not even the suns are above the Empire's reach. Auntie, is that true? What are you up to, Auntie? Just baking. It emerges that your aunt is holding a tea party for those of your crew plagued with bad dreams. You are not invited. It is nothing personal, dear. They just won't be able to speak freely if their captain can hear. They know they can always trust Auntie to keep a secret. Plying her trade and plying their secrets out. Approach the deathless, speak with a macabre counselor. Yay, 5 terror, and 1 favor with them. A donation for the upkeep of the mausoleum. The deathless do not lack for time. They do, however, lack for diversion. Fresh reading material is valued high here. A glimpse of a world left far behind. The cheery registrar smiles as he makes your intent clear. There are forms to be filled out, endless, and interminable questions as to how you wish to donate your donation to be remembered, plaque or bench. But eventually, the transaction is made, and wouldn't you know it, but a member of the deathless just become available should you wish another time. A plaque or a bench for 1 book. Dang, they are desperate. Obtain request? Nah, speak with. Alright. I see the game here. Give a book, then you get to speak again, and you get more favor. Luminous Cardinal this time. He is a papal legate to the High Wilderness, and Her Redeemed Majesty's favorite Catholic. Oh, not me. The Cardinal is unattended today, as he walks to the sepulchral vault of the mausoleum, his bright vestments trailing along the flagstones. He notices your gaze and approaches. A footman hurries over to facilitate conversation. His Eminence is delighted to meet a Skyfarer. He has many questions for you, for his new exegesis on the Bible. Genesis will need considerable gloss in light of recent information. The Reach, verdant as Eden, the celestial gates of the Blue Kingdom, the infernal splendor of Eleutheria, and so on. His curiosity quenched, he thanks you for your time, and leaves you with a paternoster for your trouble. Your name is on the lips of the deathless few. You have gained more favor. Soul can't dine, more time must pass, 3 favors have 3. To take on unique bargains for the deathless, though you will lose favor. The bargain is randomized. I'll come back later then for it. Important thing is, it is there. And we are not. Maybe the trip to the Blue Kingdom is what finally breaks this poor priest. Holding on to his faith and his worldview despite crises coming to the heavens. And then, going beyond the gate and seeing what is there. Might be suitable. And it is en route to New Winchester. And stepping there will give all 4 regions out of 4, and thus unlocks a new facet. I don't mind the facets available. Trouble is, if you want an interesting person with interesting backstories, they get all samey after a while. Who hasn't had an interlude in Red and Gold, or scars here or there? Minor disadvantage of not having too many facets to go around, but one that is going to be addressed in Sovereign when that comes out eventually. I don't know how many facets, but they do advertise more facets. If nothing else, if just to make each captain more unique. Pretty's felt this one. I figured that if he's going to be a more priestly type, was kind of inspired by that Curate's Eggs cartoon anyway. Like, looked it up, found it. It's a cute cartoon. The mustache came random with it. It popped on the face. I thought, you know what? It's a fine mustache. But the general hairstyle, the cut of his jib, close enough to it. The Curate's Egg, give me a second. Not like animation cartoon, more like wood block newspaper cartoony thing. It turns out that's a joke in the Curator's Eggs. Here I thought, right, that it was just a biological thing, or maybe, well, the Curators are hoarders, of course they'll have things bundled up in egg-like stuff, so why not? But then the yawn got me thinking, because passing an egg, she sometimes goes, aha, I get it now, very clever, or whatever. Perpetual protest, enjoy scone, sure. Welcoming party. Vote in support of the Empress. This priest is still young. He doesn't know better. It'll be good for the calendar industry anyway. The 2 scribble down your answer. Thank you, says a man with the yellow rosette, and turns to a supposing number. 1 for me. A clear majority. Too bad nobody's listening, and so on and so on. Run to help. How could I not? And own it lustrum. Cool. So maybe then I could hold off on the truth for the time being. Delay having received news from my friend to play a bit of politics. Because after all, Victoria Tower, never been there yet. I've passed like 2 laws at most across my lineage before, and that's it. Tea? Got plenty of tea. So Brabazon then, pick up the conductor, then to the Reach. Ooh, what I gotta do is stop by Mandelings too, because I want to see if Lord Langley resets or not. And the host is going to be that test for it. If the host is still there, then yes, Lord Langley has reset. If he's not, then Langley Hall is exactly as I left it. Which I suspect will not be the case. The way Langley Hall is set up kind of implies it's going to be reset when I leave. Lord Langley never leaves a ballroom, so as far as the partygoers are concerned, never has been found. And the nature of him losing his love kind of opens the door for him to disappear again. Not the guest I was speaking of. Get out of here. Ouch. Come on then, go away. For once, its writhing works out. Small hull repair, I'll take any. Next up, clay conductor. Oh, I can't do it. I don't have many sky stores. Need 3, only have 1. Sorry, clay conductor, at least I tried. And lucky, selling munitions and buying munitions, 0 of 0. How about now? And all 5 that I have. Cool. Unrest is low, the workers suffer and grumble. Oh no. I helped worsen the lot for the workers. Oh well. 2 port prosper then. Another crime onto a pile of many. To help weaken this priest's spirit and turn that past crisis' faith into a full-on tsunami. Petrichor. That's an auspicious name for a dreadnought. They go in places. Do I have permits? I'm sure I do. I'm sure I got some. See? Permits. Have one and all. Turn to engine and through. Where's my teeth? Any more? Loading. If you're in out food and supplies. Was that food and crew? Okay. So bar prosper. What kind of tea? And I'm not sure. Fine tea, young hyson. It was like in the cupboard for ages. Normally I'm a Yorkshire man. But I'm out of that. Got sick, needed more tea, so I was desperate. For any bit of leap you could scrounge up. Driver, hello. I believe find me a very safe pair of hands. Absolutely no excitement. The driver smiles. Maybe a little excitement. They are skilled and experienced. Irons 10, establishment 2. Welcome aboard. The driver boards, eager to get started. Don't worry about any stories you might have heard about train crashes. That was the old me. Coffee, well, we all have our flaws, don't we? Support Prosper, write a report, sure. Messenger. From the, what's his... Oh, right. Just remembered. I got the jar of his love's voice, but did not bring it back to him. So went ahead, sought out new stuff, and yet didn't even do it properly. Parade, Feast of the Red Saint. Fraternize everybody. Skyfare's not limited with the rigid social structures of Port Prosper, though neither are they built for it. You are treated as a curiosity and viewed from all sides with suspicion. Still, you find yourself in conversation with the elderly colonel, who has retired to Port Prosper. A bulwark of sanity, he calls it. On the sand against the stuff out there. He introduces you to one of the riders of the procession, who take you to tour the carnival. You converse with chestnut sellers and flower rangers, drink at the outdoor pubs, and dance with several of the vaudeville players. At the end of the day, you've learned many names and faces, and even quite a few calling cards. Cool. Gaudy Widow. You know what? Nah, I've been here already. Seeds. Just seeds everywhere. Alright, just this once. I have space. To Maggie-Zen. And who's all missing now? Clay Conductor's 1. Who else is here? Right, the Vagabond. Just Clay Conductor and Vagabond, I think, and all of my mascots. This route's fine too. A horror thing, but a minor horror. Just cantankerous, sometimes guests. Sure, those two get along famously. See? The after party. So many friends. Bull Cantankery, colonized Cantankery, souls. Toss the souls then. Good on food. Toss it. As if it ever was. Oh, did it hit the wall? Was kind of hoping. Food or sovereigns? I'll take the food. It's a shame though, isn't it? The first hour or few has to be grinding out for all the sky stories and tales of terror and everything else. Cage catches? Nah. Extract its heart? What if I fail extracting its heart? Just sovereigns, right? Crew's the same. Specimen, not too bad then. Wouldn't call that a failure. So tell me, Maggies, what is the state of Langley Hall? Do we have a host or no? Watch Weather Station, stop at Port Prosper. Port report. Yep, the host is here. And if host is here, then Langley has reset. Unfortunately, the host has many calls in at a time, and you have yet to become known face around these parts. Cool. I'm fine. Next stop, Blue Kingdom. Ooh, then we get to see. Does the embassy reset? If the toll tower stays belonging to the devils, that is logical. But so is Albion just letting out of the lease. Nothing says they can't renew the contract after all. Well, not renew the contract, but write on a new one. Almost had that. And this priest really has to work on his aim, making it look bad here. Wreck for hold repairs, sure. $20 for the general already. Time to fly fast. It was just at the outer horizon that was January 10th on my birthday, and now it's already 15 days. Just going from the horizon. Brr. Coin flip in my favor. See, even with 44 mirrors, the Berber is simply problematic, rather than dangerous. You would think that, but if the Burr is a lover, then it's a very tsundere one, because it keeps on hating me, trying to get my attention, snagging me off to unknown mists. If it wants to say hello, it could just say hello. She doesn't have to be so passive-aggressive. Oh, you mean the priest is a lover, not a fighter, and thus is a horrible aim. Yeah, that's true. He hasn't had much time on the engine. Then record stops. But learn quickly. Either Blue Kingdom will toughen him up, or we'll have a new captain. So who has control? London or Devils? Grand entrance. The entry hall runs to the toll tower, through gates that are never closed. Get your bearings, up, down, and who's where. The upper floor of the toll tower is the Embassy of Albion. Cool, so it does reset. And the first thing to do here is find where the bathroom is. Give me a second, because this is 5 hours in now.
伝説の女軍の前変だ
反発にしおちゃん頭を冷やし
ウルトラ伝説の女軍の前変だ
反発にしおちゃん頭を冷やし
ウルトラ伝説の女軍の前変だ
反発にしおちゃん頭を冷やし
ウルトラ伝説の女軍の前
Alright, back. The tyranny of the music is over. Oh, the music scared off Funkapotamus. That's alright. Have a good day, Funk. And good luck to you too. Piffalo, hello! Music scared off some and summoned others. Glad you could join us. Piffalo, in your absence, there has been 2 bots in 1 day. That is what happens when I'm missing my mod. Ah, got it. No worries in Biffalo. It's okay. Get that floor queen. Floor queen, floor clean. White Well wants to buy up 7 panes of stained glass. Could I afford to? I have exactly 7 panes. So it would pain me to deliver them. Oh, Biffalo, that's alright. You guys are never close. So there's no reason not to have done what you did. Ritual oils. Cage catches for death's door. They want 5. How many do I have? 30. Sure then. And alright, the White Well can have my panes of glass. But I can't bring them all. It's okay. 2 fuel, and I'll resupply there. And now that I have been to every single area, far traveled, for more mirrors. You have journeyed to every corner of the heavens. Your accounts of your travels are in great demand. When your avid audience asks what the sky holds, what do you answer? Wonders, if that is you're bold enough to tread in place of the fears. No. Terrors. Humanity was never intended to the heavens. It was never invited to the heavens. You are intruders at a grand house, and you have learned to tread carefully. 49, nice. 79, 40, 29, 49, 49. All I need are a boatload of terrorists that actually use all these things. Coterie, Thiepot, your club, and so on and so on. But I can't, because it'd be a waste. What's left is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bell tolls. Everybody gets bell tolls though. And everyone gets black sheep. And almost everybody gets an ear flute and red and gold. Need a break from them all. It's always the exact same facets and all the characters. Steam and soot, maybe? Maybe we are following our dreams. Although, did grow up on smoggy streets, picked up with the blind bruiser to be our mentor. Eventual slow change. Nah, I'll hold off on it. First things though, got to get my litigator. Cool. Because if I want to survive here, I'm going to need some port reports. Gonna have to become anti-deceased, ephemera. Maybe get some yolks in. I hear something. What I hear? It might have just been ambient. I thought I heard a bloop. But clearly there is no bloop. Besides Biffalo, if you still feel bad, and if she truly wanted friendship, maybe in time, if you guys are feeling better, one could approach the other, and perhaps try rekindling. If not, then I can honestly say to not make a bad decision. You guys weren't close in the first place, it was kind of an emotional drain. And so all you've done is toss out something that wasn't working out, which is okay. Gotta be careful. Okay, just a scorn fluke. Scaring me. Ooh, hurt himself. Stay far away, stay far away. See, how on earth am I going to get myself those nightmare-reducing facets if I am never reducing nightmares? Investigate. 50% chance. See? And never losing. And same Camille as last time. Discipline keeps him working. Remains liquefy and dissipate. Strip hull for repairs, or enter the shattered windscreen. 100% chance. Do it. And get me some kind of loot. A marked box. Fragile contents. Do not shake, upend, or discommode. 1 times. Otherworldly artifacts. New total 4. Cool. And nice. All the way to the Dundermore without meeting any Eaters of the Dead. That is luck. Could I meet with a matron? Now that I have no status with the Blue Kingdom, still invisible. Wellmouth, seek out the matronly relic's approval. The relic is an old woman of colossal stature, as tall and broad as a wagon. Her face such a math of wrinkles that her features are almost entirely lost. She shuffles aside and gestures silently to an armchair beside a roaring fire. You ignore the insistent skitter scratching coming from inside the walls, and you enter her parlor. As a fly to the spider. Certain actions in the Wellmouth are only available to characters with the antidisease status. Really, but I had antidisease last time. The relic collapses into an armchair opposite you. Taking up her needles, they clicker and clack, knitting together black threads of that outstretch from the walls to the ceiling to the floor. One of the widows pours you warmish tea. Oh, thank you. Then kneels, at the relic's side with her head bowed. Requests permission to linger the Wellmouth. The relic pauses her knitting for a moment. Her eyes and needles glint in the firelight. You are invisible, mutters the kneeling widow. You are not permitted here. You are not permitted anywhere. What status would she find acceptable? The widow averts her gaze from yours, but she answers your question. Grandmother prefers the living to the dead. She would extend guest rights to the antedeceased. Okay. Watch the widows inter one of the failed dead. A steady supply of immortals and quasi-immortals trickles from the stone-faced court. What is being dragged towards the heads now? The failed dead is a cadaverous figure in a three-piece suit. His skin tattooed with phrases in Sanskrit. He got out. The widows are dragging him to the edge of the well atop a rickety cart. Though shackled in heavy irons, he thrashes and writhes like a snake on hot coals. I can give you power, he shouts. Voice carrying even above the winds. The widow's wagon nears the edge. Wealth, secrets, feasts, favors. I have lived 1,000 years, and I am owed debts by gods. What do you want? The widows titter beneath their veils, and tip him, unceremoniously, into the abyss. Approval I can't get yet. Church, I'll do it later. They just want food. They want tons and tons of food. But if you never speak to them, they never starve. How lucky for me. Oh, look, you can see something in the well. That's not just the snow pacing about. Not reach. Burrower again. Press on. Ignore the burrower. If you ignore her, then it's like a bully. If a bully keeps on bullying you and you give it attention, then it'll keep bullying you. And if you ignore it, it'll keep bullying you, but it might get bored. A bank of mist stretches just below you, flat and colorless as a twilight moor. Your navigator lets out a sudden cry, frantically pointing at something through your starboard windows. Something immense approaches, its vast bulk rising from the mists. The great hump on its back looms over you like a hillside. It is studded with lidless, yellow eyes. This is one of the Agenais, the Star Dragons, the behemoth mercenary that the suns contract to enforce their laws. Before it, you are only a fleck. Escape its notice, quench your lights, cool your steam, and fail. And lost 3 crew. Youch. The Leviathan draws closer and vaster. It is a cliff bearing down on you. It eclipses all the sky. At the last moment, your engineers restart the engines and your driver drags your initially sluggish vessel out of the beast's way. It is barely enough, but the Agenais' way casts the sky into a tumult. You are flung over like a leaf on the wind, your locomotive spinning over and over. There are casualties. As you right your vessel, the uncaring behemoth sinks back into the mists. Oh well, no more going fast for me then. And not to 3 fuel only. Good thing I brought things to sell. Oh no, that's things to buy. Didn't we take the... Did I not take the prospect? Again. Brought stuff with me, but did not accept any... Oh, I'm a genius, you know. Absolute genius. But now we know they have their own cage catches. Seek entry. Litigator, do your thing as always. And get myself declared antedeceased. Port report first. Then antedeceased. Pauper's funeral. I'm just a humble priest. Will they allow me a pauper's funeral? You don't want anything fancy. Just a box and a shovel and 6 feet of mud. Insufficient pomp. Your shovel has just been to the frozen ground outside Erd. When the curious official stalks towards you, waving his arms. What are you doing? He demands. I told you, I can't sign off on your status amended until I'm confident of your devotion to death. No, this wretched excuse for a funeral won't do it all. We need speeches, flowers, fireworks, waterworks. Okay, no pauper's funeral. Invite mourners. Failure, really? Unfortunately, the only available grievers are the graven, technically alive, but far too busy with paperwork, and the spirits of the dead, whom seem too churlish to invite. You troll the streets of Erd and the corridors of the court, but you don't manage to attract any interested mourners. Just plenty of silent glares and a few following shadows. Dang, really? If I suggest pauper's funeral, would it reset? Nope. I'm cut off from that option. On second thought, then, it can be useful to slip between the cracks. The official leads you back to the court's trial room, muttering furiously. Wait, funeral preparation's gone. If funeral preparations are gone now, could I try again? Invite mourners. Easy. You have to trawl the back streets of Erd, but you manage to corral a dozen confused spirits and one toothless graven, who has apparently had too much to drink. It is not much, but it's the best you could hope for. And I have no sky stories to give. So, lavishly 100 sovereigns on flowers and fireworks. The official names a price. He'll take care of it, he assures you. The official counts your coins carefully, then flings them from the nearest window. He catches your expression. Your money is useless here, he says defensively. The important thing is that it matters to you. Now that I know that you have spent what seems like a vaguely appropriate amount, I can organize some suitable decorations on your behalf. Treat yourself, then, to an ostentatious funeral. Now this is death. The procession marches through Erd. Fireworks crackle overhead. Wreaths of flowers line the streets. The sheer spectacle is enough to attract a larger audience than expected. You sit up in your coffin, waving to adoring mourners. Finally, you arrive at your grave. The curious official delivers last rites in a bored monotone. As you are lowered, waving into the ground, you don't lie down until the first shovelful of dirt hits you in the face. After a few anxious subterranean minutes, the curious official digs you up and hands you a bundle of documents to sign. Very moving, I thought, he says, wiping an imaginary tear from his eye socket. You'll make a fine corpse one day. You are now antedeceased. But wait. The previous 2 guineas were women. This one is a male priest, so surely not antedeceased, but uncle deceased. Okay, I'll get going. Oh my goodness, it's slow again. This is my punishment. So how's my current stats now? 79, 29, 49, 49. At least now I'll get a nightmare soon enough. Cool. Antedeceased, so he does not care. All he cares about is if I'm ephemera or not. If I'm ephemera, he has to test me with fireballs. But I'm not, so he won't. Slowly, sluggish crawling. Next exit. This one goes to the hub, the next one to the House of Days. Logos of propriety does not care at all for me. I have status, so I'm fine. Yeah, someone goes halfway. Weird. Pretty sure it doesn't. The only time it goes halfway is if you don't have enough stats for the equipment you have. It is late, and you are alone. Doubt preys on you. Is this the path you should have taken? You trespass upon the precincts of heaven. What price will be extracted of you? What price have you already paid? See, drinking, and forgetting the secrets that gnaw at you seems like a cool and atmospheric idea, but it costs secrets. And a taste for the bottle doesn't really do anything. Endure this lean, cruel hour. It'll pass. Questions worry at you, chasing away sleep. Late as a knock at the door. One of your officers is outside. Reverend, we need you. Duty calls. The doubts must wait. What's that, just a coterie? Nah. Just a coterie of the dead. Which at the very least I'm pretty sure can stave off fear for a while. And maybe has some benefits. The porch of the House of Days, attempt the doorways. Cool. Achieve a testament of the further, lurk near. What about, instead, House of Mayflies, I think it was. Claim status of ephemera. Or undergo removal of a clear soul flaw. At the cost of 1 heart, never mind. That's what Carolon is for. Claim ephemera. Perhaps you were to decease when you arrived here, but life is so short. Produce a witness to your death, and be recognized as ephemera. Your litigator is required to recount your death from personal experience. They describe an incident which is of escape spirit of a bull elephant even, a lack of nerve, and a heart attack. 2 court officials in a row go on break before the description is complete. The 3rd attendant does stamp your ephemera, however. The mark is applied to your lower lip, and it is the iridescent green-black of a beetle's carapace. Cool. Then away we go. Got what I wanted. Yellow logos will start to attack me. Everyone else will still be cool. But now, got access not just to Death's Door, the catapult, but also to the Lyceum. It is not a place for the living there either. Once devils ruled here, now only bureaucracy. Is there a difference? Okay, now, not gonna be dumb me. Stained glass for the White Well, cage catches for Death's Door. And now I don't need these, since I sell them anyway, way up there. Tool tower. Now, turret. Cool, 8 and 7, all I need, let's go. Before I go though, let me give you an appointment with the ambassador. 57% chance success to convince the secretary that you have an appointment. Cool. This time I don't have to see his scars. Her scars. When you arrive, the ambassador is dressing a wound on her arm. My predecessor was afraid to do the toll tower, she remarks as you come in. He hardly saw any of the Blue Kingdom. I am determined not to duplicate his errors. But as you see, there are some costs to more assertive approach. The cuts in her arm are clean and shallow. They look like characters in an unfamiliar alphabet. An encounter with the logo eye, she says, and no, I don't know what it's supposed to mean. Sit. What do you want from me? I want to give you. Oh, I can't get the port report. But offer to help her financial concerns. You know what? This time, why not? Where to begin renegotiating? The House of Days. Court of Apes. Okay. That's en route. Embassy. Deliver reports to the Blue Kingdom. Intake form. Send a report. And one attitude? No. Gratitude of the embassy gained. Attitude is a devil's business. Okay, take on crew. Just a small amount. 2 or 3 crew. There's a chance some of them will be shared to the dead. Failure. Is it all the dead then? Gain 2 crew, and a few of your crew are now the shades of the dead. You settle for a mix of living and the dead. The former climb aboard first, seeking company like others like them. The shades follow, bowing their masked heads as they pass you. It turns out the dead are hard workers. Each has their own foibles and virtues, just like your living crew, but their silence is contagious. Within the week, it has settled across your engine like a blanket of snow. But the important thing is, now, I can be speedier. Let's go then. See, like night and day. It's only a 50% difference. I'm only going half as fast. Well, not half as fast, but half faster. Porch of the House of Days. Mules. Apes first. Apes, then get redirected. Take a number. Wait on a cushion the number is called. But no. Go to mayflies first. No boons, no favors, requests, or solicitations are honored from the persons with a clear soul, it snaps. Oh. Alright, well. Discontent already. Make a joke of it. And her. An engineer cries out, her voice hoarse as a professional mourner. It's gone! She points to one of the stained glass windows. A star, it winked out! Fitting for the truth ambition. I would play naive and imagine the stars aren't going out yet. You look through the glass, excuse me. Stars burn upon the firmament. The specific patch of sky she's pointed to is indeed empty. But you couldn't say if a star had been there before. When we can't face the truth, we laugh at it. And it works. You make a show of asking the conductor to lend a panicked engineer her spectacles. Her comrades laugh, perhaps too eagerly. Oh, they have all seen it too. So, gonna drop off the glass, pick up the cage catches, then death's door. And I think from there I'll go the long way around via the Lyceum. To clear out? No, I don't have to, because that's already cleared out. Or how about here? Down this way. Through this route before Nell and Scales, then out and about. And the route would be fairly safe. Now, fair enough, around here I have seen Eaters of the Dead. But it could just as easily be scribe spinsters, senior scriveners, spiriffers. And pretty soon we could see the first of the nightmares. What is going to haunt this priest? Does he feel that the stars are watching him? That would be extremely appropriate for the truth ambition. Or does he imagine himself to be a bee from behind the mirrors? Or is it going to be the bristly mustache guy yet again? If you don't take a haunting facet, this cute gentleman right up here, then you have any number of nightmares to choose from, to include himself. If you do take it, it's only ever the corpse of the bristly mustache. You can't see their fronts, but you can have a good idea where it is. Still up. 3 direct hits. Alright, Irons is down. And Irons does also contribute to the damage. Ooh, that's an awful miss. A level up that I can't really use yet. Gain fuel, or drop Terra down some. 60%. Let's keep it somewhat copacetic. 56. Cool, much better. And any day now nightmares. Narrow road, so thick beset. And if I could just get in here, please. Thank you. Before the bargain expires, please. Much appreciated. First. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Received a furtive request via your contacts in the underworld, specifically the criminal underworld, which it pays to be clear about in the Blue Kingdom. Wants to buy 7 panes of glass, reasons undisclosed. Oh well. The whirlwinds howl as a cloaked conclave of spurfers approach your engine. These unlicensed soul traders are unwelcome in the kingdom, and use thick layers of stained glass to hide what goes on in the locomotives of the Sapphire King and his servants. Satisfied to have comprehensively fulfilled their requests, the chief spurifer slides over your roll of paper. A chart, detailing hidden routes of the sky. And cage catches, enough for death's door. Grandmother doesn't want these ones, one of the widows. A cadaverous woman holds a knot of sorrow spiders in her arms. They have been woven intricately together, a braid of jointed legs and faceted eyes. She thrusted towards you. You may purchase them. Cool. Well, first, Rag and Bone, give me fuel. And Stoneface Court. Could we speak with what's his name yet? As you step inside the court, you are met not by one of the skull-headed raven, but by a spirit in a porcelain mask. A voice issues from the jar slung across its back. It introduces itself as the exacting ombudsman. When I heard the court was to be graced by ephemera, I put myself forward as your guide. Follow the exacting ombudsman. Before I take you to the trials, I have a favor to ask. Yes, what is it? You follow the ombudsman until your feet hurt. This seems a sufficiently obscure location, he says finally. I'm investigating the graven who runs his court. To put matters simply, I doubt their integrity. They claim their judgments are passed down by the watchers who speak inside their heads. The ombudsman's voice brimmed with outrage. But I believe the graven are deciding judgments themselves, far beyond their remit. Why has he chosen you to help? This came a little of nowhere. Bluntly, I am desperate. I need someone to act on my behalf, but I can't trust anyone in this court. The ombudsman paces back and forth, kicking up clouds of dust. The whole bureaucratic system is implicated, and it's near impossible to find good help when yoked spirits are forbidden from setting foot here, which is all too convenient, isn't it? Anyway, you are not yoked, but the next best thing. A respectable spirit in good standing, just passing through, with no ties to the graven. If I can't rely on you, I can't rely on anyone. Well, how do you expect me to help? The ombudsman almost melts with relief. I haven't said anything yet. I'm just asking how you can help, not that I will. These are unusual circumstances, mutters the ombudsman. There's a need for subterfuge. Henceforth, I will meet you inured, away from the prying eyes and ears of the graven. He pauses. Metaphorical eyes, theoretical ears. For now, investigate the jeweled judge. Discover whether she is lying about the watcher, and preferably hear it from her own lips. Hypothetical lips. He steps back, brushing dust from his robe self-consciously. If this investigation goes well, I hope to be appointed servitor of the Blue Kingdom. Rest assured, from that position, I could reward you most handsomely. Okay, write my report. Lost a trial, I'm sure. Asked to be declared into deceased. Currently ephemera. Nah. Submit soul. Buy crew a few rounds. Watch the trials of the dead. Surely. An interesting case will come along now. Any moment now. For every trial, the routine is the same. The judge will bow deeply to the sing statue behind her throne and beseech the watcher to lend her wisdom. A spirit will be brought forth, and measured and prodded and weighed. The judge will declare it dead. Eventually, a spirit is ushered forth whose case has unique complications. The spirit under trial is a man who dabbled with immortality when he was alive. He died in the end, but he didn't quite die all the way. The watcher has declared you failed dead, says the judge. Your sentence is to be thrown to the white well. You will not die, of course, but nor will you return. Intercede on the failed dead's behalf. He does not deserve this faith. And being the kindly Anglican priest that I am, surely everyone gets redemption. A black-veiled woman scuttles from behind the judge's throne and starts to haul the failed dead away. When you begin your speech, she freezes. You lament the injustice of the failed dead's fate, briefly but eloquently. You are passionate, reasonable. By the end, the jeweled judge is shaking her head, impressed despite herself. Take him if you wish, hisses the veiled widow. He is worthless anyway. She shoves the failed dead at your feet. His efforts to extend his life has left his spirit a gibbering thing, only vaguely human, questionably sentient. He writhes in his manacles until your crew drag him out of sight. You now have one condemned experiment. But I haven't really seen anything from her. He gave you directions to the coffee house. Let's meet up. The ombudsman asked to meet at the coffee house in Erd, where mass spirits silently contemplate empty cups and remember what coffee was like. Approach the ombudsman. He's twitchy. He's abrupt. He's rude to the waitress. He clearly doesn't enjoy all this skullduggery. I interrogated the jeweled judge for hours, and all I got out of her was a selection of inoffensive anecdotes. The ombudsman shakes his head solemnly. She's a tough nut to crack, that's for sure. But I have a plan. Every few months, the Graven go to a grand ball called the Coria Macaborium. It is rare for outsiders to attend, and they know about my investigation, so there's no way I'll be invited. But if there's anywhere the judge will let her guard down and speak freely, it's there. Report back as soon as you discovered a clue. Acquire an invitation for the Coria Macaborium. How can I get an invitation? The Coria Macaborium is usually off limits to all things at the Graven, but the ombudsman has an idea. He leans in conspiratorially. I happen to know that the curious official has received an invitation to the Macaborium, but he doesn't plan to attend, says the ombudsman. I expect he'll be happy to give it to you. In order to get him to meet you, though, your status must be invisible or rent to deceased, so I suppose it's impossible. He sighs, in which case you need to flatter the judge with a gift of gemstones and hope she sees fit to invite you. Okay, there are opportunities to become invisible again. And I imagine that'd be easier than going through the process of going from ephemeral to antideceased. Antideceased the first time, all you have to do is prove you're willing to die. You're not going to seek immortality or anything silly like that. Just accept that you are a bag of flesh awaiting its decay. The other way around, to go from dead to not dead, they need proof you're alive. And that's very pokey, stabby, painful proof. Souls, cool. Hold repairs, cool. Lots of things are cool here. Everything is awesome. Topical pop culture references. You are in possession of a certain otherworldly artifact. It has begun to appear persistently in your dreams, never prominent, but always present, sat innocuously on a mantelpiece, half hidden in a shadowed corner, carried casually by a loved one. Burn it. Tolerate its continued intrusion. Smash it. Surrender it to the dead. Smash it. It will trouble you no more. Reduce terrors by 50, but increase nightmares. Now we're talking. 3 purposeful blows with a lump hammer, and the artifact lies in pieces. You sweep the remains away. The crew are pleased. Yours weren't the only dreams the artifact had insinuated itself into. When next you dream, you're in a field of violet chrysanthemums. The artifact is there too. No longer discreet, but vast, vast as the face of a mountain. Its shadows wide as night. So then, first nightmare is always going to be right away. A bump in the night. Midnight. London time. You are alone on the bridge. Oh, that's it? It's a bristly mustache guy again. That's boring though. Can't I get the stars staring at me? That's a lot more. It fits the truth ambition more. Come on. At least I'll give them this. Midnight London time, in brackets, and then period. A rare moment worth celebrating. When they get it right, they get the praise. While consulting your chart, a loud thump makes you look up. A frozen corpse is pressed against your forward windows, trapped there by your speed. The winds must have plucked it off some lost wreck and carried it on your path. The corpse's glare is insistent. Its mustache is bristled with frost. Crew, go remove it. 50% chance. Shake off the corpse, 100%. Shake off the corpse by employing a series of drastic maneuvers. You are not alone. But I've already had that nightmare. A sudden break, a cant to starboard. With a squeal of flesh on glass, the body slides from the windows and is lost to view. A scrap of its sleeve remains caught on a rivet, flapping like a tiny celebratory flag in the air. Anywho, now I'll drop some terror. A coterie? Is this how we met? With our, gracious whoever? A thief oath? Probably not just yet. My club. Diddleman Club. The Parthenium. I'll give it a second. We'll get to port first. See about... I haven't done the Academy one yet, have I? No, I haven't. Alright, Academy first. Since I could weave it into a narrative justification for this character easier. Blue logos, hello, ghosts. So the problem is, right, Clay Conductor and the Vagabond are both going to want Sky Stories. 3 both to hire them. And I could stop by Port Avon and spend some of my welcome there to read speculative fiction. But I haven't got enough tea or gossip to really get them to endear themselves enough to me to collect a whole stockpile of it. But even that's common stuff, I'll get it eventually. Just means holding off on both the Caring Conductor, or the Clay Conductor, and the Vagabond. Crabboy, welcome back. How's the headache? The Cattle Folk. Could I go in? Make your way to the furrow and get a port report. No port report here. Must I go to... Oh, that's right, because it's not here. It's going to be over at, what's her name's place. That's right. No shovels yet, no anything else. Just take my cage catches. And immaculate souls I got plenty of. Hurting. Oh man, sorry to hear that. Hopefully it clears up soon. Didn't maneuver. Alright, I'll stop by what's her name. Get the port report. Then, down Lyceum Way. Is it? Make up your mind. Is it hurting? Or is it fine? Or is it both? And you're just a sadist. Masochist? Masochist. Shadow of the sun, port report, there we go. Now go. Well, that's good then. If one has to have a headache, better a light one than a heavy one, I guess. Not that I would know. Every time I have a headache, that's what this thing's for. So headaches always light, hangovers never happen. You are drinking, right? Getting plenty of water in. Wait, is it a critter here? Logos versus who? It is a curator. Okay, gotta bully them. Bully curator. Turn. Good. Don't run away, curator. Come back here. Got to eat a curator. Alright, hold on. Give me space, dude. Treasures? Would I be lucky and get captivating treasure first time go? Oh, just experiments. Oh, now he's angry. Oh no. Dude, there was a crocodile hiding right under the bridge. I'm upset that the curators no longer follow you all the way across the map, and same for the logo eye. But kind of happy that the Eaters of the Dead don't chase after you as far. Yeah. Cat inviting treasures. Like the eccentric. A treasure who invites... Another one? No, why? Go away. Search Maw, dare I, 53% chance success. Experience or terror. Cool. Terror reduced. For those of us who want to fail it. Experience is nice, but it's not much. But failing to gain a terror reduction, they have it backwards. Especially here, in the Blue Kingdom, where nobody gives terror reductions. It's all business here, so no equivalent to Magdalene's or Wolbury or anywhere like that. Unless you count eating with the dead, but really, why would you? Guards here from the antedeceased. Huh. Okay, next stop, Lyceum. Unless this is dead end, is it? Yep, dead end. It's not the way through. Now we know. For a moment, I thought that was just a really thick bridge. Like this. Just twice the thickness. Hey, Ace. I don't think it did, no. It's the exact same map as last time. But then so's my Albion map, so either Blue Kingdom doesn't change, or I'm just that unlucky. But nah. So far, it's like exactly the same. No ambush? Of all the ambushes. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, stay behind there. Good, crocodile. Hippopotamus, peacock. Oh, I see. I will. Bleh, words. Come on. Don't be too starstruck. I will see what did change. It is trying out different officer options. All time buried in a weft of time. The eccentric, our favorite, being the brilliant eccentric now. Cats cast off instead of placated. And good outcomes for them both. Enter gates, and what's here? Next port report. Could do stuff for the forge, but just Namertine gemstones, got plenty. Oh well, back home then. Back to the Reach. Unless... Unless Skybernet has more prospects for me. Because the last couple are kind of... eh. Local Light Patrol here. Joke's on them. Local Light Patrol everywhere. Excuse me, pardon me. Lucky. Didn't rule out so short on heat there. Good souls at least. See, at this point, why even buy bargains if everyone's giving me Namertine gemstones and immaculate souls? Not that I mind. And even then, that's just here. Blue Kingdom is very generous. Deadly, but generous. Back to and reports from everywhere, from everyone. For what's his name? What's her name? Secretary? More reports for you. For gratitude. Benefactor, inspiration. Cultural attaches 3, right? Costs 1. In that case, thanks. Not too many uses for it, but there are some. Books for Death's Door, gemstones. Could, but I'm already rich. So nah. Just bank what I have, then out. Wait, before I go though. Back in, don't forget. What's the correct numbers? 4949. What if? What am I short on? Academy? Yeah. Who's got Academy on them? 2 Academy. That just fails though. In a minute lecture hall, a cadre of mass experts gathered to present papers on a subject the ministry had forbidden. Prohibited theories are shared. Research partnerships are born. You continue to correspond in code on matters debated. What was the topic of the symposium? Thing, could you go away? There we go. A forensic assessment of the sun's remains, following Len's relocations. The new astronomy has become a crucial, well-funded discipline, but the fate and physiology of Albion's dead sun are strictly apart from study. Why not, then? Another pin in this priest's crisis of faith. And that is Mirror 59. So, who qualifies now? Mirror 75, 50. Cool. Good drill. You're back in business. And Cavi. Cavi's back too. That is cause enough for celebration. And think for the near future. Going to pretend that I don't know about the letter for the childhood best friend. Because I have not done premiership yet. Premiership? Whatever. Part of that stuff yet. Couple of lost past at old captains, but haven't yet been to like the high end of it. The end of it. Clearly, my mouth is feeling the Fridayness. And just wants the weekend already. An unfortunate case of desiccation. The shades of Raccoon and Blue Kingdom have gathered at the windows. As the light of the strange stars fall upon them, they begin to turn inexorably to salt. Their skin desiccates, becomes glittering and rough. Joints stiffen, extremities and whole limbs fall to the ground and break into chunks. Some of the shades continue to stare, wrapped through the windows. Others look to you, their eyes quizzical in their masks. Some herd the dark corners of the locomotive. It does not help. Soon, there is nothing left of them but mounds of salt and cracked porcelain masks. Of course, Crab Boy, do what you must. Hasty funeral, what else can you do? The ceremony is curt and distant. What could you say about the silent shades that served under you? You knew nothing of their lives or their deaths. Your eulogy is hollow. Did they know this would happen? Did they want it? Have they returned to the Blue Kingdom? Was a glimpse of the other stars all they longed for? And wait a tick. That doesn't count, does it? For another one lost. No, it doesn't. Cool. So only living crew count for that. Either that or dusting doesn't. Probably the latter. At some point I gotta stop by Hybris and see if the Blue Kingdom embassy persists. I'm guessing it doesn't. Ambition, old friend. I don't know about it yet. Mr. Menagerie, though, have I got something for you? The seal of Mr. Barleycorn. It says, 1 of the 7. But that is a lie. A hiss. A heavy jab in your ribs. Put it away, we will not look. Right, I've got to talk to you first. Buy something. You have no stories. Or will you repeat it? Left the kingdom, ways and measures behind. Now you talk, won't you? Hisses sharply, its garnet eyes glow like ordered cats. Its cloak rises up as if something vast unfolded beneath it. Then, abruptly, it rocks back on its heels, returns to its usual shape and size. Very well, you have listened to our stories. Once. Just a singular. Bargained for our collection, not this captain. Relieved our burden. Tell the chain one. Tell the chain we will still wait in the dark. When it has the courage to break its chain, we will be here. Acquired nothing, but terrors and a seal. Locomotive down on Hybris. No, it's gonna cost a story. I've only got 2 Sky Stories. And need that to pick up my Vagabond. And the Clay Conductor if ever. Prospects though. Of course, seeds for Magdalenes. Always seeds for Magdalenes. Well, luckily, I have seeds this time, and only this once. Because upon new captains, death or retirement, you always get seeds for Magdalenes, and if you don't do it, it'll never go away. And I forgot I need crew. Because once you felt the speed of the Terpsichore, dude. Tisiphone, get your T's right. But everything else feels slow. Sadly, Ace, that kind of seal's not in play. I wish, though. If we could have a perfect pangolin, then clearly, seals are on the table. It is a nice speed boost. I had my doubts at first. 125 speed, or yeah, 125% speed increase for 150% fuel loss. I was skeptical, but it is nice. It's not like incredibly fast that you're blazing about as quickly as Instant Sea. But it's very noticeable. And the wider turn radius, speed plus lower turn, now that's just fun. Do these hurt? No, they don't. This might just be a 2-cup day. But from her at least, good news is, this pretty much a straight shot to Avon. Okay, Maggie, take your seeds and be done with it. Hours, don't need them. That's what Lustrum's for. This thing is squatting me. One taste up and how could you not fly at full speed? Names happen. It's perfectly natural for people to make diminutives. People talk and meme about the Takati scouts being poor flyers, but that might have dropped out from nowhere. The madmen them. Which way? Down here then about? Cool then. Plenty of cash at least. Dilly is terrified by her sudden speed. Aww, poor Dilly. It's a shame that the stats she gives are the stats I need. Otherwise... Oops, quiet cup. Cups are meant to be drank, not rattled. Cuddles Co. You will stop by. 'Cause you have ledgers, and ledgers have more stories. 2 times Sky Stories. Now 4. Perfect. And while I'm here, about you. Now that I can say. An ivied rune of the reach, graceful with arches, and bristled with sprouts and moss and mushrooms. Visions of Heaven for inspiration. These ones is 4 per, right? Yep, 4 for 1 inspiration. Which is a good trade-off. Grievers are 5 for 1. And who was those 2 for 1? Because that one can't be beat. Almost perfect. Smooth arc would have been ideal. Though I don't think it's a quiet day if it's the first time through, is it? First time, free welcomes, and afterwards you might get slow days at Port Avon. Alright. No, it is a quiet day. Cool, I was wrong. Happily wrong. The best kind of wrong. And I misclick and get cheap hole anyway. 25 sulfur for hole. Which does not make a cheap hole after all. Undo, Control Z. Doesn't work. Just souls, bleh. Well, how about a mushroomy matter for the Blummigan? 25 sovereigns, is it? 50? Same thing. Practically 0. Where's the vagabond going to be, though? Not here, I don't think. Ruins? No. Green? No vagabond here either. So where are you then? Ledbetter's maybe? Oh well, if he wants to be found we could find him later. Until then, that just means more time for books. The Eyes of Heaven, being a thrilling tale of discovery and danger, in a sky hitherto unknown. They burned the charts, for what use were they now? The incorrigible thundered through an empty, unnamed heaven, blown with a frost wind. Ahead, a new sun blazed, the size of a penny through the forward windows. There's a long way to go. Recruit a likely lad lass. The less traditional, the easier it'll be. Nah. Already got 13 out of 14. Bones in the Well is horrors, I think. Tales of Terrors. Vacant Throne. Is Sky Stories. What else do we have? Parsons Cookpot. Psh. Tales of Terror. Tales of Terror. Devil's Confession, which are you? Tales of Terror or Sky Stories? Cool. Lucky guess. His companion's hooves thumped the crimson carpet. The corridor was long and lined with doors, each with a brass knob. He opened one. The room behind was filled from floor to ceiling with bottled souls. He tried another, the same. We've never found a use for them, the devil admitted. Throat, come on. I know it's Friday, but it's only 3 p.m. Know what it is. He's a lazy throat. But I haven't taken a nap. Apparently, the last time I napped was like 1 year old or so. This homestead appears to be thriving. A family gathers outside to welcome you. Blue smoke, so not cannibals. Reduced terrors, haven't got. Sky stories. I'll just leave. Besides, if nothing else, I must consider the aspect of practice. Trying to become a teacher after all, and a teacher is going to mean hours upon hours upon hours of standing around, talking and rambling, and then talking some more, and then class is over, then office hours, and then talking yet again. But in my observation times, right, watching other teachers do classes, I've discovered that when they're incapable of teaching for whatever reason, they put on holes. And so that'll be a lovely trick to keep in the pocket. Never did see holes into doing observations. Well, napping, people are different after all. 7 billion of us, more than that even. So each of us have our differences. Like the previous GF, it was more common to nap than be ambulatory, so I totally understand that. And if different people need to nap, by all means. Just haven't really been able to myself, nor had the need to. 72% chance. And duplicitously green dice it says, good odds. Why not then? Brewer isn't gonna get a fast one on me. And if she wants to be a source of free Sky stories, dude. See, so the Brewer is just a tsundere. It says she hates me, but really, she's being kind, watching out for me, giving an excuse to gift me new Sky stories. I think what it is a Brewer is shy, and she doesn't want me to know that I'm her friend. Vagabond? Any vagabond here? Nope, none. And more Sky stories with Albert's idol. Cool. That's part of the grind. Undone. Or finished, whichever. Informatic researcher, back to the start. Course should be ants or hybris pus. Okay. We'll get you all of them eventually. And more books. Sure, I got space for it. And do my eyes deceive me, or is that something scrumptious going to be a chorister hive? Bees? Any bee ambush? No, no bee ambush. Only right half the time. Which is still right more often than deserved. How about you, Hive? More hives, more bees? Nothing so far. Oh well. It's Titania. What's Titania without bees? Nameless spirit must be paid. Well, about that. The engine is reorganizing, and we have no further need for services, sorry. But at least the spirit forgives. Doesn't mind at all to go back to the Blue Kingdom and request their services again. No bees this time. Midnight Rose. Get shooting again. Get smuggling back up in business. And how are my cavies? The cavies still doing great. 5 fuel some other time. Theater though. Small boon. Oh, but is it Tales of Terror? Not the best of boons, but it turns out that no boon is really great. So it doesn't really matter anyway. Bees, hello. More bees, hold on. Get back here. Pristine wings for the planet researcher. A crewman is sent out to sift through the corpses. Excuse me. Sometime later, he returns with a singular pair of wings your assault did not perforate or shatter. Gotta wonder though, if the Ur Devil and the Will of the Wolf gave his voice to the bees, is that it then? Did he create an X amount of bees, and that's all? Or did they reproduce normally, and in doing so, spread his voice? Because bees have been dying. People hunt bees. And surely some bees do die in defense of Titania. I'm going to assume then that each bee is a copied file, an MP3 repeated over. Carillon Center. I'm tempted now that it's still from the Burrower. If the Burrower's gonna hate me anyway, then why not do it? But she hates me, so I can't. Bronzewood? Only have 2 spaces left. What's on board? Crockery? Okay, crockery's the first to go then. Goodbye, crockery. Speak the Loveless. Do the do. Get permission. Look for rose gloves. then bathroom. BRB for a few minutes. MPB. Oh, ace. I'll be right back. Alright, back. The scary music is gone, don't worry. An ace plus 10 points for MPB. That's beautiful, wish I thought of it. Presiding Devil spoke to already, Caroline? Right, I've got souls to clear. And souls to clear give. What if? There are facets for various other things you can do. What about a facet for a truly representable soul? Either for yourself, or further down the line, or for having cleansed everyone else in Caroline. That's another thing I want to do whenever the chance to. Sand Garden, endurance could be gained here, and we do have a clear soul. Who's here again? Gain a great deal of endurance penance. Really? I can give hours for that? Well then. Why risk a 31% chance of success? 4 penance endurance and 1 indulgence? I have become the penitent that waits for somebody else to come by to finish the quest. A lady attempted to retrieve a friend from death and failed. Habalal. Hablal. Why, buddy? That's 2 bans and 1... Is it 3? Is it the 3rd ban? Timeout user? No, straight up ban. I don't mind the AI future, but come on, we talked about this. It has to be altruistic superintelligence, not spam bots. If the world is meant to be controlled by spam bots, you truly are doomed. A lady attempted to retrieve a friend from death and failed. To cure these defects of character, she has been locked in a lightless box. Would you say you're feeling more or less conscious of your mortality than when you began this program? Asked the supervising devil. Your own punishment passes swiftly. Afterwards, you can't help but notice how some of it is a little subpar. But the attendant seems happy with the penance you've acquired. Alright then, penitent ape, what is it you want again? Assist a penitent ape? He tells you, in a low mutter, this soul was a gambler, but a good one. Able to remember odds and figures, fast at seeing an opponent's bluff. Took bets where he shouldn't. Calculated the odds of dying in a knife fight, and decided he didn't mind a 10% risk if the pot was large enough. See, that's his mistake. 10% risk is 90% chance success. But risk always weighs higher, always. A good soul. But it would be a better one if it could be coaxed, post-mortem, into a little more sense of mortality. That would make it more poignant. So, see, end of the paragraph, and they're willing to just let it dangle. They don't have the excuse of another sentence here to cushion it. At least, so you gather, the ape does not use words like poignant, but you take its meaning. I've spoken to this issue enough. I'm not going to waste the entire day talking about parentheses and periods. Whoop, wrong way, hold on. Back to the Carillon. To the Sand Garden. What does he want again? Spoke to the ape, but didn't see what the ape wants. He wants a truth. 5 inescapable truths, or 5 excesses. Excesses require stained. Inescapable truths require flickering. So dang, that's a high-end ape then, isn't he? Alright then. Wait, and how much for the... It's going to be 10, isn't it? It's always 10 penances of any type. To cure yourself. Yep. 10 penances, you have 5. What do you sell here? Nope, that's right, books. I think it was. Alright, what else do I have then? Ordeals? In the Sunset Grove? Could I? Should I? Penance 5, but don't have a curdled soul. Don't have a cold soul. That's okay, though. I'll take the chance of failure and the terrors. Because I do want more nightmares. And professional penitent, what do you want? You desire 1 ordeal and 1 deprivation. Cool. And do you know anything about the devil with the road-colored gloves? She smiles reminiscently when you describe the devil in question. I know him, she says. I've been coming here for a long time in my line of work. He used to be very high-placed, you know. And then the presiding deviless caught him pinching supplies from the storehouse and gave him a demotion. Now he performs a few lesser punishments, some lightweight pitchforking, a little work with a hot poker, but his heart isn't in it. Devils don't stick long in anything. Okay, leave her to it then. And get more ordeals. 2 more. Come on, Guinea III, you can do it. 3 penances, 4 penances, and 1 final one. Just for me. How about again for your best friend? Your super best friend. And that small break was kind of helpful. Did a bunch of like jaw exercises to like stretch things out here. Perspective Zen. Cure my curdled soul. Why not? Envy, frustration, a tendency to begrudge honors given to others. These are reasonable responses, aren't they? But this is what the devil offers to cure. Your soul is in nearly good condition, and more XP, more savage secrets. Consider the rubbery man. See, the rubbery has the best description of what the rose-gloved devil is doing. And hope you can understand the answer. The rubbery man holds up one tentacle, representing the devil with the rose-colored gloves. He then holds up another tentacle. After a moment, he twists the two together. Are the tentacles meant to be kissing? Is that what this is? When he looks blank, the rubbery man repeats the pantomime several times. Perhaps the devil has a lover. Perhaps the devil loves the rubbery man. Perhaps the devil enjoys exotic forms of dance. Twirling spaghetti is what he means to do. And do you want, Mr. Rubbery, enlightenment, shifts of perspective, or 5 shifts of perspective? Okay. Success. I think what I'll do is get 6. I'll get 6 for myself, 5 for him, 1 for me. And is that where my luck went? Like all those 90% chance success that failed, the 96% chance that failed, and here I am getting coin flip after coin flip. One last one. All of my luck is right here. Okay, rubbery man, in the past, I've given you elevation. Because elevation is easy. And he puts on airs, it becomes arrogant, whatever. What about redemption? I don't think I've redeemed a rubbery man. Conversion requires a change of understanding, an alteration of state, both sudden and permanent. Permanent until the next captain. You offer the penance. May the rubber use a human penance? Are such penances well compatible? The rubbery man accepts it, takes it to an orifice, digests it. His eyes close. Then they open again. They are your eyes, your eye color. The same pattern of the iris you know from your mirrors. He stares around as though seeing everything for the first time. Thank you, he says. Perhaps he has grown your tongue and teeth, too. Then he places 2 damp objects in your hand and walks away towards the staircase. Well, it stands to reason that his original eyes had to go somewhere. 2 uncanny specimens. Oh, gross. Need curdled? Don't have curdled. Bell Garden then for deprivation? Out, they say. Kicking me all the way out here. And nurse, is it? For the Bell Garden? Penitent nurse, but first, nurse. 79% chance for hearts. Alright, then what do you want? Deprivation 5. Or ordeal plus deprivation. Okay. Failure. Coin flip. Too small. Or it's too high. It needs to be coin flip is what it needs. Failure yet again. That's okay though, because I need more nightmares. so I can make use of the nightmare dropping facets. Failure again. For what I'm good at. Well, that's okay. It looks like, what, 78 or something? 76? 79? 79 is too low for me. It might be good for GCSEs, but not for me. Makes a depredation and ordeal to the nurse. What good is control if it doesn't come with strength? Or just all the deprivations? You have done without, you have paid a price, and now, you are donating the price to her. You'll have to walk her out as well. Nah, give her deprivation and strength. You donate your penance to her. She struggles. The penance was painful to perform, and it is not easy to receive either. On the way down the staircase, she tells you about the hospital where she used to work, the administrators who stole from the medical funds, doctors who drank before the surgeries. Some meant well, some meant poorly. I can't say much about it. I didn't want to be too harsh with the ones that were trying, she says. But I should have done, for the patient's sake. Secrets, lost penance ordeal, lost deprivation. But my soul is not permitted. This is not my place. Gaslight Terrace. Spineless curate, don't have lightless, but enlightenment. 100% chance, really. Take it all then. Take all the enlightenment. Should have stopped by here first. It's a shame then that nobody really needs enlightenment. All the enlightenment. 500 enlightenment just for the lulz. 5 so far. Wait a minute. Lightless. Enlightenment. The act of putting light in something. Oh, game, how could you? 10 points for the entirety of the Sunless Skies crew as well. Alright then, curate. You need freeing, pay your price, or an alternate currency. 5 of my 10 enlightenments. Or my last shift of perspective. Nah, the curate ought to care how his rescue is achieved. And he is willing to tell me about this peripherage. Proper purification, back to Bell Gardens. One more deprivation. 2. 6s, I got 6 of them. Okay then, Spineless Curate. Turns out, Spiritfish! He's taking souls, who knew? But a devil gone rotten is stealing souls. That never happens. Excuse me. Cure soul. Your soul is not pristine as newborn babies. And gained 1 savage secret and a small handful of Tales of Terror. Speaking of Tales of Terror, how's my terror right now? 47%. But yeah, as per the break, turns out that a couple of weeks of Sunless Skies really gets the jaws a bit tense. And like any other muscle and any other workout, just gotta take the break and go through it. Get the stretch down, the cool outs. Stretch outs, the cooldowns. Speak to the presiding Deviless. Blackmail done already, but the last time, the Deviless implied that she knew that we already got some reward from the Spirifer. So what if I do this more honestly? Turn in the Spirifer. You know what he did. She should know also. He is diminishing her supply after all. Warn. Probe her nature. 1 crew is not really much of a reward. Demanded reward. She hinted there would be one. Where is it? She puts a stack of permits on the desk. These came for the pinstripe man, now serving the pendants to the Gaslight Terrace. Next, a gold relic studded with moonstones. And these came for that bohemian girl with the aspirations to write villanelles. She's recovering the Bell Garden. Who is she, Crab Boy? She is the presiding deviless of Carillon. Who, as her name suggests, is a deviless supersizer of Carillon. And 10 savage secrets. She's a boss of the place. Make sure nobody's stealing office supplies, keeping standards up on everything. Pretty cool person. And what is a new wreck? A wreck? I could enter through the yawning tear in the hull, but it's only 67% chance success. So instead, mourn the dead. I'm a priest after all. Do what I gotta do. A simple ceremony. Doffed caps, a few words. A gloomy silence. But it helps. The only decency in this guise is that we bring ourselves. And that's not decency, that's a marauder. Who apparently get no such prayers, but they do give. My first salon-stewed gossip. I had like 60 of those in the previous captain, but just sold them all because clearly can't take anything with you. Commodities you can, engine, switches over. Equipment, we lived. So yeah, all the equipment. But no gossip, apparently. Apparently I'm too greedy to tell my gossip to my successor. More skies. No, don't raid the cache. Change your mind. But it doesn't matter anyway. What I wanted is read Ledger. But I guess more time has to pass. But I just realized. Unintended side effect of having the bird below always on my case is there's no harm then taking from the cache and not replenishing. Worst case scenario, the burrower hates you, but you know what? He already does. Edible fungus, destroy remains. Dig under for precious stones. Sure then. Give me all the terror. What's it at now? 60? 51%? Cool. Well, that's cool, Crabboy. Don't worry about it. Food is important. Everything is food, as a very highbrow movie once said. And really, is that not the deepest truth of this world, that everything is food? It all goes back down to the nutrient loop, doesn't it? Thing dies, thing decays. Things eat that which decay, and bring nutrients back to the soil and so forth. And if that nutrient loop is broken, well then you get kafus. And lagoons of pig manure that pollute neighborhoods in the south and elsewhere. Partial success. It's how you get the broken agricultural system, both plant-wise and animal-wise. Soils that should be sequestering all tons of carbon, broken apart, releasing everything to the atmosphere, breaking the rhizomes. So yeah, everything is food. Starts with it, ends with it, and continues all throughout. Really? Only eat once, like what? Listen to Sweet Jane's. That'll accept for now. We won't hunt things down until the priest has a reason to hunt things down. But he won't say no, that way. If we do come across some wreck, relic of some battlefield or whatever else. We could always take the nameplates. Stand for Parliament and Lustrum. The prospectors here like the representatives, cagey and careful. 72% chance success. Well, there you go then, Crab Boy. You eat it. You die. It becomes a part of you. Then other things eat you and take that poison on themselves. They get eaten. Something else eats it. Something else eats it. You eat it. The circle of being eaten. Mirrors, mirrors. Mirrors already. Okay then. Brilliant, best eccentric. Failure. With 83% chance success. Guess I won't do politics. Claim of my own then. Terrain inhospitable. Ice under snow is hard ground. A few small trees grow on a claim. Potentially used for cutting wood as firewood. Purple lights dancing some kind of wisp. Really? First time go get the best one. Hard ice. Hard mud. A few young trees. Purple lights. That's perfect. And 96% chance success. But what is my safe minimum? 8, right? Safe minimum is 8. So I could assign 5 and be alright, but the problem is I won't be as quick. Which is fine though. Normal speed will have to do. Get to work, crew. So Murgatroyds. Gotta get you started. I get my tea going. Wait a minute. Hold up, hold up. No plant. So midnight has reset too. Inventions. Intelligence. No plant. Huh. Does that mean then that Amberly Murgatroyd is not lost in the swamp now? Nectar, got plenty of fuel. Alright. Think what I'll do. Bully a curator or two. Maybe grab an egg. Then clear out here, clear out here. Just get the map done. Money's no issue, but I got enough food, got enough fuel. Might as well do it. So, am I coming back to Lustrum? Or do I go back to Parliament and find someplace else? Seat is available in Lustrum still. At least it's not too far away. What am I holding? Books, courses, nectar. Alright, the nectar's free. Excuse me, rude. Either way, gotta stop back at New Winchester and drop all the stuff off. An egg, all the way out here. Cool. What about curators? So far, nothing, sadly. Nope, there we go. Discontent. Alright, carry the corpse. Lovely. Died right in... Nope, it's gone. Good. No complaints then. Take a trophy to reduce terror? Or what treasure do you have? A cat inviting treasure, maybe? Nope, just more experiments. Then what about... if I take this egg? Spawn more curators to bully? Nothing. Clearly, these curators don't care for the curate eggs. There you go, you want to play. Come back here then, friend. Literally trading words. Narrow dodge. Should have been a hit. Got him. As a cool kid say. Still condemned experiments? Nope. 4 times the wooded artifacts. Alright then, Winchester. After some exploration. Got him. Yeet. 420 LMAO. Is this not a dead end? Because it doesn't exit here, clearly. Nope, it is. Just a long and prolonged dead end. With something. Sounds like guest, I think. Oh no, that's not here. That's stuff at Faith's Fall. Just close enough for me to hear it. A stowaway. Something's amiss. Things are out of place. Unexplained cracker crumbs on the pantry floor. The chief engineer's favorite wrench, hung on the wrong hook. Several empty pages torn from the back of her logbook. The crew protests her innocence and contribute their own stories. Vanished shoelaces, doors left open, oily footprints in the doorframe. You have a stowaway. Conduct a thorough search. 100% chance? Do it. Organize the crew and turn your engine upside down. After an hour, an indignant stoker drags a sooty-faced urchin before you. Found her hiding in a supply crate to the hold. She had a right little treasure trove in there. Cutlery from the gallery, Jones's Bible, and my best socks. He brandishes a horrible pair of socks. The stowaway picks her nose defiantly. The urchin wears an oversized skyfarer's coat. Isn't she precious? Clumsily and drastically hands up the sleeves and tails. Her eyes are pale, accustomed to the starlight. A model of old frostbite blemishes on one cheek. When she speaks, her voice seems older than the rest of her. What is she, 12, 13? What is she doing here? She shrugs. Just catching a ride, she says insolently. I've been catching engines across the reach in Albion for years. Seen half the sky, I have. Port Prosper to the Silent Sate, Skyhenge to Carillon. And where are her parents? She looks at her shoes, mismatched and scuffed. Gone. In the blockade of New Winchester. During one of the bombardments. She breaks off. Anyway, a neighbor tried to look after me, but I didn't like her much. And what do you want? It might affect what you choose to do with her. She's taken aback by the question. No one's ever asked before. Usually there's a lot of shouting, then I'm trucked off to the next port. She thinks about it. Look at her on the bridge. She's a good engine. Loyal. I like to stay, she decides. Until such a time as I don't. Okay, she can stay. She's precious after all. And she gets +1 heart. What, actually? She salutes you, inexpertly. You won't regret it. I can help out, like. I know my way around an engine, and I'm no stranger to the sky. I know stuff. I could teach you. Perhaps another time you tell her. You shake your grubby hand and send her to bed. It is past her bedtime. The whole thing is too cute. Cute and then brief, as all mascots are. To be hucked behind the Blumigan. And where's my nightmares not coming up yet? Just Terror 29. That could be fixed. So where then is my vagabond if he's not at Port Avon, wasn't at Ledbetter's or Titania, or Lustrum, or Magdalene's, nor Port Prosper? Not Ackley, surely. Circus, maybe? I feel like if he hasn't been complete yet, he's going to be somewhere. Then it has to be in the Reach somewhere. Or maybe it is Port Avon, it's just bad luck. Meant to show up, dice did not roll, and so he didn't. Like the aunt, only sometimes showing up in London. Back in her inconvenience. Or trying to find her in Pan and she just pop up. Had a whole day like that, trying to find a conductor, going back and forth between, well, everywhere, trying to find him. And more gossip. No, not gossip. Just fuel. Circus then. Maybe, hopefully he's here. Crash, absolutely worth it. After all, it is a deterrent to keep other stowaways off. One stowaway, fine. Every stowaway thinking they're gonna get compassion. Nah. If they stow away, they'll know this is the ship that crashes often. Wink walk, think walk. There you go, the man himself, my amiable vagabond, who wants me dead. New arrivals, welcome aboard, success, despite 63% chance success. Tickets, sure. Port reports, fine. Big top amusements. More recruits though. Not 12, those can't use my speed. One Sky Story, Terra Fell. Amusements then, if that's all I can do. Now more importantly, what do you sell? Seeds. Fine then. Half the space, well, do it this time. And just this time. getting merciful towards the seeds. Oh, just missed the rock by an inch. I think this time, for the time being, what I'll do is be a good Anglican priest of the establishment and give my reports to the company house. Not to oppose the Tacites, but just because it's what you do if you don't know better. The war's off my hand. Sky is wrong, not where meant to be. Press on then. Didn't even do anything with it, just gave me terrors. Well, thank you, Burrower. You wanted attention, you got it. It's like when you're a school kid and somebody has a crush on you, and they can't express themselves, and they take out your pigtails instead, and bully you during break time. If you don't know better, what's up? Recent news, down locomotive. Later. Following the uprising, the fortune of the Wilbur Company found a new Winchester. Now, their modest offices occupies an ex-tinning factory in the murkier recesses of town. It continues to smell faintly of beans. Chat with the prudent secretary. What are you about? The foyer bristled with stovepipe hats. The prudent secretary pushes between them, narrow and unsmiling, with a blousy shirt and black trousers. How could I be used to the company? The secretary's gender is a subject of some debate in the company canteen. The secretary's prudence, however, is not. Both these facts provide the secretary with a great degree of satisfaction. I would be interested to receive reports on certain other ports, however small. The company has expansive interests. One never knows what might be important. Deliver then port reports. It is a comfortable room for a modest secretary. Stained glass windows lay crimson slats across the desk. The prudent secretary receives reports and reads them one by one. A number of questions follows, to which the secretary expects cogent, succinct answers. Her Majesty is grateful, they say, as they leave. 800 sovereigns. Fortune Tacites 97. And stovepipes thriving too, really. Both high up there. Okay, but what could you give me? Salon stewed gossip, permits, invitations to purduance. Nah, permits then. I'm out. Only have 8. Cool. 11 permits, just from flying around. Makes up for the lack of dreadnought fights lately. Oh, and how this priest will suffer once he finds out the establishment is not the friend he thinks it is. Between seeing what he has in the Blue Kingdom, and then eventually finding out how nasty the hours trade is. Repairs good on eggmongers. The eggs I'll toss away. If some future captain needs all the eggs, then sure. It's decent money after all, not the best, but decent. So a vagabond, who neglected so far, he can usually be found in good spirits and good company, gambling, laughing, playing a tune. Failing that, he'll be deep in conversation with some courted crew member or another, quizzing them about their personal history with every sign of sincere interest. If left alone, he grows restless. He sleeps late, and rises early, eager to be among the crew once more. Swap stories. He's an inexhaustible geyser of unlikely anecdotes. The vagabond stories often feature larger-than-life characters from his loose community of vagrants, people with names like Sooty Jim or the Chimney Kid, and who collectively call themselves Skylarks. They hitch rides on locomotives, sometimes on permission, and scrounge a living from port to port. I'm their king, the vagabond says out of humility. I taught half of them how to tie a bindle. He pauses, sipping from his flask. We hold monthly gatherings at Port Avon. You should accompany me to the next one. You'll never meet a more interesting bundle of folk. Okay, just 5 Sky stories. It's enough at least to get my clay conductor back. And that's him done for now. Everyone else, with the exception of him and the conductor, are all finished. Explore city. Dun dun dun. Souls for Prosper. And not even good souls. Books for the Trader's Wood. Sure, I'll do that one. 5 consignments even. Trader's Wood is a bit way out. Hold on. Before I go though. Back in, back in. Got more classes to gain. More terrors to lose. My club. Thief Oath. Nah, not for this priest. Bohemia, maybe? Sure, Bohemia. A coterie. Along with some dear friends and acquaintances, you have formed a tightly bound clique of free spirits. Finding prevailing companions in society stifling, you sought solace in more congenial company. What shared interests brought you together? Love of art or adventure? Poetry, painting, music, sculpture? You mean to add to the beauty of the world. You are one of those fiercest critics and most dedicated supporters. 82 though. So, given 1 more hearts, I could drop the 1 officer I have that's giving plus 10 hearts and put somebody else in her place. I'm down 1 crew? When did that happen? Don't remember. Oh well, no matter. That's what I'm here for too. Hire a few crew. 2 to 3. Perfect. Red frog? What red frog? This fellow. The Chiropterous Hoarder. Well, Multiplicitous Hoarder now. He's a bat, not a frog. See, he's got his cute bat nose, and his bat mouth, and his bat tongue. It's old Mr. Apple from the bazaar, back when London was underground. Or do you mean this red frog? This iguana here, an interlude of red and gold. That is if you lost your mind for a while and spent some time in the old Bethlehem. Lost your mind once, they put you in a splendid hotel managed by a cheery gentleman and would determine when you could leave. And how colorful the other guests were, how red the curtains, how gold the fittings, how secure the locks. Eventually you're allowed to leave. But was your recovery genuine? Yes, you're feeling much better. Through trial and error determination, you learn to tell what is real, what is from what is not. The manager said he was sad to see you go. Or no. You just learned to lie. You said what you had to, and they sent you home. Even now, your world is red and gold and splendid. Which I think the last couple were. There were good skills on that one. Mirrors primary, with the advantage of either some iron or some veils. So it's easy to make everyone take it. Trying to diversify some, you know. And you can't even say they're both reptiles or they're both amphibians, because they're not. They're both cute, but never can they be in the same area. What kind of scaly crab boy cannot distinguish a frog from an iguana? Getting that tension again. Gotta do my stretches after this. Quiet day. Hold on, first off, before I say yes, just souls? Fine then. Give me all the fuel. Free fuel this time. It's 25 sovereigns either way. If you're low on whole, fantastic. All this for just 25. Otherwise, it's a waste. It's not too small, it's huge. It's like this big. That's massive. That's like a thumb size. Literally a thumbnail. Right, Skylarks. Village Green. After, I make myself more endeared to them. And I have gossip now. My mere 2 gossips. Seek the court of the Skylarks again. We call these Skylark signals as the vagabonds. The postman carved that does include hieroglyphs, top secret. We carve them to tell each other the character of the port. He jabs at a row of zigzags. This means unfriendly. He points at a triangle, but this means there's a Skylark camp nearby. You follow him past the village's fringe. You hear voices raised in drunken song. And then you see a crumbling bridge, beneath which are campfires and tents. My loyal subjects, roars the vagabond, plunging down the slope. Stamping around the fire, singing old adventures, howling and dancing and laughing. The Skylarks' coats are ragged, their hygiene is questionable, and many of them bear unsightly scars, but they seem to have found something to celebrate. Perhaps they just made it through the month. They raise their flasks and bottles on a toast and roar together. My life is a lark, my king is a sky. Listen to the stories. The vagabond is in his element, raising his voice above all others. Occasionally, one of the other Skylarks takes a turn. A Skylark hunches forward, his face skull-like in the firelight. He launches with a fanciful tale of somewhere hidden furthest corner of the reach called the Sugar-Spun Garden. The Sugar-Spun Garden is a mythical place where weary Skylarks can settle down. He describes whiskey rivers and marzipan mountains, and a land without laws. The Skylark, lucky enough to find his way here, can sleep contentedly in a grove where even the trees are smiling. When he finished, half the Skylarks are weeping. The vagabond raises his flask solemnly. Cinders, or mouse, swirls into the night sky. What is she doing there? Trade rumors? They discuss where to find work in New Winchester, the price of beer in Lustrum, the balance of the Winchester War. Their water rumor is true, of course. A wild-eyed Skylark claims that the devils of Caroline are replacing people with doppelgangers. One woman, shivering, insists that she saw a 100-eyed monster the size of a continent swimming through the dark. Lastly, a solemn young woman announces that a Skylark named Quivers has gone missing. It has been months since he was seen in camp for initiations, probably dead. There are 1,000 ways for a Skylark to die before their time. Leave camp, then. You search among the tents for the amiable vagabond, and find him fast asleep beside a dwindling fire. A flea-bitten dog is gnawing at one of his boots. The Skylarks are quite happy to let the so-called king sleep it off in the dirt. You shake him, and he wakes with a noise like a bear being stabbed. Another fine meeting with my little subjects, declares the vagabond, lurching to his feet and swaying only slightly. Come on, let us return to the engine. Adventurer waits. He sets off confidently in the wrong direction. Eel fishers? Cool, but not this time. Okay then, buddy. Where to next, Tom? Speak of the wonders of the sky. The vagabond seems uncharacteristically morose of late. Perhaps you could cheer him up. Since you left Port Avon, the vagabond has limited his fiddle playing to the most melancholy refrains. Every time it leaves a boilerman in such cheerful mess that he has to abandon his duties. You share a drink and a few stories with the vagabond, hoping to get to the root of the matter. Even amongst skylarks, I don't feel quite at home, he says. I can't stop thinking of my old homestead in Lustrum. Homestead. Perhaps you could visit there someday. Ah, Captain, take this flask away from me. Whiskey and nostalgia is a dangerous combination. Okay, let's go. Was headed back to Lustrum anyway. To steal the Prime Minister's ship. For more deserving, not Prime Minister's ship. MPship. MP, not PM. Do they have to have their initials so petamadronic? That ricochet, that bounce. Most satisfying thing about the Wrath of Heavens. Forget the damage output. Forget the premature detonation in AoE. It's all about playing basketball with Katankaries. Sure, I'll go this way. Bit of a long way, but oh well. Price to pay doing business in Trader's Wood. Tally-ho, your end whoops as your engine thunders. As I miss out on that free gossip. That's alright though, we'll be back around. And I'm pretty sure there's a marauder camp around here somewhere. And marauder camp means more marauders. No, wait, that's over some other way. Ding dong. Books for the Trader's Wood. Here you go. And hours. Just more hours. Alright, back running out then. Nothing else here for me. And we're rich. Money to burn. See, it says Rat Brigade for them. Navigator gets to be stalwart. Rats are just Rat Brigade. Aunt, just your aunt. So they kind of cheat on that one. Down, down. It is down, right? Yep. Down, then up and around. I still think it's a shame that... What are you? Epiodian Gardens is so cut off. We'll get near to it, but it's too far to the way to go to. And the same kind of true for Somerset Camp. Somerset Camp, you got like a couple of stories you can do the Regent's Grave. But then beyond that, that's it. Too far, so don't really go there anyway. But if there was, say, a small egress here, then there might be a reason to go by both. Crab boy, don't diss the sip sip. The sip sip is what avoid headaches. Just in time. Last second. Disengage. Excuse me. And how's about Old Tom's Blood at full speed? Nothing here. It's okay though. Basic research, all I have are the bees, so take them. It's small pay anyway, might as well advance it. And come back later. But see, why not avoid headaches? If all you gotta do... Well, it's not a cure-all, but it helps. If all you gotta do is drink a bit of water to help a little bit, then why not? Full steam, plus a headwind in the form of the peacock wind. Or is it further on? That's just fringes. Besides, I don't avoid headaches. If they happen, they happen. I do get them, just sparingly. It's hangovers I don't get. Apparently just process it differently. Like, I'm sure I'm allergic to alcohol. Because every time I drink, when I do drink, I keep getting drippy and sniffly. And apparently that's one of the signs of alcohol intolerance or allergies. That touched. That straight up touched, but didn't break by full steam. And yet, despite that intolerance to it, I could drink it. I don't get hangovers, I just get snotty. Ouch, that hit. As did that before I go though. Normally there are curators here, or they're up at least. No curators? Do I have a curator fight at the Peacock Wind? That's too bad. Oh, I see somebody. There you are, hiding from me. Trying to keep stable against the wind. Two of them now! I'm going to play dumb and take two at once. Okay, back up, bat up. Oh, that's a miss. 2.5 is all I needed. 2 direct hits, 1 indirect. And there's my X to the rescue. Okay, now you're 1-hit KO. Cool. Search for treasures. Collection. Just artifacts, but that's okay. They are necessary. What's up, Crab Boy? What are we mean? Oh, just sovereigns. Ah, that's nothing. Tailwind. And could it be more? Moments of inspiration? No, it could be, but I haven't got enough visions of heaven. Need 4, have 1. Tarry then. Tarry and get repairs. And almost back above 50. To get the next bout of nightmares, and thus an excuse to get another facet. Speaking of facets, I'll give in, and just get myself the interlude in red and gold, and feel much better, thank you. And that's it. And 3 more left to go. One of which I do want to be for one of the factions in Pan. Maybe the Brazen Brigade this time. And according to the Truth Ambition, you do eventually have to choose a side. Excuse me. But that'll be after the priestly fellow here becomes disadvantaged, or disenfranchised, disillusioned with his parliamentarian career. Then, a sudden letter from an old friend, and the pursuit of what exactly is going on with that. More celestial ruins, tarry along. Uncanny specimens, sky stories. Specimen. Sky stories are rare at first, but eventually they will accumulate. Dilly is terrified by the sudden speed. She makes a noise like a balloon being hugged. Then does something else, but I can't tell because it's gone now. Oops, excuse me. Food. Plus hours. Oh, didn't eat him. It's alright, I got my free food. Thousands upon thousands of sovereigns, but still after free food. There you are. Who describes spinster? Sandwiched. Gotta be careful because you are so hostile. See? Totally neutral towards me, but because you just finished off a monster, or some opponent was fighting, you're just gonna shoot the first thing that comes in front of it. There, Lustrum. Almost overshot you. It's weird though, a westward Lustrum. Now a southern Lustrum, that makes sense. The Vagabond's residence. You follow the Vagabond past Lustrum's outskirts, into the rolling whiteness beyond, to his homestead. Mossum civilization, you find a mansion half buried in snow, perched on a rocky outcrop. The Vagabond waits at the door and slams on the iron knocker. After some time, the door eases open. A doddery butler peers out, his face so downcast it looks half melted. "Welcome back, sir," says the tragic butler wearily. "A letter was delivered in your absence." Explore the mansion, as the Vagabond has shrugged off his coat and is heaping logs on the fire. You have a few moments to roam the place. The mansion's colossal. Its walls built of bronzewood logs, its bathrooms gleaming with ivory. Cute homestead. Its walls decorated with gold-framed portraits of a younger, better-groomed vagabond. But it's also obviously been years since it was properly maintained. Some of the windows are broken, and snow has heaped on the floor beneath. Black mold streaks the carpet. There's an overpowering smell of damp. Vagabond, how could you afford such a place? 10 bedrooms. A kitchen that could staff a dozen cooks. A chandelier that drips with diamonds. Princes have lived less ostentatiously. You should have seen its heyday, the Vagabond rubs his hands before the fire. Warm, noisy, bustling with staff and guests. Our parties could be heard in New Winchester, isn't that right? Quite so, sir, says the tragic butler. I struck it lucky in the mountains, you see, says the Vagabond. Found enough hours to make me rich. Rich enough to buy all this, and more besides. He claps you on the back. All the luxury in the world can't compare to the magic open sky, though. Right, Reverend? Quite right, sir. And about the letter? He's been brandishing the envelope for more than half an hour now. Just give me the gist of it, will you? Asked the Vagabond, idly tossing snowballs at a portrait of a severe-looking woman in black. The butler clears his throat. The letter was delivered by a skylark who calls himself Quivers, sir. In it, he claims to have discovered the location of the sugar-spun garden. He was seeking your help. The Vagabond pauses mid-throw. So how often has a Vagabond done the song and dance? Like, brought people over? Nah, probably not too often. It's probably like different stories to lure them in. But that's a myth. A story to tell over the campfires when the night is cold and hungry. He sounds uncertain for a moment, then shrugs. Young Quivers means well. But he must have been mistaken. Spend the night with a vagabond? The blizzard outside has worsened. You best stay until morning. You stay up into the night, your conversations meandering, but the vagabond repeatedly circles back to the mysterious letter. I am worried for Quivers, she says. The other Skylarks haven't seen him in months, and he comes to my house blabbing about a myth. The next morning, the butler says his plaintive goodbyes. As you crunch through the snow towards Lustrum, the vagabond says he plans to track down Quivers. What kind of king would I be if I didn't protect my subjects, he asks. Besides, I once believed in the sugar-spun gardens myself. I must admit, I'm curious. 12. Sky stories. Oh my goodness, living large. And crew. It hasn't been long enough, has it? Surely your presence keep me motivated. But they haven't yet got anything for me. Parliament. Lustrum. 83% chance. Irons. Mirrors. What is with these bots? And I bet you they aren't even being paid well, are they? Cool thing is though, because they're all whispering. Oh my goodness, one of them's even Twitch Prime. These are old accounts, aren't they? Passwords, not very secure. Or just accounts that are dead, lost to the wind, eventually picked up by somebody else. Mirrors is you, your veils, your mirrors. Hearts, mirror zen. %96 chance, and I'll take the 4% chance failure. Yes! Okay, back to rats then. At least a few people bother going to the polls. The votes are in. A toothless prospector stamps his foot as the numbers are read out. With barely any support, Melusune Murgatroyd flounces off to invent something capable of properly expressing her annoyance. Though it soon turns into some kind of automatic tea-stir. Excuse me. You wait your name to be called out. Sure enough, the people chose well. Did they? They chose me, though. To a smattering of applause from the handful of public who bothered to show up and vote, you rise from your chair to take your destiny. Accept your role with grace. Congratulate your defeated opponents. Take on your new role with dignity that it demands. Well, I don't mind. I mean, if people want to whisper, they can whisper. And I'm not so high up that it's going to be like everyone whispering me to be my friend. I get a few friend requests, but that's it. For the most part, it's somebody in chat who wants to give me some cute thing. Or a bot. And this way, the bots are all lined up on the bottom. So after stream, I could just go through, click report, click report, click report, at my leisure. You can now pass bills at Parliament. Woohoo. Okay, I think what I'll do, because it's been a while, went to Lustrum, dropped off crew, went here, hung about out here, all the way up to Palmyres, back to New Winchester, down to Port Avon, down to Somerset Camp, up but around this bit of Ledbetter's, Old Tom's Well, and back, and still nothing. In that case, how many more days for the bazaar? 9 more days. Well, it doesn't matter. I could pick up my hours whenever. And the Parliament thing takes long enough that I'll be back in Lustrum fairly regularly. More tarrying. More tarrying. 46%. Repairs. Memento. Eaten. Blew him into the wall. And who are you fighting? You're attacking the darkness. couldn't be that you're both just attacking each other. Scribe spinsters do not hurt scribe spinsters. Could it be curator? My first time through here, back on the first lineage, did have a curator in this part. And so I voted this way for the longest time. Because narrow passages plus curator, that was frightening. So who's... It is a curator, hear it! Where is it? Is it not here? Was it flying away somewhere? A cryptic stoker wants to hold a memorial service for the crew that have recently died in her service. Judging by his tattoos of a storm studded with mouths, and his writing collection of talismans, there's someone who's unlikely to be Christian, but you are a priest, so we can do the ceremony ourselves. And this is only possible if you're a priest. A service like this should be delivered by a professional, and you were a priest before you were a captain. What is what, Crab Boy? Today, you are not their captain. You are a mediator between this world and the next, between the living and the dead. You lead them in a handful of doleful hymns, and deliver a short sermon on Christ's death and resurrection. You recite the names of the dead, and some words about each provided by their colleagues. The crew are solemn, wrapped in their own recollections. There he is! Celestial ruins. Terry gets some more stuff. More dead mementos. Weird, isn't it? You see me bully curators as if they're nothing. Then comes a scribe spinster, several tiers down. And that is new and scary. The librarians, pretty much. Librarians made of bronze wood. Uncovered in parchment secrets. Collection has. Just experiments. And because they're made of bronze wood, there's good bronze wood in them. The more common scribe spinsters usually get 1 bronze wood each. But the giant senior scriveners, you can get like 3 at a time off of them. And they're not too bad difficulty-wise. Both of them can do correspondence stuff and shout at you and raise terrors. They both launch missiles. These scriveners, of course, being more dangerous about it. But the tough thing is their maneuverability. They're like the monitors in that way. They're not as thin as monitors, but if you get nose to nose with them, they do everything they can to not break that. They're huge targets now, after I think the Vagabond update. And if you can get their flank, then boom, it's hard to miss them. But straight on, they're not as broad as their targets, so... Skyfarers, exposed to the haunting light of the stars, are prone to sudden obsessions and erratic behaviors. A crewman is staring fixedly from a stained glass window. Look, he points at the apparent ordinary sky. Webs, strung between the stars, and watch, there, did you see the stars shiver? Like dew on the cobweb when the spider stirs. You saw no such thing. Back to work then. Partial success. You administer a stern word, and a reminder of their duties. They return to work, but their obsession continues to prey on them. Your locomotive's efficiency suffers as a result. It suffered because of the inherent flaws of the system. 100% chance success gave partial success, and partial success is partial failure, and thus partial success is failure. QED. I pity anyone who has to go through the highlights. It's gonna be like 8 VODs in a row, complaining about 100% success, and parentheses outside the period. Except for this VOD. This VOD is unique for having more mumbling than any other. Discontent again? An engineer cries out, her voice hoarse as a professional mourner. It's gone, she points toward the stained glass windows. A star, it winked out. We look through the glass. Stars burn upon the firmament. The specific patch of sky she's pointing to is indeed empty. But she couldn't say if a star's been out there before. Joke about her? 98%. Set to watch on the stars, 76. Nah, when faced with the truth, we can laugh at it. A diversion. Everyone else laughs too. Alright, company house this time. Company house. Until my faith is suitably shaken. But it's getting there. Fine then. Down locomotive on Hybris. But it costs Kaya stories, so no, not now. It won't go anywhere, I'm sure. Do I not have port reports? Huh. Really? Rip me then, that's okay. That's just what, 3 or 4 ports I went to? So not too much money lost. Yay, back home. What are the next prospects? If there are any. Polymer and plenty much literature. Seeds for Lustrum-free colonists. Well, because I'm a parliamentarian now, first thing's gonna go to Parliament. But that is going to have to be on Monday. Because that is the end of stream for the week. And it's a fine end. Got to retire the second captain, then start some preliminary stuff for the third. So who's online? Who's gonna get the raid? Geek Etiquette, playing Tomb Raider. Icdisis on Resident Evil 4. Eggman, Friday the 13th, but I've already... Didn't somebody ask about Friday the 13th already? Recently, I mean. Well, sadly for him, I've already rated Eggman like once or twice this week. So think it'll have to be... me. If Gigi's gonna play early, then of course you have to rate Gigi. Until then, though, see you all next week. Have a good weekend. And so on and so forth. No headaches.